There's something eerie about a plane with no passengers. A machine meant to carry hundreds of people, now sitting idle, its engines silent, its cabin empty. The Boeing 727-223 at Quatro de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola, had been sitting there for over a year. Unpaid airport fees kept it grounded. No flight attendants bustled through its aisles. No captains checked their instruments. Just dust, settling quietly over the aircraft's faded American Airlines stripes. This particular 727 had seen better days. Built in the 1970s, it once soared across the United States, carrying businessmen, families, and dreamers. But time had stripped it of its prestige. By the early 2000s, it was purchased by an American businessman named Miami-based Keith Irwin, who leased it to an Angolan airline for fuel hauling operations. Its new role? A flying gas station, refueling remote locations where fuel trucks couldn't go. But things weren't going smoothly. The aircraft sat unpaid, unwanted, and unmoving. Mechanics worked on it sporadically, hoping to get it flying again. But bureaucracy and financial troubles kept it stuck on the tarmac. It became just another forgotten plane in an airport full of them. Until one quiet evening in May 2003, when it did something no one expected. Without warning, the 727 powered up. Its once dead engines rumbled to life, sending a low vibration through the concrete beneath it. Airport workers paused, confused. There had been no flight plan filed, no clearance. No crew had officially boarded. Yet, there it was, moving. As the plane began to taxi, its lights remained off. No communication with the tower, no acknowledgement of commands, just the deep growl of its engines as it turned toward the runway. By the time air traffic control realized what was happening, the Boeing 727 was already accelerating. Within seconds, its wheels left the ground, and the massive aircraft soared into the darkening sky. No distress calls, no transponder signals, just silence. One of the world's largest commercial jets had just vanished into thin air, and no one knew why. At least not yet. The sky was beginning to darken over Luanda, the air thick with the lingering warmth of an African evening. The hum of airport activity had started to quiet, but on the runway, something unusual was happening. The Boeing 727, long grounded and collecting dust, was moving. Its engines, once lifeless, now roared with a low, steady rumble. It wasn't scheduled for departure. No flight plan had been filed, no pilots had requested clearance. But here it was, slowly taxiing toward the runway, as if it had a mind of its own. Airport workers turned to watch. Some assumed it was a maintenance check, maybe a simple repositioning. But something felt off. The aircraft's exterior lights remained off, making it difficult to track in the growing darkness. No calls came through the radio. No one in the control tower had authorized the movement. Inside, if there was a pilot at all, they were flying blind. The 727 was a complex machine, typically requiring a 3-person flight crew to operate. A captain, a first officer, and a flight engineer. Yet, according to every log, no qualified flight crew had boarded that evening. The only 2 people suspected of being on the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic with some piloting experience, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was licensed to fly a 727 solo, yet somehow the plane accelerated down the runway. Then, in a rush of displaced air and roaring engines, the massive jet lifted off the ground. Control tower operators scrambled to make contact. "Unidentified aircraft, please respond." Silence. "State your flight number and intentions." Nothing. The aircraft climbed westward, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. It passed over the coastline, growing smaller and smaller, fading into the horizon. Then, it was gone. No distress calls. No emergency transponder signals. No radar track beyond a certain point. A 200,000-pound aircraft had just disappeared, and the world would never see it again. The night air over Luanda settled into a thick, humid stillness. The Boeing 727 had disappeared beyond the horizon, swallowed by the vast Atlantic. Yet inside the control tower, the confusion lingered like a fog. Officials scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. A commercial airliner had taken off with no clearance, no lights, and no communication. That alone was an aviation nightmare. But worse, no one could confirm who had been at the controls. The last known individuals connected to the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla and John Mutantu, but neither had been scheduled to fly. Padilla was a skilled mechanic and a licensed pilot for small aircraft, but he wasn't qualified to operate a 727 alone. The aircraft required a flight crew trained in complex systems, someone with experience in a large multi-engine commercial jet. So how did it take off so smoothly? Some in the airport speculated that Padilla and Mutantu were not alone. Had a third person, perhaps a skilled pilot, been secretly involved? If so, who were they, and where had they gone? Immediately, officials in Angola reported the missing aircraft. But there was little they could do. The plane had left national airspace. Once it flew over the ocean, it became a ghost. In the following days, the US government took an interest. It was 2003, and in the post-9/11 world, an unidentified commercial jet suddenly going off the grid set off alarms. The FBI, CIA, and even the National Security Agency, NSA, started monitoring possible sightings. Had the plane been hijacked? Was it being repurposed for something sinister? A Boeing 727 wasn't exactly easy to hide. It was nearly 50 meters long and weighed over 100 tons when fully fueled. Yet, as the days passed, there were no sightings, no distress signals, no reports of a crash. It was as if the plane had never existed. Authorities issued international alerts. Air traffic controllers around the world were told to be on the lookout for any unidentified Boeing 727s. Security was tightened at airports in Africa, South America, and the Middle East. But the missing aircraft never turned up. It had vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 quickly escalated beyond a local aviation mystery. Within hours, intelligence agencies around the world were paying attention. A fully loaded commercial airliner, capable of carrying 10,000 gallons of fuel, had taken off without authorization, without communication, and without a clear destination. In the post-9/11 era, this was more than just a missing aircraft. It was a potential security threat. If the plane had been stolen, what was its purpose? Was it being repurposed for smuggling? A terrorist attack? A military operation? The questions mounted, but the answers were nowhere to be found. The US government immediately launched an investigation. The CIA, FBI, and NSA began tracking any possible sightings, while the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, issued an international alert. Any Boeing 727 matching the stolen aircraft's description had to be stopped and searched. But stopping an aircraft that didn't want to be found was no easy task. Unlike modern jets, the 727 didn't rely on satellite-based tracking systems. Instead, it used older transponder technology, which meant whoever was flying, it could turn it off at any time, and that's exactly what had happened. With no transponder signal, the plane had disappeared from radar almost immediately after takeoff. That meant tracking it would rely on human eyes, pilots, airport workers, or intelligence sources who might spot an unfamiliar aircraft landing somewhere unexpected. Rumors began spreading. Some believed the 727 had landed at a remote airstrip in Africa, repainted and repurposed for illegal activity. Others suspected it had flown to South America, where criminal organizations could use it for smuggling. A few even speculated that it had been taken to a Middle Eastern country to be outfitted for a terrorist attack. But despite weeks of searching, no confirmed sightings ever surfaced. There were no satellite images, no recorded landings, just silence. For intelligence agencies used to tracking the world's most advanced military jets, the idea that a massive commercial aircraft could simply vanish was unthinkable. Yet somehow it had. The search for the missing Boeing 727 took a new turn as investigators focused on the why behind its disappearance. A plane this size doesn't just vanish, it has to go somewhere. But where? And more importantly, for what purpose? Authorities quickly latched onto the most alarming theory. The plane had been stolen for a future attack. In a world still on edge from 9/11, an untracked commercial jet loaded with thousands of gallons of fuel was more than a curiosity. It was a potential weapon. The FBI and CIA scoured international intelligence reports for any sign of the missing aircraft. Could it have landed at an unregistered airstrip in Africa? Had it been smuggled into a conflict zone for use in illicit operations? Or worse, had it been modified for an attack? U.S. officials issued a global security alert, warning that the missing 727 could be repainted and disguised as a commercial jet before being used in a terrorist plot. Every airport from South America to the Middle East was ordered to report any unusual, unregistered Boeing 727s. But there was another possibility, one less dramatic but just as puzzling. What if the plane had been stolen for profit? In the early 2000s, Africa's aviation industry was riddled with corruption. Stolen aircraft weren't uncommon, especially in regions where planes were used for illegal operations. Diamond smuggling, arms dealing, and even drug running. A Boeing 727, if properly hidden and repainted, could become an untraceable aircraft. Smugglers could use it for years, operating out of remote airstrips beyond the reach of law enforcement. Intelligence agencies turned their focus toward known criminal networks in Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and South America. Was the plane hidden in a jungle airstrip, making illicit runs between continents? Or had it been dismantled for parts, piece by piece? Leads came in, but none led to the missing plane. No verified sightings, no satellite images, no answers. The idea that a massive, fuel-hungry commercial aircraft could operate in secrecy for this long seemed impossible. Yet, months passed, and still, nothing. It was as if the Boeing had simply ceased to exist. The deeper investigators looked, the stranger the case became. The theories about terrorism or smuggling made sense, but something wasn't adding up. How do you keep a Boeing 727, a plane nearly 50 meters long, hidden for so long? Some believed the aircraft had crashed into the Atlantic shortly after takeoff, possibly due to fuel mismanagement or pilot error. After all, neither Padilla nor Mutantu were certified to fly a 727 alone. If they had tried, the flight could have gone horribly wrong. But if the plane had crashed, where was the wreckage? In aviation history, even deep-sea crashes leave behind something. Floating debris, an oil slick, radio transmissions, something. But in this case, there was nothing. No emergency beacons, no reports of wreckage washing up along the coast. Just silence. Then there was the idea that the plane had been dismantled for parts. A Boeing 727 was valuable, even if it wasn't in prime condition. Its engines alone were worth millions on the black market. If criminals wanted to strip it down and sell it piece by piece, they could. But where? Investigators searched for a hidden airstrip or facility where a 727 could be disassembled. Remote airports in Africa, illegal smuggling hubs in South America, anywhere a plane could be secretly torn apart. But again, nothing. No missing aircraft parts matching the plane's serial numbers ever surfaced. Then came the most bizarre theory. The plane was still flying. Some experts believed the 727 had been repainted and given a fake identity, allowing it to blend into international air traffic. In less regulated parts of the world, paperwork could be forged, flight plans fabricated, and an aircraft's past erased. Reports surfaced of suspicious Boeing 727s spotted in Guinea, Colombia, and even the Middle East. But every lead hit a dead end. None of them could be confirmed as the missing Angola aircraft. The lack of evidence only deepened the mystery. If the aircraft had been stolen for profit, why had it disappeared so completely? If it had crashed, why wasn't there a single trace of it? And if it was still out there, flying under a new identity, who was using it, and for what purpose? Months turned into years, and the missing Boeing 727 became something more than just a stolen plane. It became a legend. The case never truly went cold. There were always whispers, rumors of sightings, and theories that refused to die. A plane of that size couldn't just vanish. Someone, somewhere, had to know something. Then, in 2005, 2 years after the disappearance, an unregistered Boeing 727 was spotted in Guinea, West Africa. The sighting came from a private intelligence source, someone who had been tracking illegal aircraft movements in the region. The plane matched the description of the missing Angola jet. Same model, same modifications, but there was no way to confirm if it was the same aircraft. By the time authorities arrived, the plane was gone. Not long after, a second suspicious 727 was reported. this time in Colombia, a known hub for drug cartels and smuggling operations. Again, the details were vague. The aircraft had no verifiable records, and its ownership was a mystery. Could the missing plane have been repurposed for illegal operations? If so, who was flying it? Some former intelligence officers suggested that criminal networks had rebranded the 727, changing its tail number, repainting it, and using it for untraceable flights. A plane that didn't officially exist could be used to move drugs, weapons, or even people without detection. But these theories were just that, theories. No concrete evidence ever surfaced. No serial numbers were confirmed. And despite the occasional sighting, no government agency was ever able to intercept or identify the missing plane. At one point, aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and even former pilots started forming their own networks, trying to track the aircraft. Online forums buzzed with speculation. Had the plane been hidden in a hangar, waiting to be used? Was it flying in a war zone, running supplies or weapons? Or had it been quietly destroyed, its parts scattered beyond recognition? Every time a new sighting emerged, hope flickered, but just as quickly, it faded. The Boeing remained a ghost, appearing and disappearing in whispers, but never in reality. The missing Boeing 727 wasn't just a plane anymore. It was a riddle with no answer. For years, aviation experts, intelligence agencies, and amateur sleuths chased rumors, hoping for a break in the case. But despite fleeting sightings and scattered theories, the real question remained. What happened to the two men suspected to be on board? The last known individuals connected to the stolen aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was an experienced commercial pilot, and certainly neither was qualified to fly a 100-ton jet alone. So where did they go? Ben Padilla, the man at the center of the mystery. Of the two men, Ben Charles Padilla was the bigger mystery. A Florida-based aircraft mechanic, Padilla had been in Angola working on the Boeing 727 for months. He was hired to help restore the aircraft to flying condition, which meant he had intimate knowledge of its systems. He wasn't just a mechanic, though. He had some flight experience, though far below what was needed to operate the 727 safely. Padilla's family refused to believe he had stolen the plane on his own. His sister, Benita Padilla Kirkland, insisted that he was not a criminal and had no reason to steal the aircraft. In her eyes, something had gone terribly wrong. Ben had either been forced to take off or had been taken against his will. She believed he was dead. According to Padilla's family, the most plausible scenario was that someone else hijacked the plane, forcing Padilla to fly it before eventually disposing of him. But if that was the case, where was the wreckage? Where was the aircraft? The Mutantu enigma. Less was known about John Mutantu, the Congolese aviation technician also believed to be on board. Mutantu had no piloting experience and had only been working on the aircraft in a maintenance capacity. Unlike Padilla, Mutantu had no family or contacts advocating for him in the search. His name faded from most reports, and it seemed that whatever had happened to him was an afterthought in the larger mystery of the missing aircraft. If Mutantu had been involved, what was his role? Was he simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, or did he know more than anyone suspected? What if they never took off alone? There was always another possibility, that neither man had anything to do with the disappearance. Some theorists believed that a third party had been involved. Could a group of trained pilots have hijacked the aircraft, forcing Padilla and Mutantu to cooperate? Some details seem to support this idea. The aircraft took off smoothly, with no signs of struggle. It climbed westward into the Atlantic as if following a planned flight path. No distress signals or mayday calls were made. If Padilla had been piloting against his will, why hadn't he found a way to communicate with the tower? Was he already dead before takeoff? Others speculated that the aircraft had already been prepped for theft, and Padilla and Mutantu were mere pawns in a larger operation. If this was an organized crime effort, the true pilots could have been waiting nearby, taking control at the last moment. No bank activity, no calls, no traces. For months, investigators kept tabs on Padilla's finances, phone records, and personal connections. If he had stolen the plane, wouldn't he need money, new documentation, or a way to survive? Yet, nothing surfaced. No bank activity. No communication with his family. No confirmed sightings. If he was alive, he had vanished just as completely as the plane itself. This deepened the mystery even further. If he had stolen the aircraft willingly, where did he go? If he had been killed, where was the body? For all the governments, intelligence agencies, and independent researchers involved in the search, not a single solid clue led to his whereabouts. A pattern in aviation. Mysteries? Strangely, this wasn't the first time an aircraft had disappeared so completely. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 had left the world wondering for decades. Flight 19's loss in the Bermuda Triangle, 1945, still defied explanation. Even Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370, 2014, which vanished in modern times with all the world's tracking technology, still had major unanswered questions. Could the Boeing 727 disappearance be part of this long history of unsolved aviation mysteries? Or was it something entirely different? A theft or hijacking that simply succeeded? A final dead end. By 2004, the case had all but stalled. No governments reported the 727 landing in their jurisdiction. No wreckage surfaced. No black market parts were linked back to the missing aircraft. And most unsettling of all, Padilla and Mutantu were never heard from again. Their families never received closure. No remains were found. No records indicated they had started new lives under different identities. It was as if they had been erased. Even today, aviation experts still debate what happened that night in Angola. Was this a carefully planned operation? An accident that spiraled out of control? Or something even stranger? No one knows for sure. And until someone, somewhere, finds that missing Boeing 727, the mystery will remain unsolved. In the quiet expanse of the Australian skies, where the vast blue meets the endless horizon, flying was more than just transportation. It was a profound expression of freedom. For 20-year-old Frederick Valentich, it was also a gateway to a future he dreamed of, one that combined his passion for aviation with a youthful fascination for the unknown, particularly his keen interest in unidentified flying objects. Frederick was not just an ordinary young man with a hobby. He was an ambitious pilot, albeit relatively inexperienced, with about 150 hours of flying time logged, a significant portion of which was solo. He was serious about turning his passion into a profession, aiming to qualify as a commercial pilot. However, his journey was marked by both enthusiasm and a few instances of overconfidence, as noted by his instructors and peers. Despite these minor setbacks, his commitment to flying was unwavering, driven by a deep-seated love for the skies. On October 21, 1978, Valentich prepared for a routine flight that was anything but ordinary. His plan was to fly from Moorabbin Airport in Victoria to King Island, a simple stretch across the Bass Strait. The purpose of the trip was partly practical. He was tasked with picking up some friends, and partly personal, a chance to log more flight hours under his belt. The weather that day was favorable, and everything seemed poised for a smooth journey. As he performed his pre-flight checks, Valentich's demeanor was calm and collected. Those who saw him that afternoon reported nothing out of the ordinary. He filed his flight plan, noting his route, expected time of arrival, and other standard details. The flight to King Island was supposed to be a straightforward one, with clear skies and gentle winds. But what transpired over the next few hours would turn this routine flight into one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. The aircraft Frederick chose for this flight was a single-engine Cessna 182, a reliable model known for its sturdy handling and forgiving nature in flight, qualities that made it a favorite among training schools and private pilots alike. This particular Cessna, however, was about to become famous not for its performance, but for its mysterious and sudden disappearance. With everything in order, Valentich took off from Moorabbin at approximately 6:19 p.m. The initial phase of the flight proceeded without incident. Valentich maintained regular contact with air traffic control, providing routine updates on his position as he crossed the coastline and headed out over the open water of the Bass Strait. However, as he neared the halfway point of his journey, his communications took a strange turn. He reported encountering another aircraft, which he described as exceedingly unusual in appearance. According to transcripts of his radio communications, Valentich was initially curious, then increasingly perturbed. He described the other craft as moving at high speed, and it seemed to toy with his Cessna, appearing overhead, then vanishing only to reappear from different angles. His descriptions grew more frantic, his voice tinged with confusion and alarm. Frederick's fascination with UFOs was well known among his circle. He often spoke of them not as mere science fiction, but as a genuine interest, fueled by a string of recent sightings reported across Australia. This context turned his flight into a narrative ripe for speculation and wonder, as he was now seemingly living his worst, or perhaps most thrilling, scenario. His last transmission was the most harrowing. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he reported. These words would be the last anyone would hear from Frederick Valentich. Moments later, the radio link crackled into static, and silence took over. Back at Moorabbin Airport, confusion reigned. Air traffic controllers scrambled to re-establish contact, but to no avail. As the minutes turned into hours, concern grew. Search and rescue operations were soon underway, marking the start of an extensive search that would captivate and mystify the world. Frederick Valentich's disappearance raised numerous questions. What did he see in the sky that evening? Was it a misinterpretation, or had he encountered something truly unexplainable? These questions haunted the investigation, and would soon elevate the incident from a mere missing person case to a legend discussed and debated by aviators and UFO enthusiasts alike. Frederick Valentich's departure from Moorabbin Airport had been routine. The engines of his Cessna 182 hummed smoothly as he ascended into the early evening sky, leaving the familiar landscape of Victoria behind. His flight plan was straightforward: head southwest towards King Island, a speck of land nestled in the Bass Strait between Australia and Tasmania. It was a flight path he had considered carefully, suited to his experience level and the Cessna's capabilities. As Valentich settled into the cockpit, the world below him transformed. The urban sprawl gave way to the rugged, windswept coastline, and then to the open sea. Flying over water was a different kind of piloting experience, one that demanded constant vigilance and respect for the unpredictable nature of the ocean below. The first half of the flight passed uneventfully. Valentich maintained a steady altitude, checking his instruments routinely while keeping in contact with Melbourne's air traffic control. He reported his position methodically, confirming his progress and ensuring he was on track. The communication was standard procedure, a lifeline to the ground and a record of his journey's progress. However, as Valentich approached the midway point of his flight, something changed. It began subtly. An unscripted pause in his communications, a break in the rhythm that had defined the earlier part of his journey. Then, the tone of his transmissions altered. He contacted Melbourne Air Traffic Control with an unexpected report. He was not alone in the sky. Valentich's voice, usually calm and collected, carried a note of confusion as he described the other aircraft. It was, he reported, an unusual sight, faster than his Cessna and far more agile. The aircraft appeared to be playing a strange game, moving at high speed, ascending past him only to suddenly appear on a different side. Each report Valentich made grew more alarmed. The craft seemed to toy with him, darting in and out of his field of vision with baffling ease. As he tried to make sense of what he was seeing, Valentich continued to describe the aircraft's maneuvers to air traffic control. His descriptions were punctuated with attempts to identify the type of aircraft, but none fit. It wasn't behaving like any conventional airplane he knew. It didn't seem to adhere to the physical limitations of human-made aircraft. The situation escalated as Valentich reported that the aircraft had approached much closer. It hovered overhead, its movements unlike anything he had encountered before. This proximity allowed him to provide more detail about its appearance. It seemed to be metallic, shiny, and was emitting a green light. His voice conveyed a mixture of awe and distress. The aircraft's behavior and capabilities were unlike anything he had studied or heard about. This part of the flight, marked by these bizarre encounters, was critical. Valentich's focus shifted from navigation to dealing with the unexpected presence. Each transmission to Melbourne became more urgent, his sentences clipped as he struggled to maintain composure and control over his aircraft. The exchange reached a climax when Valentich expressed something more than surprise or confusion. There was a palpable tension in his voice. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he stated firmly, the final words that painted a picture of something beyond ordinary understanding. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the communication cut off. The line went dead, leaving only static in its wake. Melbourne Air Traffic Control frantically called out to Valentich, seeking clarification, any response to indicate that he was still there. But there was nothing, only the haunting silence of an open channel with no reply. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich had begun as an ordinary flight, a young pilot in pursuit of hours and experience. But as the sun set over the Bass Strait that evening, it turned into something entirely different, a mystery that would echo through the annals of aviation history. After the chilling final transmission from Frederick Valentich, the atmosphere in Melbourne's Air Traffic Control Centre shifted from routine oversight to acute crisis management. The young pilot's last report, unsettling in its content and abrupt in its conclusion, spurred immediate action from the concerned controllers. Valentich had been clear, albeit deeply troubled, in his last communication. He described an object hovering above him, which he distinctly stated was not an aircraft. His words were marked by a firmness that suggested he was seeing something extraordinary, something that defied his understanding as a pilot. The silence that followed his final transmission was ominous, turning the routine tracking of a small aircraft into a potential search and rescue operation. With no further contact from Valentich, the controllers wasted no time in deploying standard emergency protocols. Initially, they attempted to re-establish communication, hoping for any sign that Valentich was still airborne and simply experiencing radio difficulties. Repeated calls were made, each unanswered, only amplifying the urgency of the situation. As minutes turned into hours without any response, the scope of the operation expanded. The Australian authorities were notified, and a full-scale search and rescue mission was launched by the evening. The operation involved multiple assets, including aircraft and sea vessels, tasked with scouring the area of Valentich's last known position over the Bass Strait. The search teams faced daunting conditions. The Bass Strait, notorious for its unpredictable weather and rough seas, posed significant challenges. The vastness of the area, coupled with the fading light of dusk, further complicated the efforts. Search planes swept over the water, looking for any sign of Valentich or his Cessna, while boats combed the waves below. Despite the extensive resources deployed and the urgency of the search, no trace of Valentich or his aircraft was found that night. The search continued over the following days, with additional teams joining the effort. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated the operation, expanding the search area and utilizing more sophisticated technology, including radar and satellite imagery. The lack of physical evidence was perplexing. No debris, oil slick, or other typical indicators of an aircraft crash were evident. The sea and air search teams reported back only the emptiness of the open water and the unyielding silence of the sky. The search efforts persisted, driven by hope and the possibility that Valentich might have landed somewhere on the water and was waiting to be rescued. But as days passed with no sign of him or his aircraft, that hope began to wane. The official search operation would eventually be called off, leaving unanswered questions and profound concern for the young pilot's fate. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich became a focal point of intrigue and speculation. It catalyzed a series of investigations, discussions, and theories, both official and among the public. The mysterious circumstances, particularly the pilot's report of an unusual object, fed into broader discussions about unidentified flying objects and their possible interactions with aviation. This chapter of Valentich's journey concludes not with resolution, but with the stark reality of his vanishing, a moment in time that would forever be etched in the annals of Australian aviation mysteries. The silence from his radio on that fateful evening marked the beginning of a story that continues to provoke curiosity and debate to this day. As the reality of Frederick Valentich's disappearance settled in, the focus shifted entirely to a comprehensive search and rescue operation. Initiated by the Australian authorities, the operation spanned several days and involved numerous assets, drawing on a broad spectrum of air and sea resources to comb through the vast, treacherous waters of the Bass Strait. The search efforts were extensive and meticulously planned. Aircraft equipped with advanced radar and thermal imaging flew grid patterns over the area, while boats with sonar capabilities scanned the depths below. The goal was to cover as much area as possible, as quickly as possible, in the hope of finding any trace of Valentich or his Cessna 182. Despite the favorable weather conditions that followed the initial disappearance, the search teams faced the inherent challenges of the Bass Strait, known for its capricious weather patterns and strong currents. These conditions often made the search efforts difficult, with waves and wind disrupting the progress of boats and limiting the effectiveness of aerial searches during certain parts of the day. As the search continued, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated efforts from multiple agencies, including the Royal Australian Air Force, local volunteer marine rescue organizations, and even merchant vessels passing through the area. Each day, the teams would debrief, share findings, and adjust their strategies, determined to uncover any clue that could lead to Valentich. However, the days passed with frustratingly little to show for the efforts. No wreckage was sighted, and no signals were detected that could suggest the location of the crashed plane. The search teams expanded the search radius, hoping that drift patterns might have carried Valentich away from his last known location. Still, the vast ocean seemed to have swallowed all evidence of his passage. The lack of any physical evidence perplexed investigators and search crews alike. In cases of aircraft crashes at sea, some debris typically surfaces, whether from the impact itself or from the interior of the aircraft. Yet, in Valentich's case, the sea offered nothing. No floating debris, no oil slicks, no emergency locator transmissions, nothing that indicated a crash site. This complete absence of evidence led to an increased interest in Valentich's last communication. His report of an encounter with an unusual aircraft, described under clear distress, became a focal point for both official investigators and the public. The peculiar nature of his descriptions prompted some to speculate about otherworldly explanations, including UFO involvement, which only intensified as the search yielded no results. After 2 weeks of intensive searching, the official search and rescue operation was reluctantly called off. The decision was met with disappointment and a sense of defeat by those involved, especially given the emotional toll on Valentich's family and friends. The announcement marked a somber acknowledgement that the chances of finding Valentich alive, or even recovering his remains, were exceedingly slim. The cessation of the search did not end the public's fascination with the case, nor did it silence the myriad theories about what might have happened. Instead, it transitioned the incident from an active rescue operation to a lingering mystery, one that would captivate curious minds and fuel debates about aviation safety, the unknown, and the unexplained. The story of Frederick Valentich's disappearance remained alive in the collective memory, a perplexing enigma of the skies that refused to be forgotten. With the official search for Frederick Valentich concluded and no tangible evidence found, the focus shifted from a rescue mission to the realm of speculation and investigation. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Valentich's last transmission led to a myriad of theories, each trying to make sense of the unexplained disappearance. Valentich's own interest in UFOs became a significant aspect of the public discourse surrounding his disappearance. His final communication with air traffic control, where he described an encounter with an unusual aircraft exhibiting extraordinary capabilities, naturally led to conjecture about extraterrestrial involvement. This theory was bolstered by reported UFO sightings in the area around the time of his flight. UFO enthusiasts and some members of the public embraced the possibility that Valentich had encountered an alien craft, which somehow led to his disappearance. These speculations were fueled by a broader global interest in UFOs, which in the late 1970s was still riding the wave of the post-Roswell fascination with flying saucers and government cover-ups. Skeptics of the UFO theory proposed more conventional explanations for Valentich's disappearance. Some aviation experts suggested that Valentich, possibly disoriented by the overwater flight at dusk, might have become the victim of spatial disorientation, a common hazard in aviation, particularly among less experienced pilots. This could have caused him to misinterpret what he saw, including mistaking his own aircraft's lights reflected on the water or on a layer of cloud as another craft. Another theory was that Valentich had staged his own disappearance. This stemmed from investigations into his background, revealing his fascination not only with UFOs, but also with stories of pilots disappearing or starting anew under a different identity. However, those close to Valentich, including family and friends, strongly disputed this, describing him as enthusiastic and serious about his aviation career. The possibility of a more mundane accident was also considered. Some speculated that Valentich's aircraft might have suffered a mechanical failure, or that he might have crashed into the sea after running out of fuel. However, the lack of debris and the absence of an oil slick on the water made this scenario seem unlikely unless the aircraft had sunk intact, a rare occurrence given the expected breakup on impact. The absence of hard evidence meant that no conclusive determination could be made. The Australian Department of Transport conducted an investigation, but its findings were inconclusive, citing a lack of sufficient information to reach a definitive explanation. The mystery of Valentich's disappearance had a lasting impact on aviation in Australia, leading to increased safety protocols and more rigorous training for pilots flying over water. The case also continued to be a topic of academic and investigative interest. Researchers and documentary filmmakers periodically revisited the story, each bringing new technology and theories to bear in the hope of uncovering new information, or perhaps one day finding physical evidence that could bring closure to the case. The Valentich disappearance remains a compelling story, not just for those involved in aviation and UFO studies, but for anyone intrigued by human interaction with the unknown. It serves as a cautionary tale about the limits of human perception and the mysteries that can arise when the familiar intersects with the unexplainable. As the years passed, the disappearance of Frederick Valentich continued to resonate not just within the aviation and UFO enthusiast communities, but also among the wider public as a compelling mystery of the unknown. The lack of closure and definitive evidence has kept the case alive in the form of books, documentaries, and continued discussions in various forums. Here, we examine the legacy and ongoing interest surrounding Valentich's mysterious flight. Frederick Valentich's case has become a cornerstone discussion in both aviation safety and UFO circles. For aviation professionals, it serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of potential disorientation and the vital importance of maintaining situational awareness, especially when flying over large bodies of water. The incident has been used in training seminars to educate pilots about the psychological and physical effects of flying under stressful conditions and the potential for misinterpreting visual cues in the vast and featureless landscapes like the sea. In the realm of UFO research, Valentich's disappearance is often cited as one of the most intriguing cases due to the pilot's own reported sightings and the circumstances of his last transmission. It continues to fuel debates about the possibility of otherworldly encounters, and has become a part of UFO lore, frequently referenced at conferences and in literature discussing human interactions with supposed extraterrestrial vehicles. New developments occasionally reignite interest in the Valentich disappearance. Advances in technology, such as satellite imagery and improved sonar capabilities, have prompted new searches in the Bass Strait and surrounding areas. Though these efforts have not yet produced any concrete results, they maintain public interest and hope that new evidence may eventually surface. Interest is also kept alive by the media, with periodic retrospectives and updates on the case. These often coincide with anniversaries of the event, drawing new attention from those previously unaware of Valentich's story. Each wave of interest encourages fresh looks at the available data, sometimes bringing new theories to light or re-examining old ones with new technology or methodologies. Researchers and theorists continue to explore less conventional explanations, driven both by the strange details of Valentich's last reported observations and by the absence of physical evidence. Discussions often involve the exploration of what an encounter with an advanced unknown technology might entail, and how it could lead to the disappearance of an aircraft without a trace. Such speculations delve into the limits of current human understanding of physics and technology, proposing scenarios where conventional retrieval and detection methods might fail. The Valentich case has also had a significant cultural impact, inspiring segments of films, television series, and literature. These portrayals explore the human aspect of the mystery, emphasizing the emotional and psychological effects on those involved, particularly Valentich's family and friends. They also examine the broader implications of a society grappling with phenomena that it cannot easily explain through current scientific understanding. The legacy of Frederick Valentich is a complex tapestry woven from threads of mystery, tragedy, and the unyielding human quest for answers. While the truth behind his disappearance may never be fully uncovered, the story continues to intrigue and inspire. It serves as a reminder of our perpetual fascination with the sky and what lies beyond, as well as the profound and sometimes haunting unknowns that remain in our own world. As long as the mystery remains unsolved, the legend of Valentich's flight will continue to captivate imaginations and stimulate curiosity across generations. On a warm summer morning in August 2005, the island of Cyprus was bustling with the usual tourist activity, its sunny beaches promising relaxation and the azure waters inviting a refreshing dip. At Larnaca Airport, the atmosphere was charged with the typical rush of international travel. Amidst the hustle, Helios Airways Flight 522 was preparing for its routine journey to Prague, with a scheduled stopover in Athens. The Boeing 737, a workhorse of the skies, stood ready on the tarmac, its engines quiet before the day's flight. The flight crew of Flight 522 arrived at the aircraft carrying their customary pre-flight checklists and personal effects. The captain, an experienced pilot with years of service under his belt, was known for his meticulous attention to procedure. Alongside him, the first officer, younger but equally competent, shared duties that ranged from checking the flight instruments to reviewing the weather conditions. Both men had flown this route numerous times, each trip uneventful, each landing routine. As passengers began boarding, the cabin crew, led by a seasoned flight attendant, welcomed them with practiced smiles and polite greetings. Families settling into their seats with young children in tow, business travelers opening laptops to catch up on emails, and vacationers eagerly discussing their plans, all formed the tapestry of the day's passengers. The boarding process proceeded smoothly, with the gentle hum of conversations filling the cabin, and overhead bins being carefully packed with carry-on luggage. While the passengers adjusted to their surroundings, the ground crew was busy with the final preparations. Fuel levels were checked and rechecked, luggage was loaded and secured, and the catering services stocked the galleys with meals for the journey. Outside, the hustle continued as ground operators signaled to each other, orchestrating the ballet of airport ground traffic. Back in the cockpit, the captain and first officer went through the pre-flight checklist with precision. They confirmed the flight path with air traffic control, set the aircraft's navigational systems, and conducted a final review of the plane's mechanical status. All systems were reported as functioning within normal parameters. With everything appearing in order, the captain made a routine announcement to the cabin, his voice calm and reassuring, informing passengers of the expected flight time and weather conditions en route. As the final checks were completed, the doors were sealed, and the cabin crew performed the last head count. The flight attendant briefed the passengers on safety procedures, demonstrating the use of seatbelts, emergency exits, and oxygen masks, a standard precautionary measure that passengers listened to with varying degrees of attention. With clearance from the tower, the engines roared to life, breaking the morning calm. The aircraft vibrated gently as it began to taxi, the familiar sensations reassuring to frequent flyers and thrilling to those less accustomed to air travel. The Boeing 737 maneuvered towards the runway, its pace steady, the turn onto the runway smooth and practiced. Lined up with the runway, the aircraft paused for a final moment before the captain applied the throttles. The engines responded with a powerful surge, propelling the aircraft forward. As speed gathered, the familiar pull of gravity felt by every passenger marked the moment of takeoff. The landscape below shrank rapidly as the plane ascended into the clear morning sky, the coastline of Cyprus waving a silent goodbye. Helios Airways. Flight 522 was now airborne, climbing to its cruising altitude. The seatbelt signs flicked off, inviting passengers to move about the cabin. The flight attendants began their service, offering refreshments and attending to passenger needs. For everyone on board, the flight promised nothing out of the ordinary. A few hours in the air, a brief stop in Athens, and then onward to Prague. Yet, as the aircraft settled into its path across the Mediterranean, an unforeseen issue began to develop. one that would transform what should have been a routine flight into one of aviation's most puzzling mysteries. Unknown to those on board, a critical problem was emerging, one that involved the very air they breathed. As the minutes passed, the situation within the pressurized cabin started to deteriorate, setting the stage for a tragic sequence of events that would confound experts and shake the aviation industry to its core. As Flight 522 cruised smoothly over the picturesque Mediterranean Sea, the cockpit and cabin began to diverge into two very different realities. Within the cockpit, the first signs of trouble emerged subtly. The pilots noticed discrepancies in the cabin pressure warning system, a crucial system that ensures the air inside the aircraft remains breathable as it ascends into thinner atmospheres. A light flickered on the control panel, suggesting a potential malfunction in the pressurization system, but it was not immediately alarming to the experienced pilots. Assuming it might be a sensor error, a not uncommon issue, they attempted a reset of the system. Meanwhile, their conversation remained professional and calm, focused on troubleshooting the potential issue without undue concern. The reset appeared successful, and the warning light extinguished. With no further indications of malfunction, the pilots settled back into the routine of monitoring the flight's progress, discussing expected weather conditions in Athens, and occasionally exchanging light banter. Back in the cabin, the atmosphere was entirely different. Unbeknownst to the flight crew, the aircraft's pressurization system had failed to operate correctly despite the reset. As the plane climbed higher, the cabin altitude, the equivalent altitude inside the aircraft, began to rise, reducing the oxygen levels. This change was gradual, not immediately noticeable to the passengers or the cabin crew, who were busy with meal services and routine duties. The first real indication of something amiss came from the passengers themselves. Some began to feel symptoms of hypoxia, although they may not have recognized them as such. Hypoxia, a deficiency in the amount of oxygen reaching the tissues, starts with subtle symptoms like headache, dizziness, and fatigue. Symptoms easy to attribute to the normal stresses of air travel or a lack of sleep. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, the flight continued as planned. The aircraft had reached its cruising altitude and was now on autopilot, heading towards Athens. The pilots remained unaware of the developing crisis behind them, as communication between the cockpit and cabin had not yet conveyed any sense of urgency. The cabin crew, accustomed to dealing with minor passenger ailments, didn't immediately connect the dots between the various complaints. However, as the aircraft continued its journey, the situation escalated. More passengers began to show signs of discomfort. A child started crying, unable to articulate the nausea and headache overwhelming him. An elderly passenger felt severe dizziness and reached out for help from a flight attendant, who herself began to feel lightheaded and confused. It was then that the cabin crew started to realize that these were not isolated incidents. Concerned, the chief flight attendant tried to contact the cockpit. Yet, upon reaching the cockpit door, she found herself struggling with cognitive and physical symptoms of hypoxia. Her knocks on the locked cockpit door went unanswered as the pilots, now also succumbing to the same invisible threat, were losing their ability to perform critical functions. The flight deck had become an increasingly confused and disoriented environment. The captain and first officer, each experiencing the insidious onset of hypoxia, found it difficult to concentrate or understand the severity of their situation. Commands to check instruments and assess systems became sluggish and incoherent. As the situation deteriorated, the aircraft continued on its flight path, governed by the unyielding automation of the autopilot system. The disconnect between the helpless situation in the cabin and the serene, automated flight of the aircraft created a stark and tragic dichotomy. Without intervention, Flight 522 was on a steady course towards disaster, with every passing minute reducing the chances of a safe resolution. As Helios Airways Flight 522 continued its doomed trajectory across the sky, the aircraft's automated systems remained blissfully ignorant of the escalating crisis within. Guided by the autopilot, the plane maintained its course and altitude with robotic precision, flying over the expanse of the Aegean Sea towards the Greek mainland. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere grew increasingly dire. Passengers, now visibly struggling, were experiencing more severe symptoms of hypoxia. Confusion reigned, as many found it difficult to think clearly or move coherently. Parents attempted to comfort their children, who were crying or appearing unusually lethargic, while other passengers slumped in their seats, slowly losing consciousness. The flight attendants, trained for a variety of emergency situations, were also affected by the lack of oxygen. Their training did not prepare them for the creeping, invisible threat of hypoxia, which impaired their ability to recognize and respond effectively to the emergency. Attempts to administer oxygen from portable units proved futile, as the passengers' and crew's ability to operate the equipment waned. Back in the cockpit, the pilots were in a perilous state. The captain, struggling against the effects of hypoxia, displayed symptoms of confusion and disorientation, a condition marked by his inability to perform simple tasks or respond to the aircraft's warning systems. The cockpit voice recorder later revealed disjointed, nonsensical conversations between the pilots, conversations that veered off into irrelevance, a stark testament to their deteriorated cognitive functions. As the aircraft approached Athens, air traffic controllers became alarmed by the lack of communication from Flight 522. Repeated calls to the aircraft went unanswered, breaking standard protocol and escalating concern on the ground. Standard procedure for such silence typically triggers a state of emergency, and Greek air traffic control swiftly moved to implement these protocols. At this juncture, the Greek military was alerted to the potential threat of an unresponsive aircraft entering Athens' airspace, a scenario fraught with post-9/11 security implications. Fighter jets were scrambled from a nearby airbase, tasked with intercepting the Boeing 737 to assess the situation from a closer vantage point. The fighter pilots quickly located Flight 522, observing it from their cockpits. What they saw was chilling. Through the Boeing's cockpit windows, they noted the pilots' seats empty, or the pilots themselves seemingly incapacitated. This visual confirmation of the crew's condition heightened the urgency of the situation, transforming the mission from a simple intercept to a potential rescue operation. Despite the severity of the situation, the autopilot kept the aircraft in a holding pattern over Athens, as programmed for situations when landing clearance is not immediately available. The system's design to maintain flight parameters in lieu of human control was a testament to aviation safety design. Yet in this scenario, it only prolonged the inevitable. As the fighter jets accompanied the ghostly flight, they relayed real-time observations back to ground control, painting a grim picture of a plane effectively flying itself, with no conscious human guidance. The realization dawned on everyone involved that the passengers and crew of Flight 522 were likely beyond help. On the ground, emergency services were placed on high alert, and the airport prepared for the possibility of having to handle a plane, making an uncontrolled landing. A scenario fraught with potential danger, not only to those on board, but also to people on the ground. Meanwhile, in the skies, the limited fuel supply was nearing its end. The engines, which had been running smoothly throughout the flight, began to sputter as the fuel tanks edged closer to empty. This change marked the beginning of the end for Flight 522. As fuel depletion became imminent, the aircraft's engines started to fail, one by one. This loss of power finally disengaged the autopilot, shifting the aircraft from its steady holding pattern to an uncontrolled descent. The ghost flight, now in its final moments, was about to meet its tragic end. This sudden descent marked a catastrophic turn in the flight's narrative. A plane full of incapacitated passengers and crew, doomed to crash. The descent was rapid, the aircraft spiraling downward, pulled inexorably by gravity as it headed toward the rugged terrain north of Athens. The situation, which had started as a series of manageable anomalies, had spiraled into an uncontrollable disaster, highlighting the fine line between technological reliance and the critical need for human oversight in the complex domain of aviation. As Helios Airways Flight 522 descended uncontrollably toward the mountains north of Athens, the situation on the ground shifted into high gear. Greek military had already scrambled F-16 fighter jets to intercept the unresponsive airliner, providing essential visual confirmation that the crew appeared incapacitated. This stark revelation intensified the efforts of all involved, transitioning from a potential hijack or technical failure scenario to an imminent disaster management operation. At the military base, the control room buzzed with activity. Senior officers coordinated closely with civil aviation authorities and emergency response teams, mapping out potential crash zones and strategizing the best immediate response. The military's primary concern was to monitor the aircraft's path and communicate any sudden changes to air traffic control. which was simultaneously trying to clear airspace and manage inbound and outbound flights with heightened security protocols. The F-16 pilots maintained a visual on the Boeing 737, observing its erratic flight path. Their reports were grim. The aircraft's altitude was decreasing rapidly, and its maneuvers were uncoordinated and indicative of a complete loss of control. They described the plane's movements as erratic, with sudden drops in altitude and sporadic turns. The pilots relayed their observations in real time, providing crucial updates every few seconds. On the ground, the mood among the emergency response teams was tense. The Hellenic National Meteorological Service provided real-time weather data to ensure that rescue and recovery operations could be planned with the most accurate environmental information available. Fortunately, the weather conditions were clear, which was one less variable to complicate the already dire situation. At Athens International Airport, the Emergency Operations Center was activated. This included representatives from the fire department, medical teams, police, and airport management. They coordinated closely with the National Disaster Response Team to mobilize all available resources. Hospitals in and around Athens were put on high alert, and emergency medical teams, including ambulances and helicopter units, were prepped and ready to move out as soon as the crash site was confirmed. The real-time communication between the fighter jets and the control center was critical. As the F-16 pilots observed, the 737 began a final fatal descent, and the control room relayed this information to all emergency services. There was now an acceptance that the mission had transitioned from interception to recovery. The crash was imminent, and the focus was on saving as many lives as possible in the aftermath. The Greek Air Force and civil aviation authorities worked in concert to track the aircraft's descent path, using radar and the pilot's visual reports to predict the point of impact. This data allowed emergency services to position themselves strategically, optimizing response times to the expected crash site. As the 737 approached the ground, the fighter pilots observed one engine flame out, followed shortly by the second. The aircraft, now devoid of power, was a gliding hulk of metal, descending faster toward the terrain below. The pilots relayed these observations, their voices tense but controlled. Understanding their report carried grave implications. With every passing moment, the aircraft lost altitude, and the mountains north of Athens loomed closer. The fighter pilots could only watch in despair as the airliner they had been escorting, now silent and ghostly, dipped below the ridgeline and disappeared from sight. The impact was not seen, but the sudden silence on the radar confirmed the crash. The impact site was in a rugged area, difficult to access by road, which complicated the initial response. Helicopters were dispatched immediately, carrying search and rescue teams equipped with medical supplies, extraction tools, and first aid equipment. The response teams knew the chances of finding survivors were slim, given the nature of the crash and the condition of the passengers as last observed, but they remained resolute in their duty to provide any possible aid. Ground teams mobilized in all-terrain vehicles, navigating the challenging landscape to reach the site. Coordination was maintained via radio, with updates on their progress relayed back to the control center. The operation was a grim race against time, with each team member aware of the critical nature of their mission. Upon arrival at the crash site, the scene was devastating. The aircraft had disintegrated upon impact, with debris scattered across a wide area. The emergency teams began the grim task of searching through the wreckage, looking for any signs of life or recoverable bodies. The operation, carried out under the harsh shadows of the mountain, was methodical and respectful, each step taken with a profound sense of duty and sorrow. Back at the control center and across Greece, the nation held its breath, mourning the tragic loss and bracing for the toll of casualties. The crash of Flight 522 would leave a deep scar on the country's psyche, prompting immediate questions about aviation safety, emergency response protocols, and the measures necessary to prevent such a disaster in the future. As dawn broke over the rugged terrain north of Athens, the site where Helios Airways Flight 522 had met its tragic end lay eerily quiet. The once pristine aircraft was now a disfigured mass of twisted metal and scattered debris, painting a grim picture against the backdrop of the Greek mountainside. The initial shock of the disaster was slowly giving way to the somber reality of the rescue and recovery operations now fully underway. Emergency responders were among the first on the scene. their arrival marked by the rhythmic thud of helicopter blades cutting through the morning air and the distant rumble of all-terrain vehicles navigating the rough paths. These teams, composed of seasoned rescue personnel, medical staff, and fire and safety officers, were met with a scene of devastation. The aircraft had impacted with such force that it was immediately clear the chances of finding survivors were slim. The area was cordoned off as a secure zone to allow for an organized search and recovery effort. Teams methodically sifted through the wreckage, looking for any signs of life, although hope waned with each passing hour. Body recovery teams worked with respect and care, meticulously documenting the scene and recovering the remains of the passengers and crew who had perished. As the sun climbed higher, the full scale of the tragedy became apparent. The impact of the crash had spread debris over a large area, complicating the search efforts. Personal effects, a child's toy, a woman's scarf, a man's briefcase, were strewn amidst the twisted remnants of the fuselage, each item a poignant reminder of the lives abruptly ended. Meanwhile, at the makeshift command center set up near the crash site, investigators from the Greek Air Accident Investigation and Aviation Safety Board began their meticulous work. Their task was daunting: to piece together the events that led to the crash from the physical evidence at hand and the data retrieved from the aircraft's flight recorders, known colloquially as the black boxes. These devices, crucial to the investigation, were among the first items searched for amidst the wreckage. The black boxes, once recovered, were immediately transported to an analysis facility where experts began to extract and interpret the flight data and cockpit voice recordings. The data revealed a chilling timeline of the aircraft's final moments, including the loss of cabin pressure and the crew's incapacitating hypoxia. The voice recorder captured the pilot's increasingly confused and disoriented communication, painting a harrowing picture of their final struggle. Back in Athens, the tragedy had already begun to dominate the media, with continuous coverage broadcasting the grim details to a nation in mourning. The public's grief was palpable, compounded by a growing demand for answers and accountability. How had a routine flight turned into one of the country's worst aviation disasters? What failures in protocol or oversight could have allowed such a tragedy to occur? In response to the mounting public pressure, the Greek government announced the formation of an official commission to investigate the crash. This body was tasked with not only determining the causes of the disaster, but also recommending changes to prevent future tragedies. The investigation was to be thorough, transparent, and wide-ranging, involving experts from various fields of aviation and safety. As the days turned into weeks, the investigation deepened. Experts examined every aspect of the flight, from the maintenance records of the aircraft to the training and background of the crew. They scrutinized the airline's operational procedures and the actions of the air traffic control personnel. Each layer peeled back added complexity to the understanding of the crash, pointing to a confluence of technical failure, human error, and systemic issues in aviation oversight. The crash of Flight 522 thus became a catalyst for change in the aviation industry, both within Greece and internationally. It highlighted the critical importance of rigorous safety protocols, the need for continuous oversight and improvement in aircraft design and maintenance, and the vital role of effective communication and emergency response planning. As the investigation continued, the families of the victims began their own, more personal journey through grief and loss. Memorials were held, both in Greece and in the home countries of the passengers and crew, where communities came together to mourn and remember the lives lost. The legacy of Flight 522, marked by both tragedy and the lessons learned in its aftermath, would resonate in the annals of aviation history, serving as a somber reminder of the stakes involved in the complex interplay of human factors and technological reliance in modern air travel. As the investigation into the crash of Helios Airways Flight 522 continued, it became a focal point for profound changes in the aviation industry, not only in Greece, but across the globe. The months following the disaster saw an intense scrutiny of airline operational procedures, aircraft maintenance practices, and pilot training programs. The final report, when released, did more than just elucidate the tragic sequence of events. It prompted a serious reevaluation of how airlines and aviation authorities address safety and compliance. The comprehensive analysis conducted by the investigative commission revealed a series of failures that led to the crash. The primary issue was identified as a failure in the pressurization system, which was not correctly set for flight. This mistake, compounded by a series of miscommunications and oversight failures, led to the cabin atmosphere becoming hypoxic. Critically, the report highlighted that the flight crew missed several standard checks and did not adequately respond to the warning signals indicating a pressurization problem. Furthermore, the investigation pointed to deficiencies in the airline's training programs, particularly in emergency preparedness and response to pressurization issues. It became evident that the crew's incapacitation was due to a lack of oxygen, something that could potentially have been mitigated with better training and adherence to protocol. The findings led to immediate actions by aviation authorities in Greece and beyond. Regulatory bodies intensified their oversight of airline operational procedures, placing greater emphasis on compliance checks and safety audits. Training programs for cabin and flight crews were overhauled to include more rigorous simulations of emergency scenarios, including pressurization failures. Internationally, the crash spurred regulatory agencies to enhance the requirements for aircraft maintenance checks. There was a renewed focus on ensuring that all safety systems, especially those related to cabin pressurization, were not only fully operational, but also regularly checked and double verified. In response to the disaster, there were calls for better technology to monitor the cabin environment actively. Advances were made in cockpit alert systems to ensure that warning signals could not be missed or misunderstood by flight crews, regardless of their workload or stress levels. Additionally, policies were implemented that required more frequent and detailed communication between pilots and ground control, especially concerning aircraft system status and any deviations from normal flight operations. Beyond the technical and procedural enhancements, the Helios Flight 522 tragedy led to a cultural shift within the aviation industry. There was a renewed emphasis on safety culture, encouraging transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. Airlines began to invest more heavily in crew resource management training, focusing on communication, decision-making, and teamwork in the cockpit. The victims of Flight 522 were memorialized in several poignant ceremonies and permanent memorials in Greece and Cyprus, serving as a somber reminder of the lives lost. These memorials also function as symbols of the commitment to aviation safety, reminding everyone in the industry of their responsibilities. Families of the victims found some solace in scholarships and foundations set up in memory of their loved ones, aimed at improving safety in aviation through research and education. These initiatives helped to channel their grief into efforts that could prevent future tragedies. The legacy of Helios Airways Flight 522 is twofold. It is a story of a tragic loss, a reminder of the potential human cost of oversight and error in complex systems. But it is also a story of learning and adaptation, a testament to the aviation industry's capacity to evolve and enhance safety in response to its failures. The changes implemented in the wake of the crash have undoubtedly saved lives, making air travel safer for millions of passengers around the world. As years pass, the lessons learned from Flight 522 continue to influence aviation practices and safety standards, ensuring that the memory of those lost informs a commitment to vigilance, excellence, and care within the industry. On the evening of June 23, 1950, Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 was preparing for one of its regular long-haul flights across the United States. The aircraft, a Douglas DC-4 propliner, was a workhorse of commercial aviation, known for its reliability and robustness. It was scheduled to fly from New York City to Seattle with a stopover in Minneapolis, carrying 55 passengers and a crew of 3. As the passengers boarded at LaGuardia Airport, the mood was typical of a late-evening flight. Some were weary business travelers preparing for a sleep during the flight, while others were families looking forward to their vacations or homecomings. The crew, led by the experienced Captain Robert Lind, completed their pre-flight checks with practiced efficiency. Captain Lind, a veteran with an impeccable record, was well familiar with the route, having flown it numerous times. The ground crew loaded the last pieces of luggage into the cargo hold as the stewardesses made final adjustments inside the cabin, ensuring everything was secure for takeoff. The weather reports indicated clear skies in New York, but there were reports of potential thunderstorms over Lake Michigan. Such weather was not uncommon during the summer months, and the crew was prepared to handle the usual turbulence that might arise from such conditions. As the last of the evening light faded, Flight 2501 took off smoothly from LaGuardia, ascending into the night sky. The powerful engines of the DC-4 hummed as the aircraft climbed, its lights becoming just another twinkling among the stars. The flight plan took the aircraft westward, over the expansive landscapes of the United States, scheduled to cross over several states before reaching the wide expanse of Lake Michigan. As the plane settled into its cruising altitude, Captain Lind communicated with air traffic control to confirm their route and report their position. The passengers, now more relaxed, were either dozing off or quietly engaging in their own activities. Some read books under the dim cabin lights, while others chatted softly with their neighbors. Several hours into the flight, as Flight 2501 approached Lake Michigan, the weather began to change. The clear skies gave way to increasing cloudiness, and distant flashes of lightning were visible on the western horizon. Captain Lind reviewed the latest weather updates and discussed the situation with his co-pilot. They decided to request a lower altitude from air traffic control, hoping to avoid the worst of the approaching storm system. The air traffic controller at Chicago's radar center acknowledged their request and began the process to authorize a change in altitude. However, this routine communication soon took a critical turn. As Flight 2501 crossed over into Michigan airspace, the weather conditions deteriorated rapidly. The aircraft began to encounter severe turbulence as it entered the storm, with passengers instructed to fasten their seat belts and secure any loose items. Despite the growing severity of the weather, the crew of Flight 2501 maintained their professionalism. Captain Lind and his co-pilot worked diligently to navigate through the increasingly rough conditions, adjusting their instruments and preparing for a more turbulent ride. In the cabin, the stewardesses did their best to reassure passengers, their calm demeanor helping to keep everyone as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. The last radio contact with Flight 2501 occurred shortly after their request to descend to a lower altitude. Captain Lind reported their position and intentions to air traffic control, his voice calm but firm over the radio. Then, as the storm enveloped the aircraft, communication was suddenly lost. The radar blip that represented Flight 2501 on the controller's screens blinked once more, then disappeared. Back at the radar center, controllers frantically tried to re-establish contact with the aircraft. Calls went unanswered, and the screen showed no sign of Flight 2501. As minutes turned into hours without any word from the plane, the situation became increasingly dire. Search and rescue operations were initiated as the reality of the situation set in. Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501, with all 58 souls on board, had vanished over Lake Michigan. This disappearance would trigger one of the largest search operations in the history of American aviation, and mark the beginning of a decades-long mystery that would captivate the nation and remain unresolved to this day. The story of Flight 2501 is not just a tale of a missing airplane. It is a narrative filled with human elements, technical challenges, and the profound mystery of the unknown. As Flight 2501 progressed over Lake Michigan, the storm intensified. Captain Lind's last transmission to air traffic control had been routine, requesting a descent to a lower altitude due to the worsening weather. There was no indication of panic or trouble beyond the storm itself. Yet, within minutes of this communication, the aircraft vanished from radar screens, leaving only silence where there should have been the steady crackle of radio contact. On the ground, the sudden disappearance of Flight 2501 sent shockwaves through the air traffic control community. Controllers made repeated attempts to contact the aircraft, issuing calls that went unanswered. With each passing minute, the urgency escalated. Radar operators widened their scans, searching for any sign of the plane, but found nothing. The situation quickly escalated to a full-scale emergency. The disappearance of an aircraft is a critical incident that triggers a rapid response from multiple agencies. Within hours, the U.S. Coast Guard was mobilized, along with state and local rescue units. The initial search was chaotic, hampered by the very storm that had ensnared Flight 2501. Boats and aircraft that could navigate the turbulent waters and gusty winds were dispatched. The night was dark, the rain heavy, reducing visibility and making the search efforts increasingly difficult. As dawn broke, the storm had passed, leaving behind calmer waters and clearer skies. The search area was vast, covering a significant portion of Lake Michigan where the plane was last reported. The operation involved aircraft flying low over the water, crews scanning the surface for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Boats equipped with sonar trawled back and forth, their crews hopeful, but growing more anxious as time passed without a sign. On shore, the situation was equally tense. At the Northwest Orient Airlines headquarters, officials gathered to coordinate their response with the ongoing search efforts. Families of those on board were contacted, many converging at the airline's offices seeking information and comfort. The atmosphere was fraught with grief and tension, as airline staff tried to provide updates on the search and support for the families. The media began to cover the story extensively, with reporters stationed at airfields, Coast Guard stations, and the airline's offices. The public's interest in the story grew as the hours turned into days without any sign of Flight 2501. The lack of news added to the speculation and concern about what might have happened to the aircraft. Was it a victim of the storm, or was there another explanation for its sudden disappearance? As the search continued, debris began to surface. Small items such as seat cushions, life jackets, and minor fragments of metal were recovered from the lake. Each piece was carefully logged and examined, but none provided any significant clues that could explain the disappearance. The discovery of these items confirmed the grim reality that the aircraft had met a catastrophic end, but the main wreckage, fuselage, engines, and the majority of the structure remained elusive. The Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, responsible for investigating civil aviation accidents, took charge of the investigation. Teams of experts were brought in to analyze the weather conditions at the time of the disappearance, the aircraft's maintenance records, and the crew's backgrounds. The investigation was exhaustive, delving into every conceivable aspect of the flight and its operation. Yet, the lack of substantial wreckage hindered the ability to draw definitive conclusions about the cause of the crash. Theories about what happened to Flight 2501 varied widely. Some experts speculated that a sudden downdraft, a common danger in thunderstorms, could have forced the plane into the lake. Others suggested structural failure due to stress from severe turbulence, without the aircraft's flight recorders, which were not mandated at the time, or significant wreckage. These theories remained speculative, each plausible, but unproven. As days turned into weeks, the official search was eventually scaled back. The reality set in that finding the aircraft might be impossible given the technology and resources available at the time. This decision was heartbreaking for the families, who had clung to hope that the search would provide answers and perhaps even miracles. In the aftermath, the impact of Flight 2501's disappearance resonated deeply. It led to changes in how weather was reported to aircraft and sparked discussions about improving safety protocols for flights over large bodies of water. It also highlighted the need for more robust search and rescue capabilities, including the eventual requirement for flight recorders, which would become known as black boxes, on commercial aircraft. The story of Flight 2501 thus became a catalyst for change in aviation safety, even as it remained one of the great unsolved mysteries of commercial aviation. The families of the lost passengers and crew continued to remember them, holding annual memorials and pressing for ongoing searches. Their loss was not forgotten, and the mystery of Flight 2501 continued to inspire both caution and curiosity in the aviation community. When the radar contact with Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 was lost on that stormy night over Lake Michigan, it signaled the start of a complex, multi-agency search and rescue operation that would eventually become one of the largest in the history of the Great Lakes. Initial efforts were hampered by the same storm that Flight 2501 encountered. The turbulent weather, with gusting winds and heavy rains, made immediate search activities challenging and dangerous. As the storm cleared in the early morning hours, the U.S. Coast Guard, along with several local maritime agencies, launched their vessels into the still choppy waters of Lake Michigan. Helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft from the Coast Guard and Michigan State Police were dispatched at first light. Pilots navigated above the vast water body, scanning for any signs of the missing aircraft. Their eyes searched for oil slicks, debris, or anything that could be linked to Flight 2501. Meanwhile, boats equipped with sonar systems crisscrossed the estimated crash area, hoping to detect underwater wreckage. On shore, The situation was becoming a focal point for national media attention. Reporters flocked to the Coast Guard stations and the Northwest Orient Airlines offices, where impromptu press centers had been set up. Family members of those on board the ill-fated flight gathered too, their faces etched with worry and grief, holding on to each other and waiting for any news. The airline's executives, faced with the enormity of the situation, coordinated closely with the search teams and federal aviation officials. They provided detailed information about the aircraft and its passengers, hoping it might aid the search efforts. Northwest Orient Airlines also set up support services for the families, offering counseling and regular updates about the search operation. As the search entered its second and third days, the scope expanded. The U.S. Navy joined the operation, bringing in additional ships and aircraft equipped with more advanced search technology. These military assets were used to cover larger areas of the lake more quickly than the smaller Coast Guard vessels and civilian boats could manage. Despite these extensive efforts, the search teams found frustratingly little. Small pieces of debris began to surface, items that were confirmed to be from Flight 2501, bits of upholstery, shards of window glass, and personal effects floating among the waves. Each discovery was meticulously catalogued and analyzed, providing grim evidence of the plane's disintegration, but little information on the cause. By the end of the first week, the lack of significant wreckage intensified the mystery. Divers were called in to explore areas where sonar hits suggested there could be larger pieces of debris on the lakebed. These dives were difficult and risky, given the depth and the unpredictable currents of Lake Michigan. The divers worked in challenging conditions, sometimes battling poor visibility and strong underwater currents that made each dive a potentially perilous endeavor. Parallel to the physical search, investigators from the Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, began their inquiry into the disappearance. They examined meteorological data from the night of the flight, looking for clues in the storm patterns that might explain what happened. Interviews with other pilots flying similar routes that night provided additional context on the weather conditions and how they might have affected Flight 2501. The investigators also delved into maintenance records and the operational history of the DC-4 aircraft. They explored every possible angle, from mechanical failure and pilot error to structural deficiencies and potential overloading. Each hypothesis was systematically tested against the known facts of the flight's last hours, but without the main wreckage or flight recorders, conclusive answers were elusive. As weeks turned into months, the intensity of the search diminished. The daily briefings to the press and families became less frequent, and the flotilla of search vessels thinned out. Yet, for the families of those aboard Flight 2501, the need for closure never waned. They continued to push for continued efforts, holding on to hope that the lake might yet yield its secrets. The CAB eventually released a report that was inconclusive in determining the exact cause of the crash. It cited the severe weather and the possibility of structural failure induced by stress from the storm, but noted the lack of physical evidence made it impossible to pinpoint a definitive cause. The report did, however, lead to recommendations for improving storm tracking and weather reporting to aircraft, hoping to prevent similar tragedies in the future. Decades later, the disappearance of Flight 2501 remains a poignant chapter in the annals of aviation history. It stands as a reminder of nature's power and the limits of human technology, a story that continues to evoke both sorrow and fascination. For the families of the lost, the lakeshore became a place of pilgrimage, a site to gather, remember, and perhaps one day find peace. The ongoing mystery surrounding the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 had by now stirred considerable public and professional interest. Various theories about what had led to the aircraft's sudden loss began to circulate, each contributing its part to the complex tapestry of speculation. These ranged from mechanical failure and catastrophic weather events to more sinister possibilities such as sabotage. In the realm of formal investigation, the Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, led the charge, poring over every piece of evidence, from weather reports to the aircraft's maintenance history. They sought to understand how a well-maintained, reliable aircraft like the DC-4 could simply vanish without a trace. Mechanics and engineers scrutinized the plane's service records, confirming that all routine checks and balances had been performed before the flight. Meanwhile, meteorologists provided in-depth analyses of the storm that Flight 2501 had encountered, noting that while severe, such weather conditions were not typically beyond the capability of the aircraft to withstand. Parallel to these professional inquiries, amateur sleuths and conspiracy theorists also took a keen interest in the disappearance. Some suggested that the aircraft might have been brought down by a bomb, theorizing that the lack of debris was consistent with a mid-air explosion that could have dispersed wreckage over a wider area, thus eluding search efforts. Others speculated about a possible collision with another aircraft, perhaps military, which was not reported due to the secretive nature of Cold War operations. Amid these swirling theories, one of the more grounded speculations involved a sudden structural failure caused by stress from the storm. Aviation experts pointed out that while the DC-4 was robust, unexpected weaknesses could emerge under extreme conditions. The possibility that the aircraft had suffered a critical failure at a high altitude could explain the minimal debris and the lack of a distress signal if the breakup had been swift and total. As the investigation continued without definitive conclusions, the families of the passengers and crew found themselves in a painful limbo. The lack of closure weighed heavily, their grief compounded by the swirling uncertainty and speculation. They rallied for continued investigation, pressing for new searches and reaching out to anyone who might shed light on the fate of their loved ones. In response to these family advocacies, annual memorials were organized, both as a way to honor those lost and to keep the public's attention on the unresolved case. These events often featured moments of poignant remembrance alongside calls for action, with speeches that melded personal loss with broader appeals for aviation safety improvements. The emotional toll of the tragedy and the ongoing mystery also reverberated through the broader aviation community. Airlines and regulatory bodies, spurred by the tragic loss of Flight 2501, began to reconsider and revise their safety protocols. This led to increased investments in weather tracking technologies and improvements in aircraft design, especially concerning structural integrity and storm resistance. These changes reflected a growing acknowledgement within the industry that safety must evolve with the increasing complexity of air travel. The lessons drawn from the Flight 2501 tragedy and similar incidents began to shape a new era of aviation safety protocols, focusing on preventing recurrence by understanding the failures of the past. Meanwhile, as technology advanced, new efforts were made to locate the wreckage of Flight 2501. Innovations in sonar and underwater exploration offered hope that the main crash site might finally be discovered. These modern searches, often led by volunteer groups or funded by grants, were driven by a blend of historical interest and a commitment to providing answers to the families who had waited for decades. Each new search brought a flurry of media attention, rekindling public and professional interest in the case. Documentaries and news specials delved into the story, interviewing aging relatives of the passengers, retired investigators, and experts in aviation archaeology. These programs often concluded with a note of hope that somewhere beneath the waters of Lake Michigan, the answers to the mystery of Flight 2501 waited to be discovered. Through these continued efforts, the story of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 remained alive, a somber reminder of nature's unpredictability and the relentless pursuit of closure in the face of unfathomable loss. Each chapter in the ongoing saga added layers to the legacy of the flight, intertwining threads of technological progress, human resilience, and the enduring quest for understanding. The ongoing quest to understand the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 had significant repercussions across the aviation industry, highlighting critical areas for improvement in both technology and regulatory practices. The tragedy, unresolved and haunting as it was, catalyzed a series of changes designed to enhance the safety and reliability of air travel. In the wake of the disappearance, there was a concerted effort to improve weather forecasting and its integration into pilot briefings. The severe storm that Flight 2501 encountered was known to air traffic controllers and the Meteorological Service. Yet the existing protocols for communicating such critical information to aircraft were deemed insufficient. This led to more stringent requirements for real-time weather updates and mandatory weather briefings for flights traversing known problematic routes. Simultaneously, This incident underscored the vulnerability of aircraft to severe weather conditions and prompted research into better structural designs and materials that could withstand extreme turbulence. Aircraft manufacturers began collaborating more closely with meteorologists to understand how aircraft could be designed or modified to survive unexpected severe weather encounters. Moreover, the lack of debris and difficulty in locating the wreckage highlighted the limitations in search and rescue operations at the time. This realization pushed for advancements in emergency location technology. The push for equipping aircraft with more reliable emergency locator transmitters (ELTs) gained momentum. These devices, designed to emit signals in the event of a crash, were made more robust and effective, ensuring they could withstand impacts and operate under a broader range of conditions. The tragedy also played a pivotal role in the eventual development and mandatory installation of flight data recorders, FDRs, and cockpit voice recorders, CVRs, known colloquially as black boxes. While these were not new concepts in 1950, the Flight 2501 disaster underscored their potential value in solving aviation mysteries. By the late 1950s and early 1960s, regulations began to change, gradually making these devices standard equipment on commercial aircraft, providing investigators with crucial data in the aftermath of accidents. Aside from technological and procedural enhancements, the Flight 2501 incident had a profound impact on regulatory practices. It prompted a re-evaluation of how flight over large bodies of water was managed, leading to more rigorous safety protocols. New regulations were put in place requiring more comprehensive life-saving equipment on board and rigorous survival training for flight crews. For the families of the passengers and crew lost with Flight 2501, these changes were a bittersweet outcome. While they might not bring back their loved ones, these improvements in aviation safety provided a legacy of increased security for future air travelers. Their advocacy had not only kept the memory of the flight alive, but also ensured that the lessons gleaned from this tragedy would lead to tangible enhancements in flight safety. Memorials were erected in honor of those lost, serving as poignant reminders of the personal cost of aviation accidents. These memorials became sites of reflection, not only for the grieving families, but also for the communities and professionals within the aviation industry, reminding everyone of the ever-present need for vigilance and improvement. As technology continued to evolve, so did the efforts to locate Flight 2501's wreckage. Periodic expeditions were launched, fueled by advancements in underwater technology and driven by a mix of historical interest, technical challenge, and a deep-seated desire for closure. Each expedition brought hope that the aircraft might finally be found, providing answers to the lingering questions that had persisted for decades. Documentaries and news articles periodically revisited the story, each iteration renewing public interest and understanding of the impact such tragedies have on technology, regulation, and human lives. Through these stories, the legacy of Flight 2501 lived on. A narrative interwoven with lessons of resilience, the advancement of science, and the unyielding human spirit seeking answers in the face of adversity. Each retelling served to honor those lost and to celebrate the progress made in their memory, ensuring that their legacy would continue to influence safer skies for future generations. As decades passed since the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501, the unresolved mystery continued to captivate the imagination of many, serving as a poignant reminder of the uncertainties inherent in early commercial aviation and the ongoing quest for safety improvements. The legacy of the flight persisted, influencing not just regulatory practices and technological advancements, but also shaping cultural narratives and inspiring continued exploration. The collective memory of the incident was kept alive through a combination of public memorials, family advocacy, and periodic media attention. Each year, families of the passengers and crew gathered at memorials erected near the shores of Lake Michigan. These ceremonies were somber yet meaningful occasions, where personal stories were shared, candles were lit, and flowers were laid in remembrance of those lost. The gathering served as a testament to the enduring impact of the tragedy on the community and provided a support network for the families affected by the disaster. These memorials also attracted historians, safety experts, and aviation enthusiasts, each drawn by the story's historical significance and the lessons it offered. The narrative of Flight 2501 became a case study in the evolution of flight safety, discussed in academic papers and featured at conferences focused on aviation history and technology. Through these forums, the incident was analyzed and reanalyzed, highlighting how each piece of the story contributed to a broader understanding of the risks and necessary precautions in air travel. Meanwhile, technological advancements in sonar and underwater exploration technology spurred new interest in locating the wreckage of Flight 2501. Every few years, renewed efforts were made to search the depths of Lake Michigan, driven by both improvements in technology and a hopeful desire to provide closure to the families. These searches were often collaborative efforts involving local historical societies, volunteer groups, and occasionally government agencies. The search teams used advanced side-scan sonar equipment capable of creating detailed images of the lakebed, a far cry from the technology available at the time of the disappearance. Documentaries and investigative reports played a significant role in maintaining public interest in the flight. Filmmakers and journalists delved into the archives, interviewing surviving family members, former investigators, and aviation experts. They pieced together the story with a mix of historical footage, dramatic reconstructions, and expert analyses, presenting the tale to new audiences and ensuring that the lessons learned from the tragedy continued to resonate. The narrative of Flight 2501 also found its way into popular culture, inspiring episodes of television shows, novels, and even theatrical productions. These portrayals varied from highly factual retellings to more speculative interpretations, exploring themes of fate, tragedy, and the human spirit's resilience. Through these stories, the broader public engaged with the mystery and the profound impact it had on the lives of those involved. In the realm of policy and regulation, the influence of Flight 2501 was significant. The incident had been a catalyst for change, pushing the aviation industry to adopt stricter safety protocols and better emergency response strategies. These changes were continually updated as new technologies and methodologies emerged, part of the industry's ongoing commitment to learning from past tragedies. The introduction of global positioning systems, GPS, and automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADS-B, technologies in aviation marked significant milestones in the industry's evolution. These systems provided real-time tracking of aircraft anywhere in the world, a far leap from the radar and communication technologies of 1950. Flight 2501 had underscored the critical need for such advancements, and as these systems became standard, they significantly enhanced the safety and management of flight operations. The continued interest in Flight 2501 also encouraged regulatory bodies to maintain rigorous oversight of aircraft maintenance and crew training programs. The aviation industry's growth was tempered with caution, with each new technological advancement or operational procedure tested against the backdrop of incidents like Flight 2501. The tragedy became a yardstick by which safety measures were evaluated and improved. Educational institutions used the story of Flight 2501 to teach new generations of aviation professionals about the importance of safety protocols, crisis management, and ethical considerations in aviation. Universities and training academies incorporated the case into their curricula, using it as a foundation for discussions on everything from engineering solutions to psychological preparedness for emergencies. As technology continued to advance, the possibility of one day locating Flight 2501 remained an achievable goal. The development of autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, equipped with high-definition cameras offered promising new tools in the search for submerged wreckage. These technologies, coupled with more sophisticated data analysis techniques, provided hope that the lake might yet yield its secrets. Meanwhile, the families and communities connected to the tragedy remained engaged, their resolve undiminished by the passage of time. They continued to advocate for ongoing searches, support technological advancements, and participate in public discussions about aviation safety. Their involvement ensured that the memory of those lost on Flight 2501 was honored not just as a past event, but as a continuing influence on the present and future of aviation. In conclusion, the story of Northwest Orient Airlines, Flight 2501, is a profound narrative about loss, discovery, and the unending quest for answers. It serves as a reminder of the vulnerabilities once faced in air travel and the strides taken to overcome them. The legacy of Flight 2501 endures, woven into the fabric of aviation history and continuing to inspire efforts that aim to make air travel safer for all. On a humid morning in early March 1962, the tarmac at Guam's airport was bustling with activity. Amidst this, a Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation, a long-range aircraft revered for its capabilities, was being prepared for a significant journey. This aircraft, operated by the Flying Tiger Line, was chartered by the U.S. military to transport troops and their equipment to Clark Air Base in the Philippines. The flight, numbered 739, was one segment of a multi-leg journey that had begun in California and was to ultimately end in Saigon. The Lockheed Constellation, known affectionately as the Connie, was a sight to behold with its distinctive triple-tail design and dolphin-shaped fuselage. On this day, it stood ready, its gleaming exterior reflecting the morning sun, as ground crew busily loaded the last of the cargo. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of purpose and urgency, common to military operations, yet there was an undercurrent of casual camaraderie among the crew and passengers. Flight 739 was carrying 93 U.S. soldiers, 3 South Vietnamese, and 11 civilian crew members. The military personnel were mostly engineers and technical specialists, tasked with setting up communication and logistics bases in Vietnam. The flight crew, seasoned and skilled, were well versed in the demands and responsibilities of such important missions. The captain of the flight, an experienced pilot with years of flying with both commercial and military charters, performed a final walk-around inspection of the aircraft. He checked under the wings, examined the tires, and glanced over the engines, ensuring everything was in order before the long over-water flight. His co-pilot and navigator were already inside the cockpit, going through the pre-flight checklist, their voices a mixture of professional focus and occasional light-hearted remarks. Inside the cabin, the flight attendants briefed the soldiers on safety procedures. Although the mood among the troops was generally relaxed, many of them used to the routines of deployment. The flight attendants noted the attentive seriousness with which the soldiers listened to the emergency instructions. In the cargo hold, the last pieces of equipment were secured, the manifest checked and rechecked, to ensure that all was accounted for. Once boarding was complete, the crew closed the doors, and the captain made his way to the cockpit, signaling to the control tower their readiness to depart. Clearance was given, and the engines roared to life, a powerful, reassuring sound to both passengers and crew. The aircraft taxied to the runway, the early morning light casting long shadows on the ground. As the Super Constellation lined up on the runway, the captain made a final announcement over the intercom, his voice calm and confident. He reviewed the flight plan with the passengers, noting the expected flying time and weather conditions, which were favorable. There was a palpable sense of anticipation as the aircraft's engines revved up, the propellers spinning faster until they were just blurs. With a smooth surge forward, the plane began its takeoff roll, quickly gaining speed. The soldiers watched through the windows as Guam's landscape began to blur, the sensation of liftoff bringing a momentary weightlessness that contrasted with the heavy reality of their mission. As the aircraft climbed into the clear blue sky, it banked gently towards the west, setting course over the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The flight was expected to be routine, with hours of flying over open water. The crew settled into their roles, monitoring the aircraft's systems and maintaining regular communication with air traffic control. Below them, the Pacific stretched out endlessly, its surface a deep blue, occasionally broken by the whitecaps of waves. As Flight 739 reached cruising altitude, the captain switched on the autopilot, the aircraft humming steadily along its charted path. In the cabin, soldiers dozed or chatted quietly, the drone of the engines a constant backdrop. Everything seemed normal, the flight progressing as countless others had before. Yet, unbeknownst to those on board, this would be the last time Flight 739 would be seen or heard from. In the hours to follow, somewhere over the vast, mysterious depths of the Pacific, the aircraft and all its passengers would vanish without a trace, leaving behind only questions and a lingering sense of unease that would echo through the annals of aviation history. As Flight 739 steadily ascended to its cruising altitude, the vast Pacific Ocean unfolded below, a seemingly endless expanse of blue. The Lockheed L-1049 super constellation, a marvel of its time, was designed for long-range missions just like this, equipped with state-of-the-art navigation systems and powerful engines that hummed rhythmically, reassuringly. Inside the cockpit, the crew engaged in routine monitoring of their instruments, ensuring all systems operated within normal parameters. The flight path from Guam to the Philippines was a well-traveled route, typically uneventful, yet requiring constant vigilance due to its vast overwater stretches. The captain, a seasoned pilot with extensive experience in both commercial and military aviation, occasionally exchanged light-hearted banter with his co-pilot, breaking the monotony of the flight. However, their professionalism never waned. Each gauge and radar sweep was diligently observed, each communication with air traffic control crisp and clear. Inside the cabin, the mood among the passengers, mostly U.S. soldiers accustomed to the rigors of deployment, was one of subdued anticipation. Some tried to catch some sleep, resting against the rumble of the aircraft, while others read books or played cards, making the best of the hours ahead. The flight attendants moved quietly along the aisles, offering refreshments and checking on their charges with practiced smiles and gentle reassurances. Approximately 2 hours into the flight, as Flight 739 approached the midpoint of its journey over the open water, the captain made routine contact with air traffic control. Reporting their position, altitude, and status, everything was confirmed to be on track, with no deviations from the flight plan. The skies were clear, and weather reports indicated smooth sailing ahead. The controller at the other end acknowledged the update with a standard response, wishing them a continued safe journey. This communication, routine and unremarkable, would later be scrutinized and replayed, as it was the last confirmed transmission received from Flight 739. At the time, however, there was no indication of anything amiss. The aircraft continued on its path, the autopilot maintaining a steady course, the engine's steady drone a testament to their reliability. But as the minutes ticked by, an unseen and escalating issue was unfolding. Unbeknownst to the crew and passengers, a critical situation was developing that would soon culminate in the mysterious disappearance of Flight 739. The aircraft, now a mere speck against the vastness of the Pacific, was heading towards an uncertain fate. The last radar contact with the aircraft showed it continuing along its intended flight path. Then, inexplicably, the blip that represented the mighty constellation faded from the radar screens, vanishing without a trace. The disappearance was so sudden, so complete, that air traffic controllers initially doubted their equipment, frantically adjusting settings and calling out to the aircraft with growing urgency. "Flight 739, this is Control. Please come in," crackled over the radio, the controller's voice betraying a hint of concern. There was no response, only static filled the airwaves. Repeated calls, each more desperate than the last, met with the same eerie silence. As the realization set in that the aircraft was no longer on radar and not responding to communications, a chill ran through the control room. Emergency protocols were swiftly enacted. The disappearance of a military-chartered aircraft, especially one carrying over 100 souls, was a critical incident. The U.S. military, along with local aviation authorities, began coordinating an immediate response. Search and rescue operations were mobilized, with aircraft and ships directed to the last known location of Flight 739. As the news of the disappearance began to spread, the families of those on board, the military community, and the aviation world held their breath, hoping for any news of the aircraft. The mystery of what happened to Flight 739 in those final moments before it vanished would soon captivate the world, sparking questions, theories, and a massive search effort that sought in vain to uncover traces of the missing plane. The disappearance of Flight 739 triggered one of the largest search and rescue operations of the time, as the U.S. military, alongside international and local forces, launched an extensive effort to locate the missing aircraft and its passengers. Given the flight's last known position over the expansive Pacific Ocean, the area to be searched was vast and daunting, presenting significant logistical challenges. As soon as the aircraft was reported missing, the control centers coordinating the search mobilized a fleet of aircraft from various bases across the Pacific Rim. These included long-range patrol aircraft equipped with sophisticated radar and other sensory equipment designed for maritime surveillance and search operations. The U.S. Navy dispatched ships that were in the region to converge on the suspected area where contact with Flight 739 was lost. This initial response was a race against time, with hope still alive for finding survivors. Simultaneously, the Air Force's Rescue Coordination Center set up a command hub to oversee the operation, pulling in resources from across the military spectrum. This hub became the focal point for all communication and decision-making, ensuring that efforts were not duplicated and resources were deployed efficiently. Information flowed continuously, with updates on weather conditions, sea currents, and any sightings or debris reported by ships and planes partaking in the search. The search area, primarily defined by the last known radar contact with Flight 739, covered thousands of square miles of ocean. The area was known for its deep waters and challenging weather conditions, which could change swiftly and dramatically, complicating search efforts. The operation used a grid pattern, with each ship and aircraft assigned specific sectors to scour. The systematic approach was designed to cover as much area as possible, but the vastness of the Pacific Ocean and its deceptive tranquility made the task daunting. As days passed, the intensity of the search increased, but no trace of the aircraft or its passengers was found. The lack of debris or any sign of the aircraft was perplexing, leading to growing frustration and anxiety among the search teams and the families waiting for news. The operation continued round the clock, with search teams working in shifts, battling fatigue, and the emotional toll of the fruitless search. Meanwhile, speculation about the fate of Flight 739 began to mount. The absence of a distress signal prior to the disappearance raised questions about sudden catastrophic events, such as an explosion or a rapid descent into the ocean, which might have left little trace. The possibility of a hijacking or a deliberate diversion was considered but seemed less likely without any communication or ransom demands. Experts from various fields were brought in to analyze the flight's last known parameters and environmental data to model potential crash scenarios. These models were used to adjust search patterns, taking into account ocean currents and wind conditions that might have moved debris away from the initial impact site. Satellite imagery was scrutinized for any anomalies that could indicate a crash site, and other nations with satellite capabilities were requested to review their data. As the search extended into weeks, the hope of finding survivors waned, and the mission gradually shifted from rescue to recovery. The focus became finding any wreckage that could provide clues to what happened during the final moments of Flight 739. This was crucial not only for solving the mystery, but also for providing closure to the families and ensuring that any potential safety issues affecting other flights could be addressed. Despite the extensive efforts, the search was eventually scaled back. The decision was heart-wrenching for all involved, particularly for the families of those on board. Memorials were held in various locations, attended by military personnel, family members, and representatives from the Flying Tiger Line. The gatherings were somber, with attendees clinging to each other for support, sharing memories of their loved ones, and grappling with the unresolved fate of Flight 739. The official end of the search marked a painful closure of this chapter, leaving a lingering mystery in the annals of aviation history. The disappearance of Flight 739 remained a topic of fascination and speculation, inspiring investigative reports, documentaries, and continued amateur sleuthing. The lack of concrete evidence or wreckage allowed for numerous theories to flourish, from alien abductions to secret military experiments, each adding layers to the enigma of the vanished aircraft. Yet, the most significant impact was undoubtedly on the families and the aviation community, who continued to feel the absence of closure and the haunting presence of those 107 souls lost somewhere over the vast, inscrutable Pacific Ocean. The vanishing of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 in 1962 continued to haunt the aviation community and the families of the missing. Without any wreckage or clues to provide closure, the mystery seemed destined to remain unsolved. But behind the scenes, various theories were actively being explored, each proposing a different scenario that might explain the sudden disappearance. One prevailing theory was a catastrophic mechanical failure. The Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation was a reliable aircraft, but it was not immune to the intense demands of long-haul flights across vast oceanic expanses. Experts pondered the possibility of a structural failure that could have led to an in-flight breakup. This type of disaster could explain the lack of distress signals if the aircraft was destroyed rapidly and completely above deep waters. Another theory suggested sabotage or an explosion. Given the Cold War context and the military nature of the flight, speculations arose about the involvement of espionage or a targeted attack. Some relatives of the crew and passengers theorized that the plane might have been brought down by a bomb, perhaps planted to intercept the sensitive military cargo purportedly on board. This theory was bolstered by scattered reports from sailors who claimed to have seen a bright light in the sky that could have been an explosion. However, these accounts were never officially confirmed, and no physical evidence supported the explosion theory. Further complicating the mystery were the extensive military communications and radar networks spanning the Pacific, which astonishingly failed to track the aircraft beyond its last known position. The lack of radar evidence puzzled investigators and fueled conspiracy theories. Some suggested that the flight might have veered off course, entering an area where it was either captured or brought down by foreign military forces. Yet, without traces or credible reports from international or enemy states, this scenario remained speculative. As time passed, the intense focus of the initial search efforts waned, but the determination for answers did not. The military's initial response had been robust, reflecting the urgency and gravity of losing a plane carrying over 100 service members and civilians. When the official search operations were concluded, many felt a profound sense of incompleteness, driving them to continue seeking answers independently. This ongoing quest for clarity led to a resurgence of interest in the case among amateur sleuths and investigative journalists. Decades after the disappearance, new technologies and changing geopolitical landscapes allowed for fresh examinations of old flight data and military records. Freedom of Information Act requests revealed previously classified documents that shed some light on the military's internal responses and concerns regarding the flight's disappearance. The families of the passengers, united in their need for closure and understanding, formed a network to share information and support each other. Annual gatherings and memorials were organized, where stories about the missing were shared, keeping their memories alive. These meetings often served as a forum for exchanging the latest findings and theories, maintaining pressure on the authorities to keep the investigation open. In recent years, advances in underwater technology and satellite imagery have prompted new searches in the Pacific. These efforts are often funded by private entities and supported by volunteers, including retired naval officers and aviation experts. Each new search brought a flurry of media attention, rekindling public interest and, more importantly, offering a glimmer of hope to those still haunted by the loss. Documentary filmmakers and investigative reporters have also played a crucial role in keeping the story in the public eye. Documentaries have delved deep into the technical aspects of the aircraft's design and operation, interviewed former military personnel who were involved in the initial search and rescue operations, and highlighted the personal stories of those left behind. These films often end with a call to action, urging aviation authorities and the military to revisit the case with new tools and insights. The continuing mystery of Flight 739 not only serves as a poignant reminder of the risks inherent in aviation, but also underscores the limitations of mid-20th century technology in dealing with such disappearances. The story of Flight 739, woven through decades of speculation, research, and remembrance, remains a compelling chapter in the history of aviation, reflecting the enduring human need for answers and the relentless pursuit of truth, no matter how elusive it may be. The lack of definitive answers surrounding the disappearance of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 had a profound impact on the families of the passengers and the crew, as well as on military operations and the broader aviation industry. As years turned into decades without closure, the emotional weight bore heavily on those left behind, prompting shifts in policy and continuing dialogue about aviation safety and military procedures. The immediate aftermath of the disappearance was a time of intense grief and confusion for the families of the 107 individuals on board. The absence of tangible evidence or a clear explanation compounded their sorrow, leaving many to grapple with unresolved feelings of loss. This grief was accompanied by a growing frustration with the military and government agencies, perceived by some as withholding information or not doing enough to resolve the mystery. This sentiment spurred some family members to become advocates for change in how military-related aviation incidents were handled, particularly regarding transparency and communication with victims' families. Their efforts led to more structured policies on providing timely and clear information to families, which has since been adopted in other areas of military and civilian aviation. In addition to the emotional and procedural impacts, the disappearance prompted a re-evaluation of flight safety protocols and emergency response strategies. The military, heavily reliant on chartered flights for transporting personnel and equipment, particularly during the Vietnam War, began to implement more rigorous checks on aircraft and operators, including stricter standards for maintenance and crew training. This shift was mirrored in the civilian aviation sector, where the incident underscored the need for robust tracking and communication technologies. It catalyzed advancements in flight monitoring systems, including the development and eventual mandate of more sophisticated transponders and satellite-based tracking systems that could maintain contact with aircraft over vast and remote areas like the Pacific Ocean. The ongoing mystery also influenced public perceptions and policies regarding military secrecy and accountability. The initial secrecy surrounding the flight's mission and cargo fueled conspiracy theories and public speculation, leading to calls for greater transparency in military operations involving civilian contractors and equipment. As the decades passed, the families of those lost on Flight 739 found various ways to honor their memories. Memorials were established, and annual remembrances were organized, allowing relatives, friends, and former military colleagues to gather and share memories of their loved ones. These events also served as platforms for continuing advocacy for improvements in aviation safety and military accountability. The unresolved nature of the disappearance continued to inspire investigative journalists, researchers, and filmmakers, leading to periodic resurgences of interest in the case. Each new article, documentary, or book prompted public discussions and occasionally brought forward new information or theories, though none sufficient to solve the mystery. Most recently, technological advances in underwater exploration and satellite imaging have given new hope to those seeking answers. These technologies have the potential to explore and map the ocean floor at depths and with accuracy previously unattainable. Inspired by successful searches for other lost aircraft, such as Air France Flight 447, some family members and independent researchers have called for new searches in the areas where Flight 739 might have gone down. Despite the tragedy and the many years that have passed, the legacy of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 remains a powerful catalyst for change and a poignant reminder of the enduring human spirit's quest for answers and justice. The story of Flight 739 continues to resonate, a mysterious chapter in aviation history that still captures the imagination and determination of many around the world. As the years turned into decades, the unresolved mystery of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 continued to cast a long shadow over all who were touched by its disappearance. With neither wreckage nor definitive answers, the enigma remained a persistent reminder of the limitations faced in the search for truth within the vast, unyielding expanses of the ocean. The story of Flight 739, fraught with its enduring mystery, has transcended its era to become a symbol of unresolved loss and the pursuit of closure. Families of the missing, united by their shared grief, formed a close-knit community, bound together by the need to keep the memory of their loved ones alive and to seek answers. This community often gathered on anniversaries of the disappearance, creating a space not only to mourn, but also to share updates and continue pressing for action. Despite the passage of time, the call for new searches never completely died down. Advances in technology, particularly in satellite imaging and deep-sea exploration, rekindled hope among the families and the aviation community that someday the site of the crash might be discovered. Inspired by successful recoveries of other lost aircraft, such as the finding of the Titanic and the wreckage of Air France Flight 447 decades after their disappearances, advocates for reopening the case of Flight 739 argued that modern technology could finally offer the means to locate the remains of the aircraft. Efforts to leverage new technologies led to proposals for targeted searches using sophisticated sonar equipment capable of deep-sea mapping, as well as drones that could scan large areas of the ocean floor more efficiently than manned vessels. These proposals garnered attention not only from the families, but also from governmental and private entities that could provide the necessary resources. In the realm of public engagement and media, the story of Flight 739 maintained a captivating allure. Documentaries produced in recent years brought the case back into the public eye, featuring interviews with former military personnel, aviation experts, and family members. These documentaries often explored not just the facts of the case, but also the broader implications of such disappearances on aviation safety and military transparency. Additionally, the mystery inspired authors and filmmakers, leading to the creation of various fictional accounts and conspiracy theories that, while often speculative, kept the conversation alive. These narratives explored themes of Cold War espionage, alien encounters, and even experimental military technology, reflecting the human fascination with unresolved mysteries. Academically, the disappearance of Flight 739 became a case study in international relations and military studies programs, where it was examined in the context of U.S. military logistics during the Vietnam War era and the geopolitical tensions of the time. This scholarly interest helped to maintain a degree of academic attention on the case, ensuring that it remained a part of the discourse on aviation history and military operations. Legal and political advocacy also became a significant part of the legacy of Flight 739. Family members and their supporters often lobbied for changes in laws regarding the military's accountability to civilian families and the transparency of information concerning accidents involving military personnel and equipment. These efforts sometimes led to legislative changes and improved policies regarding family briefings and access to records. As the 60th anniversary of the disappearance approached, the U.S. government released several formally classified documents related to the flight. While much of the information had been redacted, the release of these documents represented a small victory for those who had long advocated for greater transparency. For some families, the documents provided new details that, while not solving the mystery, offered insights into the military's handling of the incident. The ongoing quest for answers about Flight 739 also highlighted broader issues related to the recognition of service personnel and civilians involved in covert or classified operations. This led to discussions about the ways in which such individuals are memorialized and honored, culminating in more inclusive memorials that acknowledge their contributions and sacrifices. Today, the legacy of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 is multifaceted. It is remembered as a poignant story of loss and the relentless pursuit of truth, a narrative that has impacted aviation safety regulations, military accountability, and the technologies used in search and rescue operations. For the families of those who vanished along with the aircraft, it remains a deeply personal story of waiting and hoping for closure. In a broader sense, the mystery serves as a reminder of the vulnerabilities in human endeavors, particularly in the face of vast and indifferent natural forces like the deep ocean. Yet, it also illustrates the human capacity for resilience, the enduring quest for knowledge, and the unyielding desire to find answers, no matter how elusive they may be. The profound impact of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739's disappearance stretched beyond the immediate shock and continued to resonate through the subsequent years, driving changes and fostering developments across multiple facets of society, from aviation technology to family advocacy and public policy. As the narrative of Flight 739 moved forward, it beckoned a broader contemplation on the themes of memory, technological progress, and the pursuit of closure, a pursuit that never seemed to diminish in intensity or necessity. Even decades after the disappearance, the commitment to finding Flight 739 was reinvigorated by technological advancements that offered new hope. The introduction of autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and more sophisticated side-scan sonar technology provided tools capable of exploring the ocean depths with unprecedented detail and efficiency. Proposals for new search initiatives were drafted, with input from oceanographers, former naval officers, and aviation experts who believed that the aircraft's final resting place could be pinpointed with the right resources and a targeted approach. Family members and advocacy groups, empowered by these technological promises, renewed their calls for action. They organized conferences and engaged with experts in maritime search and recovery to outline feasible search plans. These plans were then presented to governmental and private agencies capable of funding and executing such ambitious undertakings. The The dialogue between these families and potential supporters became a testament to the enduring hope that modern technology could finally unravel the mystery that time had not forgotten. The story of Flight 739 also found its way into educational curriculums and cultural reflections, influencing how future generations understood and interacted with the past's unresolved mysteries. Universities and educational institutions developed courses that dealt not only with the technical aspects of aviation, but also with crisis management, historical analysis, and the psychological impact of unresolved tragedies. These academic discussions often used Flight 739 as a case study to explore the complex interplay between technology, human factors, and nature. Culturally, the disappearance influenced artistic expressions across mediums. Playwrights, novelists, and filmmakers drew upon the emotional and mysterious elements of the story to craft works that questioned the nature of truth, the reliability of memory, and the human response to the unknown. These works contributed to a broader societal engagement with the themes of loss and resolution, illustrating how a single event can continue to inspire and provoke thought across generations. On a more practical level, the ongoing discussions around Flight 739 spurred further enhancements in aviation safety standards and search and rescue operations. The incident underscored the need for robust international cooperation in aviation incidents, leading to stronger protocols for sharing information and resources during multinational search operations. The global aviation community took to heart the lessons learned, or rather, the questions raised, by Flight 739's disappearance. Policymakers, influenced by the advocacy of families and communities connected to the flight, worked to refine laws regarding the military's responsibility to keep families informed and involved in the aftermath of accidents involving military personnel on non-combat missions. These policy changes aim to ensure transparency and accountability, preventing any future family from experiencing the same prolonged anguish of not knowing. As the years turned into a full circle of commemorations, various memorials and events were established to honor the memories of those lost on Flight 739. These acts of remembrance served as poignant reminders of the individuals behind the mystery, highlighting their lives and legacies rather than allowing them to be overshadowed by the circumstances of their disappearance. Through these memorials, the families found not only spaces of mourning, but also of celebration of the lives that had touched theirs so deeply. New memorials were dedicated, and annual gatherings were held, not just as rituals of remembrance, but as ongoing affirmations of the community's commitment to finding answers. Each ceremony, each plaque unveiled, and each story shared added layers to the collective memory of the event, ensuring that the narrative of Flight 739 would remain a living, evolving part of the historical and cultural landscape. Through these multifaceted legacies, the story of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 continues to resonate. It serves as a powerful narrative about the limits of human endeavor against nature's immensity, the relentless pursuit of technological advancement to conquer these limits, and the undying human spirit's need for resolution and understanding. Even as the mystery endures, the quest for closure remains a poignant reminder of the indelible impact of those who were lost, and the unyielding hope of those left behind to tell their story. On a seemingly ordinary day, Iran Air Flight 655, a civilian Airbus A300, was preparing for a routine journey across the Persian Gulf from Bandar Abbas, Iran, to Dubai, UAE. The aircraft, a symbol of modern civilian aviation, was equipped to carry a significant number of passengers in comfort and safety. Yet, on July 3, 1988, this flight would tragically transform from a routine air travel episode into a devastating international incident, forever marking a dark chapter in aviation history. The geopolitical climate of the late 1980s was fraught with tension, particularly in regions like the Persian Gulf, where strategic interests and political conflicts intersected dramatically. The backdrop of this tension set the stage for the catastrophic downing of Flight 655, a tragedy that escalated existing hostilities between the United States and Iran, and raised critical questions about military rules of engagement and the safety of civilian aircraft in conflict zones. At the heart of these tensions was the USS Vincennes, a United States Navy guided missile cruiser stationed in the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Earnest Will. This operation was aimed at protecting oil tankers and international shipping routes from attacks amid the ongoing Iran-Iraq war, highlighting the region's global economic significance and the high stakes involved in maintaining control over it. The USS Vincennes, equipped with some of the most advanced naval technology of the time, including sophisticated weaponry and an Aegis combat system, was under the command of Captain William C. Rogers III. The ship was a floating fortress, capable of tracking and engaging multiple targets with precision. Yet, the complexities and pressures of operating in such a volatile environment would soon lead to a grave misjudgment. On that fateful morning, the Vincennes was already on high alert due to earlier skirmishes with Iranian forces. The crew was tense, their readiness for combat tested by the recent engagements. This heightened state of alert would prove to be a crucial factor in the tragic events that unfolded. As Iran Air Flight 655 took off, carrying 290 passengers, including 66 children, it ascended into clear skies, expecting an uneventful passage to Dubai. The passengers aboard the Airbus were a mix of individuals, families returning home, pilgrims on spiritual journeys, and business professionals. None could have anticipated that their flight path would intersect disastrously with the Vincennes' mission. The tragic misidentification of Iran Air Flight 655 by the Vincennes' sophisticated combat systems as a hostile Iranian F-14 Tomcat jet, rather than a civilian airliner, set into motion a chain of decisions that would culminate in one of the deadliest mistakes in naval history. This incident, with its profound loss of innocent lives, served as a somber reminder of the dangers civilian aircraft face during military conflicts and the dire consequences of miscommunication and error in the heat of combat. On the morning of July 3, 1988, Iran Air Flight 655 was preparing for its routine short flight over the Persian Gulf from Bandar Abbas International Airport in Iran to Dubai, UAE. The Airbus A300 was one of the mainstays of Iran Air's fleet, well-maintained and capable of carrying a large number of passengers across international lines. On this particular day, the aircraft was filled with 290 passengers, including 66 children, who were looking forward to their destinations. The mix of individuals on board included Iranian pilgrims heading to Mecca after their stop in Dubai, families on vacation, and businessmen on routine travel. The captain of Flight 655, Mohsen Rezayan, was an experienced pilot with thousands of hours of flying time. His familiarity with the route and his aircraft were well established, factors that contributed to the routine nature of what should have been a short and uneventful flight. The crew's professionalism was a constant reassurance to their passengers, who trusted them with their safety across the often politically turbulent skies of the Persian Gulf. The flight crew completed their pre-flight checks with the practiced ease of seasoned professionals. The atmosphere inside the cabin was calm as passengers settled into their seats, stowed their carry-on items, and listened to the flight attendant's safety briefing. Outside, the weather conditions were ideal for flying, with clear skies and mild winds. At 10:17 a.m. local time, Flight 655 was cleared for takeoff. Meanwhile, the USS Vincennes, under the command of Captain William C. Rogers III, was on high alert. The ship, part of the United States Navy's Fifth Fleet, was armed with advanced weaponry and a sophisticated combat system designed to track and engage enemy targets efficiently. It was stationed in the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Earnest Will, which aimed to protect neutral oil tankers and international shipping lanes from attacks during the ongoing Iran-Iraq war. The Vincennes had been involved in several tense encounters with Iranian military forces in the weeks leading up to July 3rd. Earlier that day, the ship had exchanged fire with Iranian speedboats, heightening the crew's readiness and sensitivity to potential threats. The psychological pressure of continuous engagement and the perceived constant threat from Iranian forces colored the crew's judgment, setting the stage for the tragic events that would unfold. As Flight 655 ascended into the international air corridor, known as the Amber Route, it entered a region heavily monitored by military radars, including those of the USS Vincennes. The standard commercial flight path of Flight 655 would take it within proximity of where the Vincennes was operating. However, in the tense atmosphere of military engagement and the heightened state of alert, the approaching civilian airliner was misidentified by the Vincennes combat systems as a potential military threat. The crew of the Vincennes observed the aircraft ascending and, due to a catastrophic series of misinterpretations and misinformation, identified it as an Iranian F-14 Tomcat fighter jet, a type previously encountered in the region. This misidentification was due primarily to the psychological and situational stress factors affecting the Vincennes crew, compounded by the lack of effective communication between the ship and the aircraft. Attempts to contact the approaching plane were unsuccessful. In part, this was due to frequency discrepancies. Military vessels and civilian aircraft often operate on different communication channels. Moreover, the crew of the Vincennes, operating under the belief that they were dealing with a military jet, may have expected a different type of response than a civilian airliner could provide. In the critical moments that followed, the decision to engage was rapidly made. Believing they were acting in defense against an imminent threat, the Vincennes fired 2 surface-to-air missiles at Flight 655. Within minutes, the Airbus A300 was struck, causing it to explode and plummet into the waters of the Persian Gulf. The aftermath of the explosion was catastrophic. All 290 people aboard were killed instantly, their lives claimed by a tragic misinterpretation in a high-stakes environment. The debris of Flight 655 scattered across the water, marking the spot where the aircraft met its tragic end, and where the intersection of a routine commercial flight and a military operation in a conflict zone resulted in one of the deadliest incidents of its kind in the history of aviation. On that fateful day, July 3, 1988, as the radar officer aboard the USS Vincennes saw the blip of Iran Air Flight 655 appear on his screen, the standard operating environment quickly escalated to a crisis situation. Situated in the strategic yet volatile Strait of Hormuz, the crew was acutely aware of the potential for encounters with Iranian military forces. The intense pressure and rapid pace required for decision-making aboard the Vincennes set the stage for what would become a tragic misunderstanding. The sequence of events leading up to the tragedy was both swift and disastrous. The Vincennes was already engaged in a tense confrontation with Iranian gunboats, and the atmosphere was charged with the urgency of defense. When the Airbus A300 appeared on the radar, the Vincennes' advanced Aegis combat system tagged the plane as a potential threat. This system, designed to track and engage under extreme conditions, did not differentiate between military and civilian aircraft without specific input to do so. Captain William C. Rogers III faced the critical decision of how to respond. The standard identification protocols called for confirming the aircraft's identity before taking any aggressive action. However, amid the chaos and under the impression that they were dealing with a potential Iranian military threat, the crew attempted to contact the approaching aircraft, using military frequencies to issue warning signals, which civilian aircraft like Flight 655 were not equipped to receive properly. The efforts to communicate failed, increasing the perception of a threat. As the aircraft continued its normal flight path towards Dubai, unaware of the unfolding situation, the crew of the Vincennes interpreted its silence and the maintained flight trajectory as confirmation of hostile intent. This misinterpretation was compounded by the psychological strain on the crew, who were operating under the assumption that any delay in response could be catastrophic given the high tensions in the region. In the critical moments that followed, the decision to engage was made. Captain Rogers, weighing the perceived imminent threat against the rules of engagement, authorized the launch of 2 SM-2MR surface-to-air missiles. The decision, made under the duress of active defense during perceived wartime conditions, was aimed at neutralizing what they thought was a military threat. The missiles were launched and tracked until they struck Iran Air Flight 655, causing a catastrophic explosion. The plane disintegrated in mid-air, killing all 290 passengers and crew aboard instantly. Debris scattered across the water as the reality of the situation began to dawn on the crew of the Vincennes. The immediate aftermath was one of confusion and horror. The U.S. Navy, realizing the magnitude of the error, scrambled to assess the situation. However, the damage was irreversible, and the grim task of accounting for the civilian lives lost began. This tragic incident highlighted the dire consequences of miscommunication and the devastating impact of military engagements on civilian lives. In Iran, the reaction was one of immediate outrage and profound grief. The loss of 290 civilians, including many children, in such a horrific manner exacerbated the already tense relations between the U.S. and Iran. The Iranian government condemned the attack, mourning the loss of innocent lives and demanding international condemnation and justice. The incident became a symbol of American aggression and a rallying point for Iranian national sentiment. Internationally, the shootdown of Flight 655 stirred a wave of criticism against the United States. Governments and human rights organizations around the world questioned the protocols and the judgment that led to the use of lethal force against a civilian airliner. The tragic mistake prompted calls for a thorough investigation and a re-evaluation of military rules of engagement to prevent similar incidents in the future. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the perilous intersection of military operations and civilian aviation, underscoring the need for stringent measures to protect innocent lives in conflict zones. The tragedy has had a lasting impact on international relations and military protocols, serving as a grave lesson in the costs of warfare and the absolute necessity for vigilant, informed command decisions in combat situations. The destruction of Iran Air Flight 655 by the USS Vincennes reverberated through the corridors of power in Washington and Tehran, sparking a complex aftermath characterized by political turmoil, international outrage, and profound grief. The immediate response from the U.S. military and government was a mix of defensive posturing and cautious regret, reflecting the delicate balance between national security interests and the tragedy of civilian casualties. Immediately following the incident, the United States Navy conducted a preliminary internal investigation to understand the sequence of events that led to the tragedy. The initial statements from the U.S. government were carefully worded, emphasizing the tense situation in the Persian Gulf and the Vincennes crew's belief that they were engaging a hostile Iranian military aircraft. Captain Rogers, commanding officer of the Vincennes, and his crew were initially defended by U.S. officials who highlighted the challenging conditions under which they operated. However, as details of the shootdown became clearer, the U.S. administration faced increasing pressure to address the incident more fully. President Ronald Reagan expressed deep regret over the loss of life, but stopped short of a formal apology, citing the need for further investigation. The administration's stance was seen by many as an attempt to mitigate diplomatic fallout, without fully acknowledging the extent of the error. In Iran, the reaction was one of immediate and profound indignation. The Iranian government condemned the downing of Flight 655 as a barbaric act and a gross violation of international law. The incident was portrayed in the Iranian media as a deliberate attack, exacerbating anti-American sentiment and rallying public support against the U.S. Mourning turned into anger as thousands took to the streets in Tehran and other cities to protest against what they saw as an act of aggression. The Iranian leadership used the tragedy to reinforce their narrative of victimization by Western powers, particularly the United States, which served to strengthen the regime's domestic standing at a time when it was still recovering from the prolonged and bloody Iran-Iraq War. Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader of Iran, described the incident as an example of American savagery, and declared that it exposed the true face of the United States to the world. Internationally, the incident drew widespread condemnation. The United Nations Security Council convened to discuss the shootdown, and while a resolution explicitly condemning the United States was not passed due to diplomatic maneuverings, the incident led to a series of debates about military engagement and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. Numerous countries expressed their condolences to Iran and called for comprehensive measures to prevent such tragedies in the future. In the months following the disaster, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and other international bodies scrutinized the incident, leading to discussions about improving communication channels between military and civilian aircraft. This dialogue highlighted the need for enhanced identification protocols to distinguish military from civilian aircraft, a key factor that could have prevented the downing of Flight 655. The U.S. Congress also held hearings to examine the circumstances that led to the tragedy, questioning the rules of engagement and the use of force in crowded international waters. These hearings were often contentious, reflecting the deep divisions within the United States about the appropriate use of military power and the need to protect civilian lives. In 1996, 8 years after the incident, the United States and Iran reached a settlement at the International Court of Justice, where the U.S. agreed to pay $61.8 million in compensation to the families of the victims, though without admitting legal liability or formally apologizing. The settlement was part of a broader attempt to thaw relations between the two nations, although deep-seated mistrust and unresolved issues continued to plague U.S.-Iran interactions. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a significant event in the history of U.S.-Iran relations, embodying the tragic potential for misunderstanding and unintended consequences in high-stakes military operations. The political, legal, and diplomatic efforts to address the aftermath of the incident have shaped international aviation and military engagement rules, serving as a somber reminder of the importance of rigor, caution, and clarity in military operations around the world. The investigation into the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 was a complex and contentious process, involving multiple international stakeholders and fraught with geopolitical implications. The aftermath of the incident necessitated a thorough inquiry to determine the causes and contributing factors that led to such a catastrophic error by the USS Vincennes. The U.S. Navy conducted its initial investigation shortly after the incident. This inquiry aimed to piece together the events leading up to the missile strike and evaluate the decision-making processes of Captain Rogers and his crew. The investigation acknowledged that the crew had misidentified the civilian airliner as a military threat, specifically an Iranian F-14 Tomcat jet. However, the findings also highlighted the high-pressure environment under which the crew operated, citing the perceived threat of Iranian attacks and the intense psychological strain of their mission in the Gulf. Simultaneously, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, launched its own independent investigation, focusing on the safety protocols and communication failures that contributed to the tragedy. This investigation scrutinized the radar systems and the protocols used by the USS Vincennes, examining how a sophisticated Aegis combat system could mistake a large climbing Airbus A300 for a descending fighter jet. The ICAO's findings were critical in understanding the technical limitations and human errors in complex combat systems. These investigations revealed a series of critical missteps and misunderstandings. The USS Vincennes had been operating in a declared war zone and was on high alert due to previous skirmishes with Iranian forces earlier that day. This context contributed to the crew's heightened defensive posture and readiness to engage perceived threats rapidly. Furthermore, the investigation found that the Vincennes radar operators had misinterpreted the standard commercial airliner's flight profile, mistaking its larger radar signature and steady ascent as aggressive maneuvers. Compounding these errors were failures in communication. Flight 655 was transmitting on a civilian air traffic control frequency, not the military frequencies monitored by the Vincennes. Attempts by the Vincennes to warn the aircraft used military channels, which the civilian plane was not equipped to receive. Additionally, psychological factors such as confirmation bias and tunnel vision exacerbated the crew's misjudgment, as they interpreted incoming data through the lens of an expected military confrontation. The findings of these investigations led to significant controversies and debates. In Iran, the U.S. Navy's explanation was met with skepticism and outrage, perceived as an inadequate response to the loss of 290 civilian lives. Many Iranians saw the incident not as an error, but as an intentional act, reinforcing deep-seated animosity and distrust towards the United States. Internationally, the incident sparked a broader discussion about the rules of engagement and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. The tragedy highlighted the need for clearer differentiation between military and civilian air traffic, leading to calls for enhanced identification protocols and improved communication systems to prevent similar incidents in the future. In response to the global outcry and the internal reviews suggesting procedural failures, the U.S. military took steps to revise its rules of engagement and bolster the training of its personnel, especially in the identification and engagement of air targets. These changes aim to reduce the likelihood of such tragic errors in future conflicts, emphasizing the importance of verifying targets before engagement. The U.S. government also faced legal and diplomatic repercussions. Iran filed a case against the United States at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, claiming that the shootdown was not only unlawful but also a deliberate act of aggression. The proceedings at the ICJ were closely watched worldwide as they dealt with critical issues of international law and state responsibility. In 1996, the United States agreed to settle the case by compensating the families of the victims, though it continued to avoid admitting legal liability or formally apologizing, maintaining that the incident was a tragic mistake. The settlement, while providing some financial compensation to the bereaved families, did little to heal the deep wounds inflicted by the tragedy. The legacy of Flight 655 continues to influence U.S.-Iran relations and serves as a grim reminder of the dangers of military escalation and the essential need for rigorous safeguards in military operations to protect innocent lives in times of conflict. The ongoing discourse around this incident underscores the enduring challenge of balancing security concerns with the imperatives of human rights and international law. The political and military implications of the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 were profound, shaping the dynamics of U.S.-Iran relations for years and influencing global military and aviation policies. The incident became a significant point of contention, affecting diplomatic interactions and international perceptions of military engagement rules. In the immediate aftermath, the incident drastically exacerbated the already strained relations between the United States and Iran. It deepened the chasm of mistrust and hostility, complicating any efforts toward rapprochement. For Iran, the incident was perceived not just as a tragedy, but as a deliberate attack, reinforcing its narrative of victimization by Western powers. The Iranian government leveraged this event to unify public opinion and garner international sympathy, portraying the United States as an aggressive and imperialist power. On the American side, the incident prompted a re-evaluation of military engagement rules, particularly concerning the identification and engagement of non-combatant aircraft in conflict zones. The U.S. military faced intense scrutiny both domestically and internationally, prompting discussions about the safeguards needed to prevent such incidents. In response, the Pentagon reviewed and tightened its rules of engagement and command protocols, particularly around areas with high civilian activity. One of the significant changes was the enhancement of the military's identification processes to distinguish between civilian and military aircraft more effectively. This involved improving radar systems capabilities and ensuring that personnel were better trained in interpreting radar data under pressure. The military also increased its emphasis on using multiple sources of information to confirm the identities of potential targets before engaging them. These changes were partly influenced by the broader shift towards more stringent standards for accountability within military operations worldwide. The incident underscored the necessity for robust checks and balances in military decision-making processes, especially in scenarios where the risk of civilian casualties is high. Internationally, the shootdown had ramifications for global aviation safety. It highlighted the vulnerability of civilian aircraft flying in or near conflict zones, and led to calls for improved communication between civilian and military entities. This led to increased cooperation between the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and various military organizations to enhance civilian aircraft safety during military conflicts. Procedures and technologies for better tracking and communication were developed, aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Moreover, the incident influenced international law regarding military engagements and the protection of civilians in armed conflict zones. It became a case study in numerous international law programs and military academies discussed for its legal, ethical, and procedural implications. The discussions often focused on the balance between national security interests and the need to protect civilian lives, shaping future legal frameworks and conventions. The diplomatic fallout from the incident continued to linger, impacting U.S.-Iran relations for decades. The lack of a formal apology from the U.S. government was particularly contentious, seen by many in Iran as an indicator of insincerity in addressing the consequences of the shootdown. This perception hindered diplomatic dialogue and contributed to the cyclical escalation and de-escalation of tensions between the two countries. Despite the passage of time, the legacy of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the catastrophic consequences of military miscalculations. The incident continues to be referenced in discussions about military ethics, the rules of engagement, and the importance of safeguarding civilian lives in times of conflict. It serves as a somber lesson in the importance of vigilance, precision, and accountability in military operations, ensuring that the memory of those lost continues to inform and guide future military and diplomatic endeavors. The legal and ethical ramifications of the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 are as complex as they are profound. In the years following the incident, a series of legal actions and diplomatic negotiations highlighted the challenges of addressing such a tragedy within the frameworks of international law and bilateral relations. These proceedings also raised significant ethical questions about accountability and reparations in cases involving military mistakes with civilian casualties. In the aftermath of the tragedy, Iran sought justice and compensation through international legal avenues, claiming that the downing was not only a tragic accident, but a gross violation of international law. Iran filed a case against the United States at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, demanding accountability and reparations for the victims' families. This legal move was part of Tehran's broader strategy to internationalize the issue, seeking global condemnation of the United States and reinforcing its narrative of victimization by Western powers. The United States, while expressing regret over the loss of innocent lives, maintained that the incident was a tragic mistake during a complex combat situation. Initially, the U.S. government resisted admitting legal liability, framing the event as an unfortunate consequence of wartime operations in a high-threat environment. This stance was heavily criticized, both domestically and internationally, as it seemed to sidestep the broader issues of military accountability and the importance of safeguarding civilian lives. In 1996, after years of legal and diplomatic wrangling, a settlement was reached at the ICJ, where the United States agreed to pay $61.8 million, equivalent to $213,103.45 per passenger, as compensation to the families of the victims. This settlement, while significant, did not include an admission of legal liability or a formal apology from the U.S. government, which continued to impact the perception of the U.S. response both in Iran and among the international community. This resolution raised numerous ethical questions about the value of human life and the extent to which monetary compensation can serve as reparation for the loss of loved ones. It also highlighted the limitations of international law in dealing with incidents where military actions lead to civilian casualties. Many argued that the settlement, while providing some form of compensation, did little to address the underlying issues of military engagement rules and the protection of civilians in conflict zones. The ethical considerations surrounding the incident also extended to discussions about the rules of engagement and the responsibilities of military forces operating in civilian-populated areas or international airspaces. The tragedy underscored the need for clear guidelines that prioritize the protection of civilian lives and stricter controls on military responses to perceived threats. Furthermore, the incident has been a case study in ethics courses and military training programs, often discussed in the context of moral decision-making under pressure. It serves as a grim reminder of the high stakes involved in military operations and the profound ethical obligations of military personnel to make decisions that minimize harm to civilians. Reflecting on the legal and ethical implications of the Iran Air Flight 655 tragedy reveals a complex tapestry of human rights, international law, military ethics, and diplomatic relations. It highlights the ongoing challenges in achieving true accountability and justice in international incidents, and underscores the importance of ethical leadership and rigorous training in preventing similar tragedies in the future. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the tragic intersections between military operations and civilian aviation, a historical event that continues to evoke pain, provoke thought, and stir debates decades after the incident. The memories of the 290 lives lost on that fateful day have been immortalized through various memorials and remembrance ceremonies, both in Iran and around the world, serving as somber tributes to the victims and constant reminders of the need for vigilance in military engagements. In Iran, the tragedy of Flight 655 is commemorated annually with ceremonies that pay homage to the victims. These events are not only moments of mourning, but also of collective reflection on the broader implications of the incident for Iranian society and international relations. The crash site in the Persian Gulf has become a sacred space, marked by memorials that stand as a testament to the lives lost. Families of the victims and political leaders often gather here to honor the memory of those who perished, reiterating calls for peace and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. The legacy of Flight 655 also extends into ongoing diplomatic tensions between the United States and Iran. The incident is frequently cited in discussions of U.S.-Iran relations, symbolizing for many the deep-seated mistrust and animosity that complicates dialogue between the two nations. Even as diplomatic efforts are made to thaw relations, the shadows of past grievances, including this tragedy, loom large, influencing perceptions and interactions at diplomatic levels. Moreover, the downing has had a lasting impact on international aviation safety and military protocols. It prompted significant changes in the rules of engagement for military forces around the world, particularly concerning the identification of civilian aircraft in conflict zones. The tragedy underscored the critical need for robust systems and checks to prevent misidentification and ensure the safety of civilian air traffic. These improvements have been crucial in preventing similar incidents, contributing to safer skies for international air travel. Academically and in policymaking circles, the incident is studied as a case of what can go wrong when high-stakes military decision-making intersects with civilian life. It serves as a crucial case study in international relations and military ethics courses, helping to educate new generations of military officers, diplomats, and international lawyers about the complexities of engagement in globalized contexts. The lessons learned from the incident continue to influence policies aimed at enhancing the accountability of armed forces and reinforcing the norms of international humanitarian law. Legal frameworks and international conventions have also been influenced by the fallout from the Flight 655 tragedy. The incident has played a role in shaping international legal standards regarding state responsibility and compensation for wrongful acts, reinforcing the principles that govern state actions in international airspace and the treatment of civilians during military operations. These legal precedents continue to be relevant in contemporary conflicts, where the distinction between combatants and non-combatants can often be blurred. In sum, the legacy of Iran Air Flight 655 is multifaceted. It is remembered as a painful incident that resulted in unnecessary loss of life, but also as a catalyst for change in international military and aviation protocols. The tragedy remains a critical reference point in discussions about the moral and legal dimensions of military actions, serving as a somber reminder of the need for perpetual vigilance, rigorous training, and the moral courage to make decisions that prioritize human life. As such, the story of Flight 655 is not just a historical footnote, but a continuing influence on how military and civilian interactions are managed in an increasingly complex global landscape. In the heart of Lima, Peru, on Christmas Eve, 1971, Julianne Cupsey prepared for a flight that was supposed to take her from her boarding school to a joyful reunion with her father in Pucallpa. Born to German zoologists who had moved to Peru to study the rich biodiversity of the Amazon rainforest, Julianne had grown up in an environment where the line between the natural world and daily life was often blurred. At 17, she was as familiar with the sounds of the jungle as she was with the pages of her schoolbooks. Julianne's early years had been spent in the rainforest, where her parents, Maria and Hans Wilhelm Köpke, ran the Panguana Ecological Research Station. Under their guidance, she learned not just to endure, but to respect the untamed life of the Amazon. This upbringing instilled in her a deep appreciation for biology, an interest that was both academic and intensely personal. On that fateful day, as Julianne and her mother approached the bustling Jorge Chávez International Airport, the holiday spirit was palpable. Despite the festive atmosphere, a sense of urgency overshadowed their preparations. The airline they chose, LANSA, had a questionable safety record, but it offered the only available route that could reunite the family for Christmas. This decision, made under the pressure of circumstance, would soon prove to be perilously significant. As they boarded LANSA Flight 508, the aircraft, a Lockheed L-188A Electra turboprop, hummed with the chatter of families and solo travelers alike, all eager to reach their destinations. Julianne, seated next to her mother, tried to stave off the nervousness she felt about flying, particularly with LANSA. Her mother, an experienced traveler through the Amazon's unpredictable terrain, reassured her with a confident smile, masking her own apprehensions. The early stages of the flight passed uneventfully as the plane ascended into the clear sky above Lima. Julianne gazed out the window, watching the cityscape give way to the sprawling greenery of the Amazon. But as the plane approached the Andes, the weather took a sudden turn. Dark clouds loomed ahead, signaling the onset of a severe thunderstorm. The aircraft began to shake violently as it entered the storm, with lightning flashing ominously close. The pilots struggled to navigate through the worsening weather, the atmosphere among the passengers shifting from nervous to fraught. Julianne's grip tightened around her mother's hand, the comforting connection a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. Then, without warning, a deafening sound tore through the cabin as the right wing of the plane was struck by lightning. In an instant, the aircraft began to break apart. Screams filled the air as the fuselage fragmented, and passengers found themselves plummeting towards the earth. Miraculously, Julianne remained strapped to her seat, her body hurtling through the open sky amidst the wreckage. As she lost consciousness, the last thing she saw was the canopy of the Amazon rushing towards her, a sight both terrifying and oddly familiar. Regaining consciousness, Julianne found herself alone in the dense undergrowth of the jungle. Her seat had cushioned her fall, a stroke of improbable luck that allowed her to survive the 2-mile drop. Dazed and injured, she realized the gravity of her situation. She was lost in the vast Amazon, with no sign of other survivors. Drawing on her childhood experiences and the survival skills her parents had taught her, Julianne knew she had to find water first. Recalling her father's advice that following water would eventually lead to civilization, she found a small stream. With a determination fueled by her instinct to survive and the hope of finding her mother and other passengers, Julianne began the arduous journey through the Amazon. Her trek was fraught with challenges. Each step took her deeper into the heart of the jungle, where every sound seemed amplified and every shadow could conceal a predator. However, Julianne's intimate knowledge of the rainforest became her greatest ally. She knew how to read the subtle signs of nature, which plants were safe to touch, and which sounds to heed or ignore. As days turned into an exhausting blur, Julianne's physical strength waned, but her resolve strengthened, driven by the memories of her parents' teachings and the profound connection she felt to the rainforest. Her journey through the Amazon not only tested her survival skills but also deepened her understanding of the natural world, a harsh, unforgiving, yet profoundly beautiful realm that had shaped the course of her life from the very beginning. On the ill-fated day of December 24, 1971, as Lanza Flight 508 ascended into the increasingly turbulent skies above the Peruvian Amazon, none aboard could have predicted the extent of the disaster about to unfold. The Lockheed L-188A Electra, already buzzing with the low murmur of passengers' conversations mixed with the sounds of the storm outside, faced an immediate and grave threat. The flight began routinely, with the aircraft climbing through the layers of clouds. As the plane approached the dense storm clouds, the pilots increased their altitude in an attempt to navigate above the worsening weather. Julianne Köpke, seated next to her mother, looked out the window, watching the lightning dance across the sky, her heart racing with each flash that illuminated the cabin. The storm intensified, enveloping the aircraft in a violent torrent of rain and gusting winds. Turbulence shook the cabin as the pilots fought to maintain control. Passengers tightened their seatbelts, gripping armrests, and each other, as the plane pitched and rolled. The flight attendants moved quickly down the aisles, reassuring passengers, their voices calm but strained against the roar of the storm and engines. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck directly at the aircraft. The impact was catastrophic, instantly severing the right wing and causing an explosive decompression. The fuselage began to break apart mid-air, the structural integrity of the plane compromised beyond the pilot's control. In moments, the aircraft transformed from a controlled environment into a chaotic maelstrom of wind, debris, and terrified passengers. Julianne, still strapped to her seat, found herself in a surreal situation as the cabin disintegrated around her. The roar of the wind and engines gave way to the sounds of tearing metal and the screams of passengers. The last thing Julianne saw before losing consciousness was the rainforest canopy spiraling towards her, a dizzying green expanse rushing up to meet her. The aircraft crashed into the dense jungle, scattering wreckage and debris across a wide area. The violence of the crash was such that survival seemed impossible. Yet, amidst the devastation, Julianne miraculously survived. When she regained consciousness, she found herself alone, surrounded by wreckage, in the deep jungle. Her survival was a stark contrast to the fate of the other 91 souls aboard. who perished in one of the deadliest aviation disasters in history. The immediate aftermath of the crash was marked by an eerie silence in the jungle, broken only by the sounds of nature quickly reclaiming the space. For Julianne, the shock of the crash soon gave way to the realization of her dire situation. Injured, dazed, and isolated, she faced the daunting reality that her survival depended on her ability to navigate through one of the most challenging environments on Earth. With no rescue in sight, Julianne drew upon her unique upbringing in the rainforest, recalling the lessons from her parents about survival in the wild. She knew she needed to find water and shelter, basic necessities for survival. Leveraging her knowledge of the rainforest's flora and fauna, she began to plan her next steps, understanding that her journey to safety was only just beginning. As she prepared to leave the crash site in search of help, Julianne's thoughts were with her mother and the other passengers, hoping against hope that others might have survived. Her journey through the Amazon would test her physical limits and emotional resilience, shaping into an epic tale of survival against all odds. Miraculously surviving the 2-mile plummet to the earth, Julianne Kupka found herself alone amidst the wreckage, still strapped to her row of airplane seats. The initial moments following her awakening were clouded with confusion and pain, but the urgency of her situation quickly dawned on her. She was deep in the Peruvian Amazon, one of the densest and most dangerous jungles in the world, and her survival depended on her immediate actions. As she unbuckled herself from the seat, Julianne assessed her physical condition. Remarkably, her injuries were minor considering the severity of the crash. A broken collarbone, a deep gash on her calf, and an eye swollen shut. The adrenaline coursing through her body temporarily masked the pain, allowing her to focus on her next steps. Her survival instincts, honed from years of living at a research station in the jungle with her biologist parents, began to take over. Knowing that clean water was critical, Julianne recalled her father's advice that finding a stream or river could lead to rescue, as waterways often ran past civilization. She heard the faint sound of running water nearby and used the noise to guide her through the dense undergrowth. Her progress was slow and painstaking due to her injuries and the challenging terrain filled with thick vines and hidden roots that made walking difficult, especially since one of her sandals was lost during the fall. Julianne's knowledge of the rainforest was a vital asset. She knew which plants were safe to eat and which to avoid, information that became crucial as her journey extended and food sources became a necessity. Her understanding of the rainforest's ecology helped her avoid poisonous plants and dangerous animals, skills not possessed by the average person lost in such an environment. As she navigated through the jungle, Julianne also had to deal with the psychological toll of her situation. The isolation and uncertainty could be overwhelming, but she kept her focus by setting small, manageable goals each day. Her immediate aim was to find help, but her broader goal was to stay alive long enough to be found or to find rescue. Memories of her family and her life back at the research station provided the mental strength she needed to push forward. Despite the lush greenery around her, the Amazon was not a benign environment. Julianne encountered numerous hazards that posed constant threats to her safety. She had to be vigilant of dangerous wildlife, from venomous snakes slithering through the underbrush to predatory jaguars whose roars pierced the night air. The ever-present insects, particularly mosquitoes, were not only a nuisance, but also a vector for disease, making her vulnerable to illnesses like malaria. The dense canopy often made navigation difficult, obscuring the sky for most of the day. This made it hard for Julianne to keep track of time and direction. Her only tools for navigation were the sun's position when visible and the flow of water in the creeks and rivers she followed. Her strategy was simple but effective. Follow the water downstream, hoping it would lead to a larger river and eventually to people. Despite the overwhelming odds, Julianne's determination and unique survival skills kept her moving forward. Each step took her closer to salvation, but also deeper into the physical and mental challenges of the Amazon. Her ordeal was far from over, but her resilience and resourcefulness set the foundation for what would become an incredible tale of human survival and endurance against the most daunting of odds. As Julianne Kupka's arduous trek through the Amazon jungle continued, each day brought new challenges and reaffirmed her determination to survive. Alone and injured, She depended entirely on her instincts and knowledge of the rainforest, a testament to the years she had spent in Peru with her parents. Her understanding of the environment, coupled with her resilience, became her most powerful tools for survival. Waking each day to the sounds of the jungle, Julianne set about securing the basic necessities: water, food, and shelter. She knew that waterborne diseases could be as deadly as any predator in the jungle, so she was cautious about where she sourced her water, sticking to small streams where the flow was more likely to be clean. Julianne recalled her father explaining that small streams would eventually lead to larger rivers, which were often used as pathways by local tribes and could lead to her rescue. Finding food was another challenge. Though the jungle was teeming with life, not all of it was safe to consume. Julianne relied on fruits and nuts that she recognized as non-toxic, careful to conserve her energy by not eating anything that could make her ill. She avoided hunting, lacking both the tools and the energy for trapping or killing animals, and instead focused on gathering, which was less energy-intensive and safer. As she navigated through the dense underbrush, Julianne had to constantly be on the alert for dangerous wildlife. She knew the sounds of the jungle well enough to pause when the normal chorus of birds and insects suddenly quieted, a sign that a predator might be near. Snakes, which could be camouflaged in the leaf litter, posed a significant threat, and Julianne used sticks to rustle the foliage ahead of her as she walked, giving any hidden snakes time to slither away. The physical demands of her journey were immense. Her injuries, though not life-threatening, made movement painful and exhausting. Her broken collarbone limited her ability to use one arm fully, complicating even simple tasks like collecting food or clearing a path through thick vegetation. The gash on her leg was a constant concern, as any infection could quickly turn deadly without medical treatment. Despite these hardships, Julianne's spirits were buoyed by moments of beauty and a deep-seated connection to the natural world. The lush canopy, the chorus of birds at dawn, and the clear, starry nights reminded her of the time she spent with her parents in the jungle. These moments of reflection were crucial, providing mental respite from the constant challenges of survival. As days turned into a week, the physical toll on Julianne increased. Fatigue, hunger, and the onset of infections began to wear her down. She knew she had to find help soon. Determined to increase her chances of rescue, Julianne started leaving markers along her path, hoping they would catch the attention of any search parties or local tribespeople. She also began to practice shouting for help during the day, when the noise of her voice could carry far in the quiet moments of the jungle. Her persistence paid off. On the 11th day of her ordeal, Julianne stumbled upon a small hunting camp, deserted but clearly recently used. Here, she found a small shelter and tools, which she used to improve her own condition and prepare for the possibility of spending more time in the jungle. This discovery was a significant morale booster, offering her a temporary safe haven and the means to better sustain herself. Julianne's journey through the Amazon tested her to the limits of human endurance, highlighting her remarkable resilience and adaptability. Her survival was not just a tale of overcoming physical barriers, but also a profound inner journey of strength, hope, and the unyielding desire to live. As she continued her trek, each step was a step closer to safety, driven by her deep will to reunite with her family and to return to the world she had left behind on that fateful Christmas Eve flight. As Julianne Köpke's arduous trek through the Amazon jungle continued, each day brought new challenges and reaffirmed her determination to survive. Alone and injured, she depended entirely on her instincts and knowledge of the rainforest, a testament to the years she had spent in Peru with her parents. Her understanding of the environment, coupled with her resilience, became her most powerful tools for survival. Waking each day to the sounds of the jungle, Julianne set about securing the basic necessities: water, food, and shelter. She knew that waterborne diseases could be as deadly as any predator in the jungle, so she was cautious about where she sourced her water, sticking to small streams where the flow was more likely to be clean. Julianne recalled her father explaining that small streams would eventually lead to larger rivers, which were often used as pathways by local tribes, and could lead to her rescue. Finding food was another challenge. Though the jungle was teeming with life, not all of it was safe to consume. Julianne relied on fruits and nuts that she recognized as non-toxic, careful to conserve her energy by not eating anything that could make her ill. She avoided hunting, lacking both the tools and the energy for trapping or killing animals, and instead focused on gathering, which was less energy-intensive and safer. As she navigated through the dense underbrush, Julianne had to constantly be on the alert for dangerous wildlife. She knew the sounds of the jungle well enough to pause when the normal chorus of birds and insects suddenly quieted, a sign that a predator might be near. Snakes, which could be camouflaged in the leaf litter, posed a significant threat, and Julianne used sticks to rustle the foliage ahead of her as she walked, giving any hidden snakes time to slither away. The physical demands of her journey were immense. Her injuries, though not life-threatening, made movement painful and exhausting. Her broken collarbone limited her ability to use one arm fully, complicating even simple tasks like collecting food or clearing a path through thick vegetation. The gash on her leg was a constant concern, as any infection could quickly turn deadly without medical treatment. Despite these hardships, Julianne's spirits were buoyed by moments of beauty and a deep-seated connection to the natural world. The lush canopy, the chorus of birds at dawn, and the clear, starry nights reminded her of the time she spent with her parents in the jungle. These moments of reflection were crucial, providing mental respite from the constant challenges of survival. As days turned into a week, the physical toll on Julianne increased. Fatigue, hunger, and the onset of infections began to wear her down. She knew she had to find help soon. Determined to increase her chances of rescue, Julianne started leaving markers along her path, hoping they would catch the attention of any search parties or local tribespeople. She also began to practice shouting for help during the day, when the noise of her voice could carry far in the quiet moments of the jungle. Her persistence paid off. On the 11th day of her ordeal, Julianne stumbled upon a small hunting camp, deserted but clearly recently used. Here, she found a small shelter and tools, which she used to improve her own condition and prepare for the possibility of spending more time in the jungle. This discovery was a significant morale booster, offering her a temporary safe haven and the means to better sustain herself. Julianne's journey through the Amazon tested her to the limits of human endurance, highlighting her remarkable resilience and adaptability. Her survival was not just a tale of overcoming physical barriers, but also a profound inner journey of strength, hope, and the unyielding desire to live. As she continued her trek, each step was a step closer to safety, driven by her deep will to reunite with her family and to return to the world she had left behind on that fateful Christmas Eve flight. As Julianne Koepke continued her harrowing journey through the Amazon, her determination was fueled by a singular focus: survival. Her days were governed by the essential tasks of finding food and safe drinking water, navigating through the dense jungle, and avoiding the myriad dangers that the rainforest presented. Each small decision had potentially life-saving implications, and Julianne's deep familiarity with the jungle environment became her greatest asset. Using techniques her parents had taught her during her childhood, Julianne tapped into her knowledge of the rainforest's biodiversity to sustain herself. She knew which plants were safe to eat and which were best avoided, knowledge that was crucial in an environment where a simple mistake could prove fatal. This practical botanical knowledge allowed her to nourish herself with fruits and nuts that were safe to consume, providing her with the energy needed to continue. Moreover, Julianne understood the importance of hydration, especially in the hot and humid conditions of the Amazon. She followed small streams, ensuring she stayed hydrated, without moving too far from a predictable water source. These streams not only quenched her thirst, but also guided her through the vast, disorienting landscape, serving as a natural pathway through the dense underbrush. Despite the physical exhaustion and mental strain, Julianne's spirits were periodically lifted by the sheer beauty of the rainforest. The rich sounds of wildlife, from the calls of exotic birds to the rustling of small mammals, reminded her of her childhood spent in similar surroundings. These moments of appreciation provided brief respite from the relentless challenges of survival. Julianne's encounter with wildlife also included moments of tension and fear. The Amazon is home to numerous predators, and Julianne had to remain vigilant against potential threats from jaguars, snakes, and even poisonous insects. Her approach was one of cautious respect, avoiding confrontation and making noise when moving to alert animals to her presence, which is often enough to keep them at bay. Navigation was one of the most daunting challenges. Without a compass or a clear path, Julianne relied heavily on the sun and the flow of water bodies to maintain her bearings. She was aware that rivers and streams are lifelines in the Amazon, often leading to settlements or being used by local people for transportation. By following the flow of water, she aimed to find a larger river that could lead to rescue. The psychological challenge of isolation was profound. Julianne was not only battling physical exhaustion and environmental hazards, but also the emotional weight of solitude. She talked to herself, recounting memories and lessons from her parents, which helped to keep her mind focused and her morale high. This self-communication was crucial in maintaining her mental health and staving off the despair that could come from her isolation. As the days passed, Julianne's initial hope of quickly finding rescue began to wane, yet her determination did not falter. She understood that her best chance of survival was to keep moving toward potential rescue points. This resolve was put to the test when, after nearly 2 weeks alone in the jungle, she stumbled upon a significant sign of human activity, an abandoned boat lodged in a small tributary. Realizing the potential of this find, Julianne used the boat as a shelter, gathering strength and resources. She found a small cache of supplies in the boat, likely left by fishermen, which included some basic tools that could be used for fishing or improving her shelter. This discovery was a significant morale booster and a turning point, providing her with slightly improved living conditions and renewed hope. Julianne's profound knowledge of the jungle, her resilience in the face of overwhelming odds, and her ability to utilize every available resource exemplified human survival instinct at its finest. Her ordeal continued to test every aspect of her being, but each challenge overcome brought her one step closer to safety, underscoring the indomitable human spirit's capacity to persevere through seemingly insurmountable challenges. Julianne Kupka's survival skills were crucial in navigating the harsh environment of the Amazon. Armed with a strong background in biology, imparted by her scientist parents, and her intimate familiarity with the rainforest, she employed a variety of survival techniques that greatly enhanced her chances of enduring the formidable conditions she faced alone. One of the first survival strategies Julianne used was her ability to identify and utilize the resources around her effectively. Her knowledge of the rainforest flora played a vital role in this. She could identify edible plants and fruits that provided necessary nutrition and avoided those that were poisonous. Understanding which plants could offer medicinal benefits allowed her to treat her injuries and prevent infections, which could have been debilitating or fatal in her vulnerable state. Moreover, Julianne's understanding of the rainforest ecosystem guided her in using natural landmarks and the behavior of the river systems to navigate through the dense jungle. The direction of water flow in streams and rivers informed her path, helping her move towards larger water bodies that were more likely to be near human settlements or regularly used paths. In terms of dealing with wildlife, Julianne's approach was based on avoidance and precaution. She knew that most animals are more scared of humans than humans are of them, and made sure to create noise while moving to alert any nearby animals of her presence. This tactic likely prevented potential encounters with predators like jaguars or venomous snakes. At night, she sought refuge in places that offered natural protection from nocturnal predators, using her surroundings to create makeshift shelters. Julianne also demonstrated resourcefulness in her use of the materials available to her. For example, she used vines for binding and building shelters, and turned large leaves into collection surfaces for rainwater or dew when clean water sources were scarce. This ability to improvise was a testament to her deep understanding of the environment and her creativity in survival situations. The psychological resilience Julianne exhibited was perhaps as critical as her physical survival skills. The mental challenges of being alone in such a daunting environment were immense. Julianne coped by setting small, achievable goals each day, which gave her a sense of purpose and progress. She also kept a mental diary, recounting her days and reflecting on her experiences, which helped maintain her mental health and stave off feelings of despair and isolation. The culmination of these survival strategies was evident when, after 11 days of relentless pursuit of survival, Julianne heard the sound of an engine in the distance. Realizing the potential for rescue, She mustered the strength to move towards the sound, eventually finding a small shelter used by lumber workers. Her decision to follow the sound, guided by the hope of human presence, ultimately led to her being found and rescued. Upon her rescue, Julian was transported to a local hospital where she received medical treatment for her injuries and dehydration. Her story of survival quickly captivated the world, becoming a symbol of human resilience and the will to survive against all odds. Reflecting on her ordeal, Julianne often credited her survival to the combination of her scientific knowledge, survival skills, and the emotional fortitude instilled by her parents. Her incredible journey through the Amazon not only highlighted the human capacity for survival, but also underscored the importance of understanding and respecting the natural world. Her experience continues to inspire and educate, serving as a powerful example of the strength and perseverance inherent in the human spirit. Julianne Kupska's miraculous survival after an 11-day ordeal in the Amazon jungle not only marked her as a figure of extraordinary resilience, but also had a profound impact on her life and the wider world. Her harrowing journey through the dense, perilous wilderness and her ultimate rescue captivated global audiences, bringing attention to the human capacity to endure against overwhelming odds. After her rescue and during her recovery, Julianne's story was widely covered by the media, and she was often portrayed as a symbol of hope and human strength. Her experience resonated with many, providing a narrative that highlighted the importance of courage, persistence, and the will to survive. As she healed from her physical injuries, Julianne also had to navigate the complex process of psychological recovery, dealing with the trauma of the crash and the loss of her mother, who had perished in the disaster. Returning to civilization brought challenges. Julianne faced a flurry of media attention and public curiosity, which was sometimes overwhelming. Despite this, she used her newfound platform to raise awareness about the Amazon rainforest, its beauty, its critical importance to the global ecosystem, and the threats it faced. Her unique insights and first-hand experiences provided a compelling perspective on environmental conservation. Julianne's ordeal also reinforced her interest in biology, shaping her academic and professional path. She pursued studies in biology, earning a doctorate, and returning to Peru to conduct research in the Amazon rainforest. Her work focused on the ecology of the region, and she became an advocate for its preservation, leveraging her personal story to highlight the connection between human survival and environmental stewardship. Moreover, Julianne's survival story has been used in survival training and wilderness medicine courses as a case study on human endurance, psychological resilience, and the practical application of survival skills in extreme conditions. Her ability to stay calm, make rational decisions in crisis situations, and utilize her environmental knowledge effectively are often highlighted as key factors that contributed to her survival. In the years following her rescue, Julianne has participated in documentaries and written accounts of her survival, offering insights into her thoughts and actions during those 11 days. Her reflections often focus on the lessons she learned about the value of life, the strength of the human spirit, and the profound connection between humans and nature. Julianne's story has not only inspired countless individuals, but has also contributed to a deeper understanding of the Amazon rainforest's complex ecosystem. Her advocacy and research work have helped promote efforts to protect and preserve the Amazon, highlighting its critical role in global biodiversity and climate regulation. Her legacy is multifaceted, encompassing her contributions to science, her inspirational survival story, and her ongoing environmental advocacy. As Julianne continues to speak about her experiences and the lessons learned, she maintains a focus on the future, advocating for sustainable practices to protect the environment that once saved her life. In reflecting on her journey, Julianne Koeps's narrative transcends the mere fact of survival. It encapsulates a profound journey of emotional and spiritual growth, a testament to the resilience of the human body and spirit, and a reminder of our inextricable connection to the natural world. Her life, profoundly shaped by those harrowing days in the Amazon, serves as a beacon of enduring strength, hope, and respect for life in all its forms. High above the rugged coastline of Chile, the steady hum of a Chilean Air Force helicopter sliced through the sky. The aircraft, a well-equipped Cougar AS-532, was on a routine patrol mission, its crew trained to maintain vigilance over the vast expanse of ocean and land beneath them. It was a clear day in November 2014, with visibility perfect for the task at hand. Little did the crew know, their standard patrol was about to turn into an encounter that would captivate the world and ignite a storm of speculation and intrigue. The crew consisted of a seasoned pilot and a skilled naval technician, both members of the Chilean Air Force, tasked with monitoring the coastal areas for illegal activities and ensuring maritime safety. The helicopter was outfitted with a state-of-the-art infrared camera designed to detect heat signatures from a distance, making it an invaluable tool for their surveillance operations. As they approached a routine checkpoint along their patrol route, the technician monitored the live feed from the camera, expecting nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, the calm of the patrol was shattered by an anomaly on the infrared screen. Initially appearing as an inexplicable blip, it quickly became apparent that this was no ordinary object. The pilot maneuvered the helicopter for a better view, while the technician tried to adjust the focus of the camera, zooming in on what appeared to be a flying object emitting an unusual heat pattern. The object moved with a precision and speed unlike any typical aircraft, its motion smooth yet erratic, defying the usual aerodynamic expectations. The technician recorded the object's movements, his hands steady despite the growing realization that this was no ordinary sighting. The object's thermal signature was unusually strong and consistent, suggesting it was not only metallic, but also generating a considerable amount of heat. As they continued to observe, the object began emitting what appeared to be plumes of vapor or gas, which were clearly visible through the infrared camera, adding another layer of mystery to the encounter. Communications between the helicopter crew and their ground control became frantic as they reported the sighting. Ground control, equally perplexed, confirmed that no other aircraft were scheduled to be in their vicinity at that time, and there were no known satellites or drones that could explain the presence of such an object. The pilot, maintaining a safe distance, maneuvered to keep the object within their visual and infrared range, while the technician captured as much footage as possible. This initial encounter, though lasting only a few minutes, felt longer due to the intensity of the moment. The crew was trained for a multitude of scenarios, but nothing quite like this. Their professionalism kept them focused on the task of documenting the encounter, even as the realization dawned on them that they might be witnessing something truly unexplained. After the object finally accelerated away at a speed that was impossible for their helicopter to match, the crew was left to return to base with their footage and a barrage of questions. The debriefing that followed was intense and thorough. Military officials were cautious but intrigued by the footage, which clearly showed an object whose capabilities surpassed current known aircraft technology. This marked the beginning of what would become a widely publicized and hotly debated UFO encounter. The Chilean government, known for its transparency in dealing with unidentified aerial phenomena, took the unusual step of releasing the footage to the public and seeking help from both national and international experts to try to explain the mysterious encounter. As the news of the sighting broke, it sparked a frenzy of media coverage and public speculation. People around the world watched the grainy infrared footage, captivated by the possibility of an encounter with technology beyond our understanding. The incident not only raised questions about what might be sharing our skies, but also highlighted the growing need for cooperation in addressing phenomena that defy easy explanation. This encounter, with its compelling visual evidence, was set to become a pivotal case in the study of unidentified aerial phenomena, inviting both skeptics and believers to ponder the possibilities of what lies beyond the known frontiers of science and aviation. As the Chilean Air Force helicopter continued its patrol along the pristine coastline, the crew inside was processing the surreal encounter they had just experienced. Equipped with sophisticated technology, the Cougar AS-532 had captured something unprecedented on its infrared camera, an unidentified flying object emitting heat and strange plumes, seemingly defying the known capabilities of conventional aircraft. The technology on board was primarily designed for maritime surveillance and search and rescue missions, capable of detecting heat signatures from great distances, making it an invaluable asset in identifying vessels or individuals in distress at sea. However, on this particular day, the infrared camera had recorded something entirely out of the ordinary, a fast-moving object whose thermal signature was unlike any aircraft or drone typically observed in their operations. Back at the base, the crew's initial report via radio had already stirred considerable interest among the ground control and senior officers. As they landed, the air was thick with anticipation and curiosity. The footage captured by the technician was immediately secured for analysis, with higher-ups in the Air Force and naval intelligence being alerted to the unusual sighting. The debriefing session was thorough. The pilot and technician were asked to recount every detail of the encounter, the object's appearance, behavior, and any electromagnetic interference noticed during the sighting. Questions were pointed and precise, aiming to rule out any conventional explanations such as experimental aircraft, weather balloons, or known drones. The crew maintained that the object moved with an agility and speed that were unlike any known aerial technology, further deepening the mystery. Following the initial internal review, the decision was made to involve technical experts in analyzing the infrared footage. This analysis aimed to verify the authenticity of what was captured and to gather more insights into the physical characteristics of the object observed. Specialists in aviation technology and infrared imaging were brought in, and they set to work examining the footage frame by frame. The technical analysis focused on several key aspects: the object's heat signature, which suggested an internal power source emitting a considerable amount of energy; the plumes, which could indicate some form of propulsion or discharge; and the flight pattern, which seemed to defy conventional physics with its abrupt changes in speed and altitude. Experts used software to enhance the image quality, hoping to glean more details from the grainy footage. The examination ruled out the possibility of a small aircraft or drone, as no known models possessed the combination of speed, heat signature, and flight capabilities displayed by the UFO. Theories began to circulate among the technical team, ranging from experimental military technology from another nation to more speculative hypotheses involving non-human origins. Meanwhile, the public's reaction was growing fervent. Once the Air Force decided to release the footage to ensure transparency and seek wider input, the video quickly went viral. Across social media platforms, forums, and news outlets, people shared the footage, with many speculating about the possible explanations for the encounter. The release of the video not only confirmed the authenticity of the event, but also opened the door to global scrutiny and debate. As the story gained traction internationally, ufologists and researchers dedicated to studying unidentified aerial phenomena took keen interest. They compared the Chilean encounter with similar incidents reported around the world, noting similarities in the descriptions of the objects and their behaviors. This global context prompted discussions about a possible pattern or phenomenon that transcended national borders. The media coverage varied from factual reporting by major news networks, focusing on the details of the encounter, to more sensational coverage by tabloids, which emphasized the mystery and extraterrestrial possibilities. Documentarians and investigative journalists descended on Chile, eager to capture the story from every angle, interviewing experts, witnesses, and even skeptics. The Chilean Air Force's encounter with the UFO became a case study in how modern militaries respond to unexplained phenomena. The transparent handling of the incident by the Chilean authorities was widely praised, and it set a precedent for how such encounters could be documented and discussed openly in the public sphere. As interest in the incident continued to swell, the need for a deeper investigation became apparent. The Air Force, in collaboration with scientific and military experts both nationally and internationally, planned a comprehensive investigation aimed at uncovering more about the mysterious object. This next phase would delve deeper into the technical, environmental, and historical data available, hoping to shed light on one of the most compelling modern UFO sightings to date. After the initial debrief and the immediate technical analysis, the Chilean Air Force moved forward with a structured response to the unusual sighting. The military's first priority was maintaining operational security and confidentiality as they navigated the complexities of a potential unidentified flying object that could have broader implications for national security. However, the decision to eventually release the footage to the public marked a pivotal shift towards transparency, aiming to demystify the situation and engage with the global community for broader insights. The aftermath of the sighting and the subsequent release of the infrared footage initiated a multi-phased response plan. Initially, The Air Force leadership conducted a series of confidential briefings with defense analysts to evaluate any potential threats that the unidentified object might pose. These meetings involved strategy discussions, reviews of radar and satellite data, and consultations with international partners to ascertain if similar incidents had been observed elsewhere. Simultaneously, the Chilean government took steps to manage the public narrative. Information about the encounter was carefully released to avoid causing undue alarm. The military's spokesperson provided measured statements that confirmed the sighting while emphasizing that it posed no immediate threat to national security. This approach was designed to maintain public confidence and prevent speculation from overshadowing facts. The leak and public response to the footage were overwhelming. Once the video was made available online, it quickly captured the attention of both national and international media, sparking a flurry of investigative reports, expert interviews, and public speculation. In Chile and beyond, the story became a topic of intense interest and debate, with the footage being analyzed and reanalyzed by various civilian UFO research organizations and independent experts. Media outlets played a significant role in shaping the public's perception of the incident. Major networks sought to strike a balance between reporting on the sensational aspects of the UFO sighting and providing a platform for credible experts to discuss the potential explanations. This coverage helped to elevate the discourse, moving it from mere conspiracy theories to more scientific and investigative discussions about what the object could have been. Online forums and social media also became hotbeds for debate. Enthusiasts and skeptics alike shared their theories, ranging from secret military technology and drones to extraterrestrial vehicles. This digital conversation expanded the reach of the incident, drawing in audiences from around the world who might not typically engage with military or aviation news. The Chilean Air Force continued to monitor these discussions closely, noting where misinformation spread and stepping in to clarify when possible. Their ongoing involvement helped to maintain a level of authority over the narrative, ensuring that the public received accurate updates as the investigation progressed. In response to the burgeoning interest, the Air Force organized a symposium where experts from various fields were invited to discuss the sighting. This event included panels with aerospace engineers, astrophysicists, military strategists, and representatives from the global UFO research community. The symposium was pivotal in fostering a multidisciplinary understanding of the sighting, highlighting the complexities involved in identifying and interpreting aerial phenomena. This collective approach not only enriched the investigation, but also demonstrated the Chilean military's commitment to transparency and scientific inquiry. By openly discussing the sighting and inviting international experts to contribute, they mitigated the risk of sensationalism and grounded the conversation in a search for verifiable truth. As the investigation moved forward, the Air Force and other involved agencies continued to sift through data, looking for any clue that might explain the nature of the mysterious object. Each piece of information, from radar signatures to historical aircraft records, was meticulously analyzed in the hope of uncovering a logical explanation for the sighting. This thorough and open approach ensured that whatever conclusions were eventually drawn, they would be based on solid evidence and careful consideration, maintaining public trust and scientific integrity throughout the process. Following the unprecedented encounter and the widespread public interest it generated, the Chilean Air Force initiated a formal and comprehensive investigation into the incident. This step was essential not only for national security purposes, but also to satisfy the curiosity and concerns of both the national and international communities. The official investigation was spearheaded by a special task force composed of experts from various fields, including military aviation specialists, aerospace engineers, and scientists specializing in atmospheric phenomena. The task force's primary goal was to analyze every aspect of the encounter thoroughly, from the technical specifications of the helicopter and its equipment to the environmental conditions on the day of the sighting. The team started by scrutinizing the infrared footage captured by the helicopter's camera. This involved a detailed frame-by-frame analysis to understand the object's size, speed, thermal signature, and flight pattern. Special attention was given to the plumes emitted by the object, which were atypical for conventional aircraft or known drones. Experts in propulsion and aerospace technology were consulted to determine if the object could be an undocumented type of military drone or experimental aircraft, possibly from another nation. Parallel to the technical analysis, the task force investigated the electromagnetic environment during the incident. They collaborated with meteorologists and physicists to explore whether unique atmospheric conditions could have caused optical illusions or radar anomalies. This line of inquiry included a review of historical meteorological data to check for similar anomalies that might have been recorded but not publicized. The military also re-examined radar data from the day of the sighting to trace the object's flight path and origin. This effort was coordinated with neighboring countries' air defense systems to rule out the possibility that the object had crossed into Chilean airspace from abroad. Additionally, the task force checked for any unauthorized satellite launches or space debris re-entries that could explain the object's presence in the sky. As the technical and environmental analyses progressed, the Chilean military maintained open communication with international bodies, such as the Committee for the Study of Anomalous Aerial Phenomena, CEFAA, which had a history of investigating UFO sightings in a scientific and systematic manner. This cooperation ensured that the investigation adhered to international standards and benefited from a broader range of expertise. The official investigation also delved into the historical context, researching any previously reported similar incidents within Chile and in other parts of the world. This broader historical review helped to contextualize the encounter and provided insights into how similar sightings had been handled and interpreted by other nations' military and scientific communities. Throughout this extensive investigative process, the Chilean Air Force showed a remarkable level of transparency. Regular press releases and public briefings were organized to update the public on the progress of the investigation. These updates were crucial in managing public expectations and preventing the spread of rumors and misinformation. Furthermore, the investigation's openness attracted attention from the academic community and independent researchers, who were granted access to non-sensitive data. This collaborative approach fostered a rich dialogue between military officials, scientists, and ufologists, each bringing unique perspectives to the table. As the investigation unfolded, it became a model of how military organizations could handle unidentified aerial phenomena sightings transparently and scientifically. This approach not only helped to demystify the incident, but also encouraged a more informed and less speculative public discourse on the subject of UFOs and aerial anomalies. The thoroughness of the investigation, while time-consuming and resource-intensive, underscored the Chilean military's commitment to understanding the nature of the sighting fully. By systematically ruling out conventional explanations and considering every possible angle, the task force aimed to provide a conclusive answer to the mystery, or at least to narrow down the possibilities to the most plausible explanations based on empirical evidence and expert analysis. As the investigation into the Chilean Air Force's UFO encounter gained depth and complexity, the incident quickly captured the attention of the global UFO research community. Ufologists and researchers specializing in unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, took a keen interest, offering hypotheses and seeking to draw parallels with similar events documented worldwide. Internationally recognized organizations dedicated to UFO research eagerly followed the developments. Their involvement brought a plethora of theories, ranging from conventional to speculative, into the discussion. Experts from these organizations often highlighted patterns seen in other well-documented encounters, such as the movements of the UFO, its ability to emit heat and gases, and the way it interacted with its environment. These comparisons were vital in framing the Chilean event within a larger context of UAP studies, providing a comparative analysis that enriched the ongoing investigation. Researchers dove into databases of UFO sightings, pulling records of incidents that involved similar characteristics. They examined cases where objects were observed emitting heat or other types of energy, looking for clues that might explain the technology or natural phenomena behind such occurrences. This global perspective helped to situate the Chilean sighting within a broader narrative, suggesting that such encounters might be more common than previously thought and possibly indicative of a yet-to-be-understood phenomenon. The engagement with the international UFO community also opened up discussions on the need for a standardized approach to investigating UAPs. Experts advocated for the use of certain scientific methodologies and technologies, such as satellite tracking, advanced radar systems, and infrared cameras, to improve the detection and analysis of these mysterious objects. The dialogue highlighted the importance of international cooperation in sharing data and research findings, which could lead to more comprehensive understandings of UAPs. The theories proposed by the UFO research community ranged widely. Some researchers posited that the object could be an advanced unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, from an undisclosed aeronautical development program, possibly explaining its unusual thermal and flight characteristics. Others, more inclined toward extraterrestrial hypotheses, speculated about the possibility of non-human origin, citing the advanced capabilities that seemed beyond current human technology. Skeptics within the scientific and aviation communities, however, urged caution. They warned against jumping to conclusions without concrete evidence, advocating for a more grounded approach. These skeptics pointed to past instances where alleged UFO sightings were later explained through more mundane means, such as misidentified aircraft, atmospheric phenomena, or optical illusions created by environmental factors. The Chilean Air Force, aware of the diverse range of theories, worked diligently to maintain a balanced perspective in their investigation. They collaborated with both skeptics and believers to ensure that all possibilities were thoroughly vetted. This inclusive approach not only helped in distilling the vast amount of information and speculation, but also ensured that the investigation remained anchored in verifiable evidence. In addition to the theories revolving around the nature of the UFO, the incident also sparked a renewed interest in how governments handle the disclosure of information regarding UAPs. The Chilean case became a reference point in discussions about transparency and public engagement, with many lauding Chile's openness in dealing with the incident. This aspect of the case encouraged other countries to reconsider their policies on UAP-related information, potentially leading to more open and comprehensive public disclosures in the future. As the investigation progressed, the contributions from the global UFO research community proved invaluable. They not only broadened the scope of the investigation, but also fostered a more open dialogue about UAPs that transcended national boundaries. This collaborative spirit highlighted the universal curiosity and concern surrounding unexplained aerial phenomena, and set a precedent for future encounters, emphasizing the need for a cohesive global approach to understanding these mysterious occurrences. As the Chilean Air Force continued its investigation into the mysterious UFO encounter, a range of theories and speculations proliferated, each offering potential explanations for the observed phenomena. Among these, the extraterrestrial hypothesis garnered significant attention, captivating the imagination of the public and stimulating debate among experts and enthusiasts alike. Extraterrestrial hypotheses. Many in the UFO research community and the general public lean towards the possibility that the object could be of extraterrestrial origin. This theory was supported by the object's seemingly advanced capabilities, such as its rapid maneuvers, the ability to emit heat without visible propulsion systems, and the odd plumes that were unlike any known aircraft emissions. Proponents of this theory cited the lack of conclusive explanations from conventional investigative routes, arguing that the object's technology appeared to surpass current human achievements in aerospace. Alternative explanations. In contrast, a significant number of scientists and skeptics presented alternative explanations grounded in known scientific principles. One popular theory suggested that the object might be an undisclosed experimental military drone, possibly from another nation, testing advanced propulsion systems. This theory was supported by the fact that governments often conduct secret tests of new technological equipment, sometimes without broad disclosure even to other branches of their own military to maintain confidentiality. Atmospheric scientists brought up the possibility of rare atmospheric phenomena that could create illusions or reflections in the sky, misleading observers and instruments alike. Optical illusions, particularly in high-stress, high-altitude flight conditions, could cause pilots and sensors to misinterpret airborne objects. Additionally, advanced mirages, known to occur under certain atmospheric conditions, were proposed as a natural explanation for the sighting. Psychological and sociological perspectives. Psychologists and sociologists also weighed in, discussing the human factors influencing UFO sightings. They pointed out that under conditions of uncertainty and high tension, individuals are more prone to interpret ambiguous stimuli as significant or threatening. This cognitive bias, known as pareidolia, where people see specific, often meaningful images in random or vague visual patterns, could explain why the crew interpreted the anomaly as a structured, intentional object. Furthermore, Sociologists discuss the societal impact of UFO sightings, noting that such events often reflect broader cultural anxieties about the unknown and technology. They suggested that public fascination with UFOs and extraterrestrial life often spikes during periods of social or technological change, highlighting these incidents as manifestations of collective fears and hopes about the future. Continued scrutiny and analysis. Throughout the investigation, the Chilean Air Force remained committed to a rigorous scientific methodology, carefully analyzing all available data and consulting with international experts. They conducted simulations and recreated the flight conditions using different aircraft and sensors to see if they could replicate the observations. These experiments aimed to rule out any equipment malfunctions or environmental factors that could have led to the sighting. As the investigation drew on, the lack of conclusive evidence to support any single theory meant that the UFO encounter remained open to interpretation. This ambiguity kept the conversation alive both within and outside the scientific community, maintaining a cycle of speculation and investigation. The ongoing scrutiny not only highlighted the complexities involved in studying UFOs, but also underscored the limitations of current scientific understanding when faced with anomalies that do not fit neatly into existing frameworks. In conclusion, the diversity of theories about the Chilean UFO sighting illustrates the wide array of possible explanations that exist when confronting unidentified aerial phenomena. From extraterrestrial to experimental technology, natural atmospheric effects to psychological factors, each theory offers a different lens through which to view the mysterious encounter, reflecting the multifaceted nature of human inquiry into the unknown. The 2014 UFO encounter by the Chilean Air Force quickly transcended the confines of a mere military incident to become a significant cultural phenomenon. The public's fascination with the unknown, coupled with the mysterious nature of the event, catapulted the incident into the media spotlight, influencing popular culture and altering public perception of UFOs. Media frenzy. As soon as the footage of the encounter was made public, it ignited a media frenzy. News outlets around the world broadcasted the infrared images of the unidentifiable object, with expert commentators speculating about its origins and implications. The coverage varied widely. While some news organizations approached the story with a degree of skepticism, others leaned into the more sensational aspects, sometimes overshadowing the factual basis of the encounter with speculative commentary. This intense media attention not only heightened public interest, but also placed considerable pressure on the Chilean Air Force and other governmental bodies to provide explanations and maintain transparency. Influence on popular culture. The incident also made its way into popular culture, inspiring episodes in television series, documentaries, and influencing plot lines in science fiction novels and films. These portrayals often depicted the UFO encounter as part of a larger narrative involving government cover-ups, alien conspiracies, or as a catalyst for dramatic interstellar diplomacy. By permeating various forms of entertainment, the incident sparked a broader cultural dialogue about life beyond Earth and humanity's place in the universe. Public perception of UFOs. Perhaps one of the most significant impacts of the incident was on public perception of UFOs. Prior to the incident, public opinion on UFOs often veered towards skepticism or was marred by stigma associated with conspiracy theories. However, the transparency and seriousness with which the Chilean government handled the investigation lent a newfound legitimacy to the discussion of unidentified aerial phenomena. This shift was reflected in surveys and polls, which showed an increase in the number of people willing to consider the possibility of extraterrestrial life and other unexplained aerial phenomena. Educational impact. Academically, the incident was used as a case study in various educational settings, from university courses in astrophysics and aerospace engineering to discussions in psychology and media studies classes. In these academic environments, the incident was analyzed from multiple perspectives, including the scientific implications of the sighting, the psychological aspects of public reactions, and the ways in which media can influence public opinion. This educational engagement helped cultivate a more nuanced understanding of the complexities involved in identifying and interpreting aerial phenomena. Community involvement. The incident also galvanized community involvement, with amateur astronomers and hobbyist drone operators launching their own investigations. UFO enthusiast groups saw a spike in membership and activity, organizing skywatching events and public talks to educate people about UFO sightings and encourage responsible reporting of such events. International conferences and symposiums. The global interest in the incident led to the organization of several international conferences and symposiums, where experts from around the world gathered to share their research and theories about unidentified aerial phenomena. These meetings not only helped consolidate a global community of researchers and enthusiasts, but also fostered an interdisciplinary approach to studying such phenomena, combining insights from science, sociology, history, and even philosophy. Through these various channels, the Chilean UFO encounter left a lasting impact on society and culture. It challenged existing beliefs, inspired new forms of artistic expression, and stimulated educational and scientific inquiry. Whether as a subject of academic study, a catalyst for artistic creativity, or a phenomenon that brings communities together, the incident remains a compelling example of how unexplained events can influence multiple facets of society, sparking curiosity and debate long after the initial sighting. Despite extensive investigations and widespread discussion, the Chilean Air Force's encounter with the unidentified flying object in 2014 remains shrouded in mystery. The lack of conclusive evidence to definitively explain the UFO sighting has left many questions unanswered, fueling ongoing interest and speculation. This unresolved nature of the incident has ensured its lasting place in the public imagination and continues to influence discussions on aerial phenomena and national security protocols. The continuous interest in the case is evident in the sustained scrutiny by both official and unofficial entities. Researchers, both in Chile and internationally, persist in revisiting the incident, exploring new theories as technological and scientific advancements provide new tools for analysis. The possibility that future technology could unveil more about the nature of the UFO keeps the conversation alive, with experts anticipating breakthroughs in imaging technology, atmospheric science, and data analysis. Moreover, the incident has had a lasting impact on how military and government bodies handle reports of unidentified aerial phenomena. Inspired by the Chilean government's relatively transparent approach, other countries have reevaluated their policies on UFOs. There is a growing movement towards greater openness, driven by a combination of public interest and the potential implications of UFO sightings for national security. This shift is reflected in recent decisions by several governments to declassify portions of their UFO files, making them available for public scrutiny and academic study. The ongoing mystery of the UFO sighting has also led to a broader public discourse about the nature of such phenomena. The incident has encouraged a more serious consideration of what these sightings might mean in the context of global security and humanity's understanding of the cosmos. It challenges the scientific community to consider the limits of current knowledge and explore new frontiers in physics and other related disciplines. In popular culture, the legacy of the Chilean UFO encounter continues to inspire various forms of media expression. Documentaries, podcasts, and fictional adaptations draw on the themes and intrigue of the incident, often using it as a springboard to explore larger existential questions about humanity, technology, and the unknown. These narratives contribute to a cultural landscape where the fascination with UFOs is not only maintained, but also evolves with changing societal attitudes. On a humid morning in late June 1937, Amelia Earhart, already a celebrated aviator and symbol of pioneering spirit, prepared for what was to be the most challenging leg of her ambitious quest to circumnavigate the globe. Alongside her was navigator Fred Noonan, whose skills would be crucial in navigating the vast and treacherous expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Their aircraft, a modified Lockheed Electra, was equipped with additional fuel tanks, transforming the cabin into a cramped space filled with just enough room for the pilots and essential navigation equipment. This setup underscored the gravity and daring nature of their journey. Amelia Earhart was not just a pilot. She was a visionary who had already broken numerous records and established herself as a formidable figure in the rapidly evolving field of aviation. Her goal to fly around the world was more than a personal challenge. It was a statement about the possibilities of air travel and the role of women in its future. As the Lockheed Electra took off from Lae, New Guinea, the weight of this ambition was palpable. The flight to Howland Island, a tiny sliver of land in the vast Pacific, was one of the most critical phases of her journey. The island would serve as a crucial refueling stop, without which the completion of the circumnavigation would be impossible. The preparation for this leg of the flight had been meticulous. Earhart and Noonan had spent countless hours poring over maps and flight charts, calculating and recalculating their planned route to account for the myriad of challenges they faced, including unpredictable weather patterns and potential navigational errors. The Lockheed Electra itself had undergone numerous modifications to maximize its range and reliability, tweaks that were tested and retested to meet the exacting demands of their journey. Their departure from Leh on July 2nd was watched by a small crowd, a mix of well-wishers and press, all aware of the significance of the moment. Earhart, ever the emblem of confidence and calm, waved from the cockpit, her expression one of determined focus. As the engines roared to life and the plane lumbered down the runway, there was a collective holding of breath among those watching. Once the aircraft lifted into the sky, it disappeared into the clouds, leaving behind an air of hopeful anticipation. As Earhart and Noonan settled into the flight, their path took them over some of the most remote areas of the Pacific. Communication during this leg was limited to scheduled transmissions with the Coast Guard ship Itasca, which was stationed near Howland Island to provide radio guidance and weather updates. The vastness of the ocean around them was a constant reminder of the isolation and risks inherent in their undertaking. The last communication with the Itasca was both routine and ominous. Earhart reported cloudy weather, some rain, and rough seas below. She mentioned they were flying on a line of position noted on their maps that should have brought them directly over Howland Island. However, as time passed, further attempts to establish radio contact proved fruitless. Noonan's expertise as a navigator, crucial for their success, was up against the daunting challenge of finding a minute target in the immense Pacific. The realization that the aircraft might be lost began to dawn on those waiting on Howland Island and aboard the Itasca. The scheduled radio checks came and went without a word from the Electra. Anxiety turned to alarm as hours passed with no sign of Earhart or Noonan. The Itasca began broadcasting a constant stream of messages, hoping to guide the Electra in by radio if they were close enough to hear but unable to respond. When the full scope of the situation became apparent, a massive search operation was quickly mobilized. The U.S. Navy and Coast Guard, along with other available Pacific military resources, launched one of the most extensive search and rescue missions of the time. Planes and ships scoured thousands of square miles of ocean, retracing Earhart's planned route and exploring other areas where she might have gone down. Despite these efforts, no trace of Amelia Earhart, Fred Noonan, or the Lockheed Electra was ever found. The disappearance became one of the greatest aviation mysteries of the 20th century, prompting a myriad of theories and continuing explorations that spanned decades. Amelia Earhart's legacy, fueled by her daring and her mysterious fate, continued to inspire adventurers and aviators, ensuring that her story, emblematic of the era's bold strides in aviation and the lingering risks of uncharted territories, would not be forgotten. As Amelia Earhart's Lockheed Electra soared across the Pacific Ocean towards Howland Island, her voice crackled over the radio in what would become the last transmissions ever received from the famed aviator. These brief communications conveyed a mix of routine flight updates and growing concern. The weather was worsening, and despite the Electra being equipped for long distances, navigating to such a minuscule target in the vast Pacific was proving more challenging than anticipated. On the morning of July 2, 1937, as Earhart and her navigator, Fred Noonan, approached the vicinity of Howland Island, the tension aboard the Itasca, a U.S. Coast Guard cutter stationed nearby to support the flight, was palpable. The ship served as Earhart's lifeline to landing safely, equipped to guide her in with radio bearings. Earhart's transmissions, however, indicated she was having difficulty finding the island and receiving the radio signals meant to guide her approach. Earhart's last known transmission, fraught with static, indicated that she believed they were on course but could not see the island. She mentioned running low on fuel and requested that the Itasca take bearings on her signal. Despite the urgency in her voice, the specifics of her position remained unclear, complicating the Coast Guard's ability to provide effective assistance. The gravity of the situation deepened with each unproductive exchange. The plane was somewhere close, yet invisible. hidden by vast oceanic expanses. This final phase of Earhart's flight was marked by a series of critical decisions and unfortunate miscommunications. Earhart and Noonan were navigating largely by dead reckoning, having to rely on their calculations and the plane's instruments, as their radio equipment lacked the sophistication to effectively pinpoint their location relative to Howland Island. The challenges were compounded by environmental factors. The weather conditions included overcast skies and sporadic rain showers, reducing visibility and further complicating their efforts to visually locate the island. Meanwhile, on Howland Island, personnel waited anxiously. Equipped with binoculars and ears tuned to the radio, they scanned the horizon for any sign of the Electra. Time ticked by with growing dread as the reality set in. Earhart and Noonan might have missed the island entirely, or worse, run out of fuel and been forced to ditch in the shark-infested waters. Back on the Itasca, operators attempted to re-establish contact, broadcasting a steady stream of messages in hopes that Earhart would pick them up and use them to find her way. Unfortunately, technical limitations and a critical misunderstanding about the frequencies used for transmission hindered these efforts. The Itasca was equipped to transmit strong signals, but without confirmation that Earhart was receiving them, their utility was severely compromised. As hours passed without further contact, the situation escalated into a full-blown crisis. The initial search efforts were frantic, with the Itasca deploying its resources to scour the possible areas where the Electra might have gone down. Aircraft from the island joined in, expanding the search grid and covering larger areas in desperate hope of spotting debris, an oil slick, or any sign of life. This period of uncertainty marked the beginning of one of the most enduring mysteries in the annals of aviation. The disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan prompted a massive response, not just from the immediate search teams, but from the international community. Their fate captured the world's imagination and triggered widespread speculation. Theories abounded, each trying to make sense of how such a well-equipped and well-planned mission could end so abruptly and without a trace. The search for Earhart and Noonan continued for weeks, becoming one of the most extensive and costly in history. Ships and planes combed thousands of square miles of ocean, but the Pacific, vast and inscrutable, offered no clues. As the search efforts proved fruitless, the hope of finding them alive dwindled, leaving behind a haunting legacy of mystery and a poignant narrative of ambition and courage that continues to inspire and intrigue to this day. As the realization dawned that Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan might indeed be lost at sea, the scale of the search operation intensified dramatically. The United States government, spurred by public interest and the significance of Earhart's international stature, mounted an unprecedented rescue effort. This initiative quickly became one of the largest and most expensive search and rescue operations in history, emphasizing the urgency and desperation to find the missing aviators. Within hours of their last radio contact, the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard mobilized a fleet of ships and aircraft to scour the vast area surrounding Howland Island, the intended destination of Earhart's flight. The Itasca, already in the area and initially tasked with providing navigational assistance to Earhart, became the central hub for the initial search efforts. It was joined by other U.S. naval vessels and aircraft, including the battleship Colorado, which launched its float planes to cover an even broader area. The search strategy was multi-pronged and exhaustive. Planes were dispatched to fly grid patterns over thousands of square miles of ocean, looking for any signs of the Electra or its occupants. Ships crisscrossed the suspected areas where Earhart might have gone down, their crews keeping a vigilant lookout for debris or oil slicks that might indicate the location of a crash. Infrared cameras and other advanced, for the time, sensing technologies were employed in the hope of detecting the aircraft or life rafts. Despite these extensive efforts, the vastness and depth of the Pacific Ocean presented formidable challenges. The ocean's immense size and the difficulty of spotting small debris or oil traces made the search like finding a needle in a haystack. The weather conditions, which included frequent cloud cover and choppy seas, further hampered the search efforts, often obscuring visibility and complicating the navigation. As days turned into weeks, the urgency of the search began to wane, with each passing day reducing the likelihood of finding Earhart and Noonan alive. The emotional toll on the search teams and the public was considerable. Each day brought hope that was met with disappointment. a cycle that repeated itself relentlessly. The exhaustive nature of the search also brought about logistical strains and raised questions about the feasibility of continuing the operation indefinitely. Internationally, the disappearance of Amelia Earhart became a media sensation, captivating audiences around the world. Newspapers and radio broadcasts provided daily updates on the search, fueling public fascination and concern. This global attention not only underscored Earhart's significance as a cultural icon, but also highlighted the emerging interconnectedness of the world through modern communications and aviation. The U.S. government, aware of the high public and international stakes, continued to pour resources into the search. However, after spending today's equivalent of millions of dollars and covering hundreds of thousands of square miles without any success, the difficult decision was made to conclude the official search. On July 19, 1937, just over 2 weeks after their disappearance, the search for Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan was officially called off. The conclusion of this extensive search operation marked a somber moment. It was a testament to the limitations of even the most determined and resource-intensive rescue efforts of the time. The failure to find any trace of Earhart, Noonan, or the Electra left a void filled with speculation, sorrow, and unresolved mystery. This outcome not only deepened the enigma surrounding their fate, but also set the stage for decades of theories and explorations, each aiming to provide some resolution to one of the greatest aviation mysteries of the 20th century. The disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan over the Pacific Ocean in 1937 catalyzed a myriad of theories and extensive speculation that sought to explain the fate of these two aviators. Over the years, several prevailing theories emerged, each supported by various degrees of evidence and expert opinion, reflecting the persistent intrigue and the complex nature of their unsolved disappearance. The crash and sink theory is perhaps the simplest and most widely accepted explanation. It posits that Earhart's Lockheed Electra ran out of fuel while searching for Howland Island, leading to a crash into the vast Pacific Ocean. This theory is supported by the last transmissions from Earhart, which indicated that they were running low on fuel. The absence of any confirmed debris or oil slick could be attributed to the immediate sinking of the aircraft in deep water, leaving little trace on the surface to be detected by the search teams. Another compelling theory is the Gardner Island hypothesis, which suggests that after failing to locate Howland Island, Earhart and Noonan might have attempted an emergency landing on another island within the Phoenix Islands, now part of the Republic of Kiribati. Nikumaroro, formerly known as Gardner Island, has been the focus of this theory. Subsequent visits and expeditions to Nikumaroro have uncovered artifacts potentially linked to Earhart and Noonan, including pieces of plexiglass that may have come from the Electra's windows, and an old-fashioned sextant box similar to those Noonan would have used. Supporters of the Gardner Island scenario argue that Earhart and Noonan could have survived for some time as castaways. This theory gained traction with the discovery of human bones on the island in 1940, although initial examinations in the early days were inconclusive, and later analyses led to more questions than answers. Modern forensic techniques continue to examine these findings, adding layers of scientific inquiry to the historical mystery. A more controversial theory involves speculation of capture by Japanese forces, suggesting that Earhart and Noonan might have landed or crashed in the Japanese-controlled Marshall Islands. Some proponents of this theory argue that they were taken as prisoners under the suspicion of being American spies, and that their ultimate fate was covered up amidst the geopolitical tensions leading up to World War II. However, this theory is based largely on anecdotal evidence and has been met with skepticism by mainstream historians due to the lack of concrete archival proof from U.S. or Japanese sources. Each of these theories has been the subject of books, documentaries, and continued research, reflecting the global fascination with Earhart's story and the human desire for resolution. Expeditions to the South Pacific, particularly to Nikumaroro, have utilized modern technology such as satellite imagery, sophisticated sonar, and cadaver dogs to search for any trace of Earhart, Noonan, or their aircraft. These efforts have often been spearheaded by organizations like the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, TIGHAR, which has dedicated decades to investigating the Earhart mystery. The public's fascination with these theories is not merely about solving a mystery, but also about connecting with the past, and understanding more about a time when global aviation was still in its early, daring days. Earhart's legacy as a pioneering aviator and a symbol of courage, adventure, and the limitless potential of human ambition continues to inspire these investigative efforts. Each new piece of evidence, whether it conclusively supports a particular theory or deepens the mystery, contributes to the ongoing narrative surrounding Amelia Earhart's final flight. While definitive answers may still elude those who seek them, the pursuit of these answers serves as a testament to the enduring impact of her life and the intriguing nature of her disappearance. In the decades following the disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan, advancements in technology and methodology have rejuvenated efforts to solve one of aviation's greatest mysteries. These modern investigations have not only provided new leads, but have also refined our understanding of what might have happened to Earhart's Lockheed Electra on that fateful day in 1937. One of the most persistent efforts has been led by the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, which has conducted numerous expeditions to Nikumaroro Island, formerly known as Gardner Island. This atoll, part of the Phoenix Islands in the Republic of Kiribati, is central to the hypothesis that Earhart and Noonan may have landed there when they could not locate Howland Island. TIGAR's expeditions have focused on systematic searches both on the island and in the surrounding waters, employing advanced forensic techniques and technologies. Significant among the findings from these expeditions are items that could plausibly be linked to Earhart, Noonan, or their aircraft. These include fragments of a plexiglass window that closely matches the type used in the Lockheed Electra and an aluminum panel that appears to be aircraft debris. Additionally, the discovery of a 1930s woman's shoe, a jar of anti-freckle cream — Earhart was known to dislike her freckles — and improvised tools suggest the possibility of castaways attempting to survive. Moreover, TIGAR's efforts have extended to analyzing bone fragments and other biological material found on the island. Initial analyses in the past were inconclusive, or led to the determination that they were from a male, which contradicted the hypothesis that they might belong to Earhart. However, with the advent of more sophisticated DNA technology, these materials are under continuous re-examination, holding out the possibility that one day they might conclusively link them to Earhart. These expeditions have also benefited from technological advancements in satellite imagery and underwater robotics. High-resolution satellite images have allowed researchers to scour the island for signs of an aircraft from the comfort of their laboratories before setting foot on the island. Underwater drones, equipped with cameras and sonar, have explored the deep waters around Nikumaroro for any signs of the wreckage, which would be definitive proof of the plane's final resting place. Despite these promising leads, each expedition has also underscored the monumental challenges of such an endeavor. The remote location of Nikumaroro, combined with its harsh environment, means that each trip is not only costly but also fraught with logistical difficulties. The coral reefs surrounding the island pose a hazard, potentially hiding and even destroying evidence of the Lockheed Electra's landing or crash. The modern search for Amelia Earhart is also marked by collaborations that span governments, private entities, and enthusiasts, each bringing their expertise and resources to bear on this enduring mystery. These collaborative efforts reflect a larger trend in the field of historical and archaeological research, where multidisciplinary approaches are increasingly seen as vital to solving complex puzzles. Parallel to TIGAR's efforts, other groups and individuals have pursued different leads. Some have focused on analyzing historical records and personal accounts from individuals in the Marshall Islands, where some locals have long claimed that Earhart and Noonan were captured by the Japanese. These investigations often involve combing through Japanese and American archives for any overlooked clues that might shed light on the aviator's fate. The renewed interest in Amelia Earhart's disappearance and the application of new technologies to the search have not only brought us closer to potentially solving this mystery, but have also had broader implications for aviation archaeology. Techniques developed and refined during these searches, such as deep-sea sonar imaging and DNA analysis from old remains, have applications in other investigations, expanding our capabilities to explore and solve historical enigmas. Moreover, these efforts underscore the changing nature of historical inquiry in the age of technology. With each new tool and each expedition, the public's fascination with Earhart's story is rekindled, ensuring that her legacy continues to inspire and that the quest for answers remains alive. whether or not these modern investigations will ever conclusively solve the mystery of what happened to Amelia Earhart. They stand as a testament to the enduring human spirit to seek answers, no matter how elusive they may be. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 transcended the realm of a mere aviation mystery to become a powerful symbol of courage, adventure, and the endless quest for equality. Her legacy has profoundly impacted not only aviation, but also the role of women in STEM and broader societal contexts, inspiring countless individuals and shaping cultural narratives across decades. Earhart was more than an aviator. She was a pioneering spirit of her time, breaking numerous records and challenging societal norms that restricted women's roles both on the ground and in the skies. Her attempt to circumnavigate the globe was a bold assertion of her belief in women's capabilities and their right to compete on equal footing with men. This aspect of her legacy has made her an enduring icon in the feminist movement, symbolizing the struggle for equality and the fight to break through traditional gender barriers. In the world of aviation, Earhart's influence has been equally significant. She was instrumental in the formation of the 99s, an international organization of women pilots established in 1929 to provide support and advocacy for female aviators. Her leadership and vision set the stage for future generations of women in aviation, encouraging them to pursue careers as pilots, engineers, and space explorers. The organization continues to thrive, supporting women in aviation through scholarships, education, and mutual support, perpetuating Earhart's legacy of empowerment and involvement in the field. Moreover, Earhart's story has been a persistent presence in media and popular culture, serving as a rich source of inspiration for films, books, and plays. Each portrayal explores different facets of her life and disappearance, reflecting the public's enduring fascination with her story. These portrayals often emphasize her bravery and the mysterious circumstances surrounding her final flight. But they also highlight her role as a trailblazer for women's rights and her contribution to the early days of aviation. Her disappearance has also sparked numerous conspiracy theories and alternative explanations, which have been featured in various documentaries and investigative reports. This ongoing intrigue ensures that her name remains in the public consciousness, continually sparking new discussions about her life and legacy. The mystery of her fate invites people to explore not only the facts, but also the symbolic meanings of her journey and disappearance. Educationally, Earhart's life and career are studied in schools around the world, where her story is used to teach lessons about perseverance, courage, and the importance of pursuing one's dreams despite obstacles. This educational impact is perhaps one of the most enduring aspects of her legacy, inspiring students to learn from her achievements and challenges. Additionally, Earhart's influence extends to advocacy for aviation safety and technological advancements in flight. Her disappearance highlighted the limitations of aviation technology of the time and underscored the need for advancements in navigation and communication systems. Today, modern satellite and GPS technologies, which provide real-time tracking of aircraft, are part of her legacy, addressing the very challenges that contributed to her disappearance. On a more personal level, the annual remembrance events and continued interest in her life have provided a form of closure for those inspired by her story. For many, especially young women and girls, Earhart is a figure who represents the limitless possibilities of the human spirit. Her life encourages them to dream big and pursue those dreams with the same determination and fearlessness that she did. In sum, the legacy of Amelia Earhart is a tapestry woven from her achievements in aviation, her role as a cultural and feminist icon, and the ongoing mystery of her disappearance. As each new generation discovers her story, they find in her a source of inspiration, a reminder that the sky is not the limit, but just the beginning. The quest to uncover the truth of her final flight continues to evolve with new investigations and technologies, ensuring that her legacy will endure as long as the skies are flown. The enduring mystery of Amelia Earhart's disappearance continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world, transcending generations and cultivating a rich legacy that is as vibrant today as it was in the early 20th century. Her story resonates not only as a historical enigma, but also as a profound symbol of adventure, courage, and the relentless pursuit of dreams against formidable odds. This ongoing mystique contributes to her status as an iconic figure in history, aviation, and women's rights. Amelia Earhart's legacy is commemorated in various ways, from museums and educational programs to annual events that celebrate her life and achievements. Institutions like the Amelia Earhart Birthplace Museum in Atchison, Kansas, which was her childhood home, serve as custodians of her legacy, offering insights into her life and the era she influenced so deeply. These venues play a crucial role in educating the public and preserving the memory of Earhart's pioneering spirit. Moreover, Earhart's attempt to circumnavigate the globe and her subsequent disappearance have become a powerful narrative used in educational curricula across various disciplines. Schools and universities leverage her story to teach about early aviation history, the challenges of global navigation, and the societal context of the 1930s, particularly regarding gender roles and expectations. Educators also use her story to instill values of perseverance and resilience, highlighting how her life was a testament to overcoming obstacles and breaking barriers. In the broader cultural context, Amelia Earhart is a perennial subject in media and popular culture, her story having inspired numerous films, documentaries, books, and articles. Each new project that seeks to unravel the mystery of her disappearance or celebrate her achievements reintroduces her legacy to a new audience, ensuring that her impact is not confined to history books, but continues to be relevant in contemporary discussions about gender, technology, and exploration. The mystery surrounding Earhart's fate also continues to inspire adventurers, scientists, and historians. Modern expeditions equipped with cutting-edge technology aim to solve the puzzle of her disappearance, diving into the depths of the Pacific or exploring remote islands for any trace of her or her aircraft. Each effort, whether successful or not, keeps her story in the public eye and fuels an ongoing dialogue about historical investigation and technological advancement in exploration. Furthermore, Earhart's influence extends into advocacy for women's rights and empowerment in fields traditionally dominated by men. Her legacy is often cited in discussions about gender equality in STEM fields, encouraging a new generation of young women to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Her life story is a motivational tool used by numerous organizations and initiatives that aim to empower women and girls worldwide. Internationally, Amelia Earhart is not just remembered as an American aviator. She is celebrated as a global icon who pushed the boundaries of what was possible in her time. Her bravery and the mysterious circumstances of her last flight provide a universal appeal that crosses cultural and geographical boundaries. Festivals, exhibitions, and public talks in various countries commemorate her life, each adding to the tapestry of her global legacy. In reflection, the story of Amelia Earhart is more than an unresolved disappearance. It is a narrative rich with themes of innovation, bravery, and the unyielding human spirit. Her life and the ongoing quest to find her continue to inspire and challenge us, reminding us of the vastness of human potential and the enduring desire to explore the unknown. Her legacy, perpetuated through continuous interest and investigation, ensures that Amelia Earhart will remain an inspirational figure, symbolizing the pursuit of adventure and the endless quest for knowledge. In the quest to preserve and honor the memory of Amelia Earhart, her impact on the field of aviation and beyond has been memorialized in numerous ways that inspire future generations and deepen our collective memory of her pioneering spirit. This additional chapter seeks to encapsulate the tangible and lasting tributes that have been established to commemorate her life and legacy. Across the United States and around the world, various memorials and statues have been erected in Earhart's honor. Perhaps the most significant of these is located at the Amelia Earhart Airport in her hometown of Atchison, Kansas, which not only serves as a functional airport, but also as a living homage to her legacy. The airport features a museum filled with personal artifacts, photographs, and stories that chronicle her life and career, providing a focal point for those wishing to understand and celebrate her contributions to aviation and women's history. Educational scholarships and programs bearing her name continue to support aspiring female aviators, encouraging them to pursue their dreams with the same boldness and determination that Earhart exemplified. These scholarships are often provided by aviation organizations, including the 99s, which Earhart helped establish, ensuring that her passion for flying and her advocacy for women pilots are passed on to new generations. Furthermore, Earhart's influence extends into annual events and educational programs that not only celebrate her achievements, but also look at her life through the lens of modern feminist and technological perspectives. Conferences and symposiums discuss her impact on navigation technology, global communication, and gender equality, reflecting on how her legacy aligns with contemporary issues in these fields. Additionally, the mystery surrounding her disappearance has inspired a variety of creative works, including plays, novels, and films that explore the many facets of her character and the era she influenced. These portrayals contribute to a broader understanding of her as a complex and multifaceted figure, not only as a heroine in flight, but also as a person who faced immense challenges with courage and resilience. As these memorials, scholarships, and cultural portrayals continue to proliferate, they ensure that Amelia Earhart's legacy remains vibrant and relevant. Each tribute serves as a reminder of her contributions to aviation and her role as a trailblazer for women, proving that her spirit continues to soar in the hearts and minds of those who follow in her footsteps. Through these enduring symbols and initiatives, Amelia Earhart's life and legacy continue to inspire awe and admiration, securing her place as an eternal icon of bravery and innovation. On a balmy evening in May 2003, a Boeing 727-223, registered as N844AA, sat quietly on the tarmac at 4 de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola. This particular aircraft had a rich operational history, having once ferried passengers across vast distances for major airlines. However, its glory days were seemingly behind it, as it awaited a new lease on life or its final resting place, parked among other forgotten relics of aviation. The Boeing 727-223 was a marvel of its time, renowned for its robust tri-jet configuration that made it a favorite among airlines for short to medium-haul routes. By the time it arrived in Luanda, this particular aircraft had transitioned from a commercial airliner to a potential cargo plane, reflecting the common fate of many aging aircraft. Its journey to Angola was a far cry from the bustling routes it once dominated. Here, it was meant to find new purpose in the cargo transport sector, a plan that never fully materialized. The aircraft's presence in Angola was emblematic of the broader context in which this mystery unfolded. Angola, at the time, was a nation grappling with the aftermath of a prolonged and devastating civil war that had only recently concluded. The war had left its airports, like many other infrastructures, in a state of disrepair and underregulated. Security protocols were lax, and oversight was minimal, conditions ripe for the unusual and the illicit. In this setting, the Boeing 727 had been grounded for over a year, accruing substantial parking fees and becoming a fixture on the airport's periphery. Maintenance on the plane was sporadic at best, performed just enough to keep it from complete dilapidation, with hopes still lingering for its eventual return to service. The aircraft was under the oversight of a company that had hoped to convert it for cargo use, though these plans had stalled indefinitely. On May 25, 2003, the airport buzzed with the usual activity, oblivious to the history about to be made. The Boeing 727, which had been a static feature for so long, was about to take center stage in one of aviation's most baffling mysteries. As the sun began to set, reports emerged of unusual activity near the aircraft. Witnesses later recounted seeing a small group of men boarding the plane, though details were murky and no official record of a scheduled flight existed. What followed next was as audacious as it was perilous. Without any clearance or communication with tower controllers, the Boeing 727-223 powered up its engines. Those on duty watched in disbelief as the aircraft taxied along the runway, its navigation lights off, maintaining a ghostly discretion. With a sudden burst of acceleration, the plane took off, disappearing into the darkening skies, leaving a trail of confusion and alarm in its wake. The immediate aftermath of the unauthorized takeoff was chaotic. Airport personnel scrambled to alert local authorities and aviation agencies, while the control tower made frantic attempts to establish radio contact with the now rogue aircraft. As minutes turned into hours without any sign of the plane or its illicit crew, the severity of the situation began to sink in. The aircraft had vanished, and with it, any straightforward explanation. The Angolan military, along with international aviation authorities, began piecing together the aircraft's last known movements. The search area was vast, spanning a significant expanse of the Atlantic Ocean where the plane was presumed to have headed. Meanwhile, international attention quickly escalated as news of the daring escape spread across the globe. The FBI and the U.S. Department of State became involved, given the American registration of the aircraft and the potential implications of such a security breach on international aviation. This disappearance triggered a cascade of investigative efforts and theories ranging from simple theft to more complex scenarios involving smuggling or espionage. The world was left to wonder. How could a sizable jet airliner simply disappear? What were the intentions of those who spirited it away? And most importantly, where did they, and the Boeing 727, ultimately end up? As the mystery deepened, the Boeing 727's unauthorized flight became a symbol of post-war Angola's challenges and the broader issues facing global aviation security. This incident was not just a case of an aircraft disappearance. It was a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities that existed in the international system. Vulnerabilities that could allow a fully loaded jet airliner to vanish into the night. As the initial shock of the Boeing 727's unauthorized takeoff began to wane, focus shifted to piecing together the puzzle of how such an event could occur. Investigations kicked into high gear, with international cooperation threading through efforts to trace the aircraft's potential routes and ultimate fate. The scenario was baffling. A large commercial jet had seemingly vanished into thin air, prompting a cascade of theories and extensive search operations. Authorities scoured flight data and radar records, attempting to chart a possible path the aircraft could have taken after its dramatic departure from Luanda. Given the Boeing 727's fuel capacity and the last known heading, calculations were made regarding its maximum range, pointing search efforts towards the Atlantic Ocean and beyond. However, the vastness of the ocean and the lack of precise tracking data from the time of disappearance significantly hampered these efforts. The Angolan government, embarrassed by the breach of its airport security, ramped up its involvement, collaborating closely with international agencies including the FBI, which had opened an investigation due to the American registration of the aircraft. The FBI delved into the backgrounds of those known to have been associated with the aircraft in the days prior to its disappearance. They scrutinized maintenance records, interviewed airport staff, and investigated the murky business dealings surrounding the aircraft's presence in Angola. Meanwhile, speculation abounded. One prevailing theory suggested that the aircraft had been stolen for its value as a flying machine, possibly to be used by rogue operators outside of the mainstream aviation industry. Another theory proposed that the plane was commandeered for smuggling purposes, given Angola's history as a hub for the illegal diamond trade. The idea that the aircraft could be repurposed for illicit activities in distant lands added a layer of urgency to the investigations. Adding to the complexity were numerous sightings reported across Africa and even South America. Each report prompted a flurry of activity, with local authorities scrambling to verify the accuracy of these claims. Yet none of these sightings were substantiated, and the aircraft remained elusive, as if it had indeed managed to ghost away into another part of the world. The international aviation community was also on high alert, as the disappearance highlighted significant vulnerabilities in global aviation security. The ease with which the aircraft was commandeered and removed from a supposedly secure international airport led to widespread discussions about the need for enhanced security measures. This incident acted as a catalyst for regulatory changes, prompting airports worldwide to tighten security protocols, especially concerning aircraft storage and access. Simultaneously, the mystery of the missing Boeing 727 captured the public's imagination, drawing attention from aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and the media. Forums and websites popped up with people theorizing about the fate of the aircraft, each adding their layer of speculation to the story. The intrigue was magnified by the dramatic nature of the aircraft's disappearance and the backdrop of Angola's political and economic climate. As weeks turned into months without any trace of the aircraft, the fervor of the initial search began to diminish. International attention gradually shifted away from the case, which nestled into the annals of unsolved aviation mysteries. However, the impact of this event continued to resonate, influencing policy and procedures within the aviation industry. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 in 2003 remains a stark reminder of the challenges and dangers lurking within international aviation, serving as a case study in the complexities of global security. the ingenuity of criminal intent, and the limits of modern surveillance and tracking technologies. As such, it continues to be a subject of study and speculation, holding a place as one of the aviation world's most intriguing mysteries. As the Boeing 727-223 mysteriously lifted off from Luanda Airport without authorization, the immediate realization of its disappearance kicked off a frantic response from both local authorities and international agencies. The aircraft's sudden and unauthorized departure prompted an immediate and extensive search operation that would span multiple countries and vast expanses of the Atlantic Ocean. Initially, the primary concern was the potential threat an aircraft of such size could pose if used for malicious purposes, given the global climate of heightened security, particularly in the post-9/11 era. The disappearance of a large jet fueled fears of terrorism. This urgency galvanized a coordinated international response, with the United States, Angola, and neighboring countries pooling resources in a desperate bid to track down the missing aircraft. The search operation was vast and complex, involving satellite imagery, radar data, and maritime patrols. The U.S. Navy deployed ships and aircraft to scour the Atlantic, focusing on the aircraft's last known trajectory, which suggested it might be heading east over the ocean. Despite these efforts, the vast open waters and the lack of a precise last known position hampered the search efforts. The Atlantic Ocean's enormity made the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack, with each passing hour diminishing the likelihood of a successful recovery. Meanwhile, the FBI and other international law enforcement agencies delved into the investigation of the aircraft's disappearance, focusing on the backgrounds of those associated with the aircraft in the days leading up to its unauthorized takeoff. Investigators explored various leads, including scrutinizing recent hires at the airport, examining flight logs, and interviewing those who last serviced the aircraft. They aimed to piece together a timeline of events and identify any potential suspects who might have had the knowledge and opportunity to carry out such a bold theft. Theories about the aircraft's disappearance varied widely. Some speculated that the plane might have been stolen for its scrap value, while others suggested it could have been taken by smugglers or terrorists. The investigation also considered the possibility that the plane was repossessed by creditors, given the financial difficulties faced by the airline operating the aircraft. One of the most challenging aspects of the investigation was the lack of communication from the aircraft post-takeoff. No distress signals or communication had been made, and the plane's transponder appeared to have been turned off, making it invisible to civilian radar. This lack of data severely limited the ability to track the aircraft's path after it deviated from its expected route over the Atlantic. As weeks turned into months, the initial intensive search efforts began to scale down. The vast area of ocean that needed to be covered, combined with the minimal evidence and the fading trail of the aircraft, made continued large-scale search operations unfeasible. The International Task Force had to make the tough decision to reduce the scope of the search, focusing instead on satellite monitoring and intelligence leads. This phase of the search operation saw a shift in focus from a rescue mission to an investigative quest, as hope of finding the aircraft, or understanding its disappearance, faded. The mystery of what happened to the Boeing 727 continued to puzzle investigators and captured the imagination of the public worldwide. The case highlighted significant gaps in international aviation security and raised uncomfortable questions about the ease with which an aircraft could be commandeered and disappear. The unresolved nature of the disappearance left a lasting impact on global aviation policies, prompting a re-evaluation of airport security measures, particularly in countries with less stringent regulatory environments like Angola. The incident acted as a catalyst for change, leading to tighter security protocols and increased cooperation between international aviation and law enforcement agencies. As the active search concluded without success, the story of the missing Boeing 727 settled into a narrative of mystery and speculation, joining the ranks of other unsolved aviation mysteries. It remains a subject of intrigue, a case study in aviation security vulnerabilities, and a stark reminder of the complexities of protecting global aviation from a range of threats. The disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda in 2003 sparked a plethora of theories, both plausible and far-fetched, as investigators, journalists, and the public grappled with the scant details surrounding its mysterious takeoff and subsequent vanishing. The intrigue was compounded by the aircraft's known condition and the geopolitical context, weaving a complex tapestry of possibilities that ranged from criminal activity to intricate conspiracies. One prevailing theory centered on the possibility of criminal intent, specifically aircraft theft, for illicit use. The 727 could potentially be repurposed for smuggling operations, given its capacity to carry significant cargo over considerable distances. Africa, with its vast, loosely monitored spaces and ongoing conflicts, presented a fertile ground for such activities. This theory posited that the aircraft was stolen not for the plane itself, but for the profitable opportunities it represented. Another theory suggested that the aircraft was seized to be used in a terror attack. This was fueled by the global atmosphere post 9/11, where fears of aircraft being used as weapons were at a heightened state. However, this theory gradually waned due to the lack of any corroborative terrorist claims or subsequent attacks, which would typically follow such high-profile thefts if they were terrorism-related. There was also speculation that the aircraft had been taken for insurance fraud. The idea was that the owner, perhaps facing financial difficulties, might have arranged for the aircraft to disappear in order to claim insurance money. This theory was supported by the aircraft's extended period of inactivity and accumulating fees at Luanda Airport, suggesting financial distress. However, detailed investigations into the insurance policies and financial state of the owning company yielded no substantial evidence supporting this theory. Adding to the web of speculation were numerous reported sightings of the aircraft after its disappearance. Reports came from various parts of Africa and even more remote regions, claiming sightings of an aircraft matching the description of the missing 727. Each report prompted bursts of activity from investigators and sometimes local authorities, but none led to any concrete findings. The elusive nature of these sightings only deepened the mystery, fueling more speculative theories among those following the case. Some conspiracy theorists even suggested that the aircraft was part of a covert operation, either by a private entity or a government agency, which explained the seeming lack of traceability and the muted official responses in some quarters. These theories often drew on the historical context of covert operations in Africa during the Cold War, suggesting a continuation of such practices in a new geopolitical guise. Amidst these swirling theories, the investigation faced significant challenges. The primary issue was the lack of physical evidence. Without wreckage, flight data recorders, or confirmed sightings post-takeoff, investigators had little to work with beyond the theoretical. The vast potential area where the aircraft could have gone down or landed, given its fuel capacity and range, made any search and recovery operation daunting and likely impractical. The international aspect of the case also posed legal and logistical hurdles. The aircraft's disappearance in Angola involved navigating the complexities of international law, cooperation between multiple countries' law enforcement agencies, and dealing with varying levels of resources and political will. The multinational nature of the investigation required careful coordination and was often hindered by bureaucratic delays and jurisdictional disputes. As the years passed, the lack of new evidence and the dimming prospects of solving the case led to a gradual reduction in active investigation efforts. However, the interest in the case did not entirely fade. It remained a popular topic among aviation enthusiasts, mystery aficionados, and conspiracy theorists, who continued to dissect every piece of available data and proposed new angles and insights. The story of the missing Boeing 727 became a part of the larger narrative of modern aviation mysteries, often compared to other incidents like the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370. It served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities in global aviation security and the challenges faced in securing older aircraft and preventing unauthorized use. In sum, the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 is a multifaceted mystery that encapsulates the complexities of international aviation, the challenges of cross-border criminal investigations, and the enduring human fascination with unsolved mysteries. As such, it continues to intrigue and baffle, a modern legend that provokes both professional curiosity and imaginative speculation. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 in 2003 had a significant impact on global aviation security. particularly highlighting the vulnerabilities in aircraft management and airport security in less regulated regions. This incident spurred an overhaul of security measures and policies to prevent similar occurrences in the future, reflecting on the lessons learned from such a startling event. The disappearance underscored the critical need for stringent security protocols at airports around the world, especially in countries where oversight might not be as rigorous due to economic or political challenges. Following the incident, there was a concerted push to implement more comprehensive tracking systems for all aircraft. The idea was to ensure that airplanes could be monitored in real time, not just from takeoff to landing, but also while parked on the tarmac to prevent unauthorized access and use. One of the direct outcomes was the enhancement of the International Civil Aviation Organization's ICAO standards and recommended practices. These updates included improvements in aircraft tracking technologies, mandating more robust communication systems that could help track an aircraft's movements more accurately and reliably. Efforts were made to extend these regulations to include not only passenger aircraft, but also cargo planes and other non-commercial aviation vehicles. The incident also prompted a review of airport security measures globally. There was a renewed emphasis on controlling access to aircraft, requiring more stringent checks for ground staff and maintenance crews who had direct access to planes. Additionally, the installation of better perimeter security measures, such as surveillance cameras and motion detectors around critical areas like parking bays and hangars, became more prevalent. In many countries, the regulatory bodies responsible for aviation safety began conducting regular audits and inspections to ensure compliance with these enhanced security measures. Training programs for airport security personnel were overhauled to equip them with the skills and knowledge necessary to detect and respond to potential threats swiftly. These training initiatives often included modules on crisis management and emergency response to better prepare staff for unusual situations like the one that led to the Boeing 727's disappearance. Moreover, the incident highlighted the importance of international cooperation in aviation security. The ease with which the aircraft was taken from an international airport in Angola and disappeared without trace pointed to gaps not just in physical security measures, but also in the coordination between different countries' aviation authorities. In response, there was a stronger push for shared databases and communication networks that could help track aircraft across borders and jurisdictions more effectively. This collaborative approach was seen not only in operational measures, but also in legal and regulatory frameworks. International agreements and treaties were strengthened or established to aid in the recovery and investigation of stolen or missing aircraft, ensuring that countries could work together more effectively in the face of such challenges. The Boeing 727 disappearance also led to increased public and regulatory interest in the fate of decommissioned aircraft. With hundreds of older planes parked in airports around the world, often in states of disrepair, the incident served as a wake-up call to the potential risks these aircraft posed if not properly secured. Guidelines for the storage, maintenance, and final disposal of decommissioned planes were tightened to prevent them from becoming security liabilities. As these new measures and policies took effect, the aviation community reflected on the profound implications of the Luanda Boeing 727 incident. It became a case study in the vulnerabilities and potential risks facing global aviation, driving home the need for vigilance, preparedness, and continuous improvement in security practices. The legacy of this bizarre and unsettling event thus continues to influence the standards and strategies employed today to safeguard against similar threats to aviation security. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda in 2003 has not only captivated the attention of aviation experts and mystery enthusiasts, but has also significantly impacted the families of those presumed to be on board and other stakeholders. Over the years, this unresolved case has woven a complex tapestry of emotional, legal, and financial ramifications that continue to resonate. For the families and friends of the crew members involved, the disappearance has been a source of enduring pain and uncertainty. The lack of closure and definitive answers has left many in a state of prolonged grief and unresolved loss. Anniversaries of the disappearance often bring renewed media attention, forcing families to relive the uncertainties and stirring up the emotional turmoil that comes with not knowing the fate of their loved ones. This ongoing mystery has also spurred advocacy efforts by these families, who have sought to keep the case in the public eye and pressure international authorities to continue the investigation. They have called for more rigorous international regulations regarding aircraft security and more effective measures to prevent similar incidents in the future. Their efforts have highlighted the need for comprehensive support systems for families affected by aviation disasters, advocating for better communication and assistance from both governmental and corporate entities. For the aviation industry stakeholders, including airlines, airport operators, and regulatory bodies, the incident was a wake-up call that prompted a re-evaluation of security practices. The economic implications were significant, leading to increased costs associated with enhanced security measures. However, these investments were recognized as essential to restoring public confidence in air travel, particularly in regions where security concerns had been previously highlighted. The financial impact extended beyond the immediate stakeholders. Insurance companies, facing the reality of covering a complete aircraft loss without recovery, had to adjust their policies and premiums for similar risks. This incident led to more stringent risk assessments and higher insurance costs for older aircraft and those operated in higher-risk regions. Legally, the disappearance of the Boeing 727 sparked numerous questions about jurisdiction and international law. The aircraft's sudden vanishing acted as a catalyst for discussions on legal responsibility and the complexities involved in dealing with incidents that occur in international, or in this case, poorly monitored spaces. Legal experts and policymakers were prompted to explore new frameworks to better address these challenges, ensuring more robust international cooperation and legal preparedness. Moreover, the incident has had a lasting effect on the broader community of Luanda and the aviation industry in Angola. It brought to light the vulnerabilities in the country's aviation sector, prompting improvements in airport security and regulatory oversight. These changes were necessary to align the country with international aviation standards and to restore trust among international partners and travelers. The story of the missing Boeing 727 also continues to fuel academic and professional discourse within the fields of aviation safety, security, and crisis management. Universities, safety organizations, and industry conferences often refer to the case as a study point for discussions on risk management, emergency response, and the socio-economic impacts of aviation security failures. As we reflect on the broader implications of this unresolved mystery, it becomes clear that the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 is more than just an aviation anomaly. It is a multifaceted issue that touches on human, legal, and socio-economic fields. The ongoing discussions and policies that have emerged in the wake of this incident underscore the complex interplay between global aviation practices and the need for a cohesive approach to addressing such unprecedented events. This case remains a poignant reminder of the ever-present need for vigilance, innovation, and cooperation across all levels of global aviation. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda Airport in 2003 has left an indelible mark on the global aviation community, prompting an ongoing re-evaluation of security measures and practices. The incident not only highlighted significant security lapses, but also demonstrated the potential consequences of operational oversight failures. This section explores the initial impacts and responses within the aviation industry and regulatory environments, highlighting the changes spurred by this incident. Following the aircraft's unauthorized departure and subsequent disappearance, there was an immediate recognition among global aviation authorities of the need for stringent security enhancements. This event underscored vulnerabilities at airports in countries with less rigorous regulatory oversight, particularly in post-conflict nations like Angola, where infrastructure might be compromised or outdated. As a result, international aviation regulatory bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, began to scrutinize existing security protocols, especially concerning aircraft on the ground. One significant change was the implementation of stricter controls on access to aircraft. Airports worldwide were urged to reassess their perimeter security, ensuring that all areas were adequately monitored and that access to aircraft was strictly controlled through biometric checks and electronic badge systems. These measures aim to prevent unauthorized access to aircraft, a critical factor in the Luanda incident, where the individuals involved were able to board and pilot the aircraft without detection. Moreover, the incident catalyzed enhancements in aircraft tracking technology. Real-time tracking systems became a focal point of development, driven by the need to ensure that all aircraft could be monitored continuously throughout their operations, including when parked. Technologies such as automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADSB, started to see wider adoption, providing real-time precision tracking of aircraft movements, which would have alerted authorities to the unauthorized movement of the 727 much sooner. The global aviation community also saw a shift towards more collaborative security efforts. Recognizing that security is only as strong as its weakest link, there was a push for improved international cooperation and information sharing among aviation authorities. This was particularly important for tracking and managing the risks associated with older aircraft models, which might not meet the latest operational standards, but are still in use in various parts of the world. Additionally, the incident led to increased investment in training for airport security personnel. Training programs were overhauled to include modules on crisis management, threat detection, and response strategies tailored to scenarios like unauthorized aircraft operations. These training sessions aim to equip personnel with the skills necessary to identify and mitigate risks effectively, ensuring a proactive rather than reactive security posture. In the broader regulatory context, the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 highlighted the need for comprehensive international standards that could be uniformly applied across all member states. The ICAO and other bodies work towards harmonizing global aviation security standards, emphasizing the need for robust regulatory frameworks that could adapt to the evolving landscape of global threats. These changes collectively represented a paradigm shift in how aviation security was approached, reflecting a more nuanced understanding of the multifaceted risks present in global aviation operations. The legacy of the missing Boeing 727-223, therefore, extends far beyond the immediate mystery and intrigue. It serves as a catalyst for strengthening the safety and security foundations of the aviation industry worldwide. The unresolved disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 continues to reverberate across the aviation industry, serving as a poignant reminder of the challenges and complexities associated with securing commercial aircraft. The event not only catalyzed changes in aviation security practices, but also left a lasting cultural and emotional impact, particularly among those directly affected by the incident. For the families of the crew presumed to be on board, and the stakeholders directly involved, the absence of closure has been a source of ongoing distress. The mystery surrounding the aircraft's fate has prompted these families to become advocates for stronger aviation safety measures and more rigorous oversight, ensuring that their loved one's legacy contributes to preventing future such incidents. Their efforts highlight the human aspect of aviation disasters, which often gets overshadowed by technical discussions and regulatory updates. In the broader community, the disappearance has fueled a continued fascination with aviation mysteries, drawing comparisons to other infamous cases like the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370. This fascination underscores a deeper cultural attraction to mysteries and the unknown, particularly those involving technology and human ingenuity. The Boeing 727's disappearance has inspired documentaries, books, and articles, each exploring different theories and aspects of the case, illustrating our collective quest for answers and understanding. Moreover, the incident has had educational implications, becoming a case study in aviation security courses and seminars around the world. It is used to teach critical lessons about risk management, emergency preparedness, and the importance of robust security systems. These educational initiatives help prepare the next generation of aviation professionals to better handle the challenges of a globalized and interconnected aviation environment. The story of the missing Boeing 727 also continues to influence policy and practice. The incident has been instrumental in shaping ongoing discussions at the International Civil Aviation Organization and other regulatory bodies about how to effectively manage and secure aging aircraft fleets, particularly in regions with limited resources. These discussions often lead to updated guidelines and recommendations that aim to enhance the safety and security of international air travel. Lastly, the enduring mystery of what happened to the Boeing 727-223 serves as a catalyst for ongoing technological innovation in aircraft tracking and surveillance. The aviation industry continues to develop more advanced tracking systems that can prevent aircraft from disappearing without trace. These technologies, which include satellite-based tracking and automated flight monitoring systems, are now seen as essential components of modern aviation operations. As we reflect on the broader impact of this incident, it becomes clear that the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda has left an indelible mark on many levels. From sparking improvements in global aviation security to impacting families and inspiring cultural narratives, the legacy of this event is multifaceted. It continues to motivate advancements in safety and security, ensuring that the aviation industry remains vigilant against similar threats in the future, thereby honoring the memory of those involved in this mysterious disappearance.